the god countries of over 10,000 universe knights, and the god countries of over 7 million void god emperor disciples. This treasure is too rich. Even to us, the Lich race, it's a huge treasure. The Lich in the center stared at the spot in front of him with burning eyes. What entered his eyes were many golden god countries, and each god country contained a huge amount of power. At a glance, they were like endless gold, sacred and vast. The divine kingdoms of every expert were the habitat that this expert had spent his entire life building. They were the most precious existences in their lives. The value of these divine kingdoms was extremely terrifying. These treasures, even if placed in the heaven-opening primal continent, are enough to cause a race to start a war and fight over them. A Lich's eyes were shining. The wings on his back flapped rapidly as he flew forward. These divine kingdoms all belong to our Lich race. Immediately set up an array. Get the Patriarch and the others to rush over and take away all the divine kingdoms. The Lich in the center ordered. With so many divine kingdoms, they couldn't take them away even if they wanted to. However, as a powerful Lich clan, they naturally had their own methods. The Lich on the left was like a thin, flat fish. His body squirmed and slowly grew larger. Finally, he became 100 kilometers in size. His body emitted a strange luster. Buzz, buzz, buzz. After a few dozen seconds, figures slowly appeared on his body. Ha ha ha, ask. Well done, well done. A Lich with the head of a demonic dragon, body like a snake, tail like a bird, and more than 10 long arms appeared. He swept his gaze around, his eyes shining with excitement as he roared loudly. There were more than 100 figures around him. Each of these figures had an abnormally terrifying aura. Especially around the Lich leader, every aura was terrifying. This was the aura of a level 8 knight. There were about 10 of them emitting such a terrifying aura. The Lich clan, they belonged to the wizard lineage. They had once received the inheritance of an ancestral wizard. Their powers were all extremely strange and terrifying. Their bodies seemed to be joined together, strange and horrifying. Clan leader, in case things go wrong, let's take all of them. The Lich named Ask said with a smile. Haha, such a treasure belongs to our Liches. Anyone who wants to snatch it is our enemy. Even if the Dragon Palace wants to snatch it from us, we will kill them. The Lich leader laughed out loud and roared furiously. He waved his hand at his subordinates. That's right. We only need to be wary of the potential of the Dragon Palace, but that's all. If we really fight, we can destroy the Dragon Palace as well. A Lich said with a smile and flew towards the Cosmos God country ahead. He waved his arm and immediately set up an array to temporarily move these god countries into his own god country. There were more than 100 of them, and the weakest among them was only a level 6 universe knight. They were very fast, and within a few minutes more than 1,000 god countries had been taken by them. Who is it? At that moment, the gaze of the Lich clan leader, who was floating in the void space, suddenly turned cold, and his pair of blood-red dragon eyes stared at a spot in the void space. With a wave of his arm, a dragon head condensed from dark laws shot toward that area of void space. I'm sorry, Lord Lich King. We're just passing by. About 800 million kilometers away, more than a dozen figures hurriedly dodged to the side with cold sweat on their faces. They looked at the Lich clan leader who was overflowing with demonic flames, their faces filled with reverence. Get lost, or this king will exterminate all of you. The Lich clan leader, also known as the Lich King, stared coldly at the dozen or so people, his gaze cold. Yes. The dozen or so figures immediately responded. Go, go. At this moment, the dozen or so figures hurriedly retreated, their expressions somewhat unsightly. I didn't expect the experts of the Liches to actually come. Moreover, their search speed is so fast. Damn it! Among the dozen or so people, the middle-aged leader's expression was somewhat unsightly as he growled in a low voice. Within that divine kingdom, the densely packed divine kingdom is too shocking. If we can obtain it, our race will be able to obtain a huge increase in strength. There's nothing we can do. The Liches are good at all kinds of sorcery, and we followed their tracks to get here. We're one step behind them, And now the treasures of the righteous god race belong to the liches. They're too powerful. A middle-aged man beside him was a little envious, but he said helplessly. Among them, the strongest was only a Universe Knight level 7, and the liches were indeed Universe Knights level 8. And this time, most of the Universe Knight level 8 great beings of the liches were here. At this time, even if the army of the Dragon Palace arrived, they wouldn't be able to take it away from the liches. Their faces were full of helplessness. With such a great being here, they had no chance. There was nothing they could do even if they were unwilling. So, just as they were talking, they saw a figure flying toward them at a terrifying speed. Eh? Another powerhouse from the heaven-splitting primordial land has found this place? The group of people was slightly stunned. They looked over immediately and their faces were filled with astonishment. Eh? At this moment, Wuxia, who was flying over, sensed the group of figures and frowned slightly. He slowed down slightly and stared at the void in front of him. Not good. When he saw the golden light that dyed the void red, his expression changed slightly. This was the light from the divine kingdom of the righteous god race. These divine kingdoms were hidden in the void crack and were directly taken out by someone. His body moved and he continued to fly forward. His face was filled with killing intent. Why aren't you getting lost? Die for me. However, the moment Wuxia got closer, a terrifying dark force attacked him. Level 8 Universe Knight. Wuxia sensed this force and felt a chill in his heart. His eyes were filled with anger. Boom. He waved his arm and a destroyed ball went up to meet it. Boom. The sound of an explosion rang out. In the void in front, the Lich King saw that his attack was blocked by an attack. He was slightly stunned and squinted his dragon eyes. Only a level 8 Universe Knight could fight against his attack. The ones who should get lost are all of you. How dare you snatch the spoils of war from our Dragon Palace? Wuxia stared at the strange and terrifying Lich King and said coldly, Huh? Dragon Palace. In the divine kingdom of the righteous god race. The Lich King heard Wuxia's words and his eyes focused. The Lich King, who was taking away the divine kingdoms one by one, stopped what he was doing and looked over. Their eyes were filled with fear. So what if it was the Dragon Palace? What was there to fear? Boom, boom, boom. In front of the god kingdoms of the righteous god race, the powerful figures of the liches flew over one by one. Their bodies emitted a sharp and terrifying aura as they charged at Wuxia without any restraint. They flew to the left and right of the Lich King and sized up Wuxia with cold eyes. Wuxia looked at the experts who were flying over and his expression changed slightly. It was a little ugly. Haha, you want us to get the hell out of here? This must be the Dragon King of the Dragon Palace. The Lich King stared at Wuxia. His face was filled with coldness and disdain. However, your Dragon Palace doesn't seem to have the qualifications to allow us to leave. The Lich clan of the Lich Kingdom? Wuxia swept his gaze across them. His expression was a little ugly as he asked coldly. At the edge of the heaven-opening primal continent, the liches were from the Lich Kingdom. This was a very powerful race. Their strength was not something that ordinary powers could compare to. They belonged to the wizard lineage and possessed strange witchcraft and strange offensive techniques. Ordinary powers would not dare to provoke them. In front of them were 11 Universe Knights with level 8 combat strength. With so many experts, even with Wuxia's strength, he was not their match. At the moment, Wuxia could fight and even kill 2 to 3 experts of the same level. The 5 elements millstone in his hand could kill one of the same level. However, there were too many Universe Knights with level 8 combat strength. It was not something the current Dragon Palace could fight against. That's right, the treasures here belong to the Lich Kingdom now. Anyone who dares to fight with us is an enemy of the Lich Kingdom. The moment you step into our array domain, it will be seen as a provocation. Don't blame us for not being polite. A lich beside the Lich King said coldly. Although they could not attack the factions and experts surrounding Lu Xingkong, they could kill them if the other party attacked first. The Lich Kingdom, the Lich Clan. When Wuxia heard his words, killing intent appeared in his eyes. Today, this Dragon King will say this. If you dare to touch any of the Cosmos God Kingdoms here, my Dragon Palace will become the enemy of your Lich Kingdom. Ha, are you threatening us? How dare you, a mere dragon palace, threaten our Lich Kingdom? When the Lich King heard his words, his eyes revealed a sinister expression. Today, this king will take away all the cosmos god kingdoms. I want to see how your dragon palace will become our enemy, haha. Do you really think that you are invincible in the surrounding starry sky? Do you think that our Lich Kingdom is afraid of you? Ha ha ha. You do not have the qualifications. As he spoke, his eyes were filled with killing intent and disdain as well. Dragon King of the Dragon Palace, don't be arrogant here. Attack us if you have the guts. A lich next to the Lich King said coldly. If it weren't for the rules of the heaven-opening desolate continent, I would have taught you a lesson just because of what you said just now. Scram. Without the rules, your dragon palace is nothing in front of our Lich Kingdom. Boom boom boom. As soon as he finished his sentence, a violent aura surged toward Wang Xian. The other experts from the Lich Kingdom also charged forward. Wang Xian's expression changed slightly when he felt this terrifying aura. He stared coldly at the experts from the Lich Kingdom. Put away all the cosmos god kingdoms. Whoever dares to snatch them from us will die today. The Lich King roared with a grim expression. Yes. Above the god kingdoms of the righteous god race, some of the liches who were collecting the god kingdoms immediately replied. Hee hee. After the Lich King finished speaking, he stared at Wang Xian with a grim expression and raised his head slightly. This Lich Kingdom didn't give Dragon Palace Dragon King any face at all. Face? This is the God Kingdom of more than 10,000 universe knights. It's the treasure of the entire righteous god race. Even for the Lich clan, it's a huge amount of resources. How could they give up? Even if it's to make enemies with the Dragon Palace, it's nothing. That's right, the Lich Kingdom is much stronger than the Dragon Palace. So what if we don't give Dragon King face? Let alone the Lich Kingdom, even if we are facing so many divine kingdoms, we would still make the same choice. At the back, the more than 10 middle-aged elders couldn't help but discuss in low voices when they saw the scene in front of them. Wang Xian floated quietly in the air and watched the powerhouses of the Lich Kingdom collecting the divine kingdoms in front of him. At the front, the huge demonic dragon head of the Lich King was also staring at Wang Xian. His eyes were filled with coldness and disdain. As the god kingdoms were kept, Wang Xian could only stand there and watch. The strength of the other party was not something he could contend against. The strength of the Lich Kingdom was also not something the Dragon Palace could deal with. Lich Kingdom, you will regret what happened today. Wang Xian stared at the Lich King and said calmly. Ha ha ha. Cut the crap. Your Dragon Palace is not worthy of making us regret. The Lich King said disdainfully. Dragon King, these god kingdoms can allow the devouring dragon clan to receive a huge boost. This bunch of damnable fellows. Seems like after Ao Crab has absorbed the universe god kingdoms, it's time for him to bring his subordinates to the Lich Kingdom for a trip. Heaven Array stood behind Wang Xian and said with a gloomy face. They never expected that their spoils of war, the treasures of the righteous god race, would actually be taken away by the powerful factions in the heaven-opening primal continent. There's no need to wait for Ao Crab and the others to break through. I'll go over. Although I can't kill the strong ones, it won't be a big problem for me to destroy all the universe knights below level 7 in the Lich Kingdom. Umlai said darkly. With his ability, entering the Lich Kingdom would cause the entire Lich Kingdom to pay a heavy price. Indeed, there's no need to wait. Wang Xian narrowed his eyes slightly and said with a sinister expression, I'll make them spit them all out. Let's go. As he said that, he did not stay here any longer. He turned around and flew back. Hee hee, trash. At the front, the Lich King saw Wang Xian leaving. His face was filled with mockery and disdain. Then the Dragon King and the rest have left. What can we do if they don't leave? The Dragon Palace is no match for the Lich Kingdom. TSK, the Dragon Palace has suffered a great loss this time. Hee hee, the forces surrounding Lu Xingkong don't dare to touch their treasures, but we, the forces that split open the Heaven and Desolation continent, do. At the back, the dozen or so people shook their heads with a smile when they saw Wang Xian and the others leaving. Boom. However, at this moment, they suddenly sensed an energy fluctuation at the side. The figure of the Dragon King appeared in front of them at a terrifying speed. This made their faces change. Not good. What is this Dragon King trying to do? More than a dozen experts from the heaven-opening primal continent saw Wang Xian appearing beside them instantly. Their pupils constricted slightly and their faces revealed a horrified expression. They felt a death threat enveloping them. Without any hesitation, some of them fled directly while others wanted to return to their cosmos god country instantly. A bunch of people who were seeking death. My dragon palace has said that whoever dares to covet our dragon palace's spoils of war will die. Wang Xian stared at them coldly. His eyes were filled with coldness. His arm turned into a dragon claw and enveloped all of them instantly. Boom! At the next moment, death enveloped more than 10 of them. No, no, no! Dragon King, don't! The expressions of the dozen of them changed drastically. With Wang Xian's terrifying speed, they didn't even have the chance to escape. Their eyes were blood-red as they roared indignantly. Bang! However, in the next moment, the extinguished energy landed on their bodies, causing their vitality to be quickly extinguished. Buzz. However, one of the middle-aged men emitted an earthen yellow glow. The earthen yellow glow disappeared in a flash, leaving behind a corpse. Around him, more than a dozen people were killed by the demon in an instant. Even a universe knight with level 7 combat strength could not withstand one move from Wang Xian. Humph! Wang Xian snorted coldly. His face was filled with cold killing intent. Go back, he said to Tianchen and Lai, and his figure disappeared. Tianchen and Lai and Wang Xian also returned to the Dragon Palace in an instant. Huff huff! Damn it, damn Dragon King! They are not a match for the liches. If they don't dare to do anything to the liches, they will kill us. Those who bully the weak are afraid of the strong. Your Dragon Palace deserves to die. When Wang Xian had just returned to the Dragon Palace, at the same time, he was in a swamp at the edge of the heaven-splitting primordial land. There were many khaki palaces on the khaki swamp. These palaces were not stationary. Some of them were slowly entering the swamp. In one of the palaces, a lifeless clay figurine slowly showed its life force. He opened his eyes, his face filled with endless anger, and his body was trembling. He was someone who had already died once. Even if he had been resurrected, the price of resurrection was too great. Moreover, the dozen or so companions with him were all killed by the Dragon King. How did they offend the Dragon King? It was because the Dragon King saw that they were easy to bully. Dragon King! He roared furiously with a face full of unwillingness, and his body trembled violently. But he knew that he wasn't a match for the Dragon King. Their race wasn't a match for the Dragon Palace either. The Mudman's body trembled violently. A few minutes later, he took out the Universe AI and immediately posted a message on it. Even if he could not take revenge, he had to discuss the Dragon King. Dragon King, what about the righteous god race? In the Dragon Palace, when Prime Minister Gue saw Wang Xian and the rest coming back and saw that the Dragon King's expression was not good, he frowned slightly and walked over to ask softly. They have been occupied by the people of the Lich Kingdom. They have 11 level 8 universe knights there. Prime Minister Gue, collect some information about the Lich Kingdom from the Universal AI. Wang Xian instructed him with a solemn face. He moved and sat on the dragon chair. His anger slowly calmed down. Since the Lich Kingdom's powerhouse, the Lich King, wanted to make an enemy of the Dragon Palace and accompany the Dragon Palace King, Wang Xian would play with them. The strongest powerhouse in the entire Lich Kingdom was only a Universe Knight level 8. Therefore, Wang Xian and the Dragon Palace had this trump card to play with them. He wanted the Lich Kingdom to spit out all the things they had obtained. He wanted them to pay a heavy price. It's the Dragon King. Prime Minister Gui's expression changed slightly and he nodded immediately. Prime Minister Gue could naturally imagine how huge the divine kingdoms and treasures of the righteous god race were. Not to mention anything else, just those divine kingdoms alone could allow the devouring dragon race to receive a huge boost. As for the other resources, there was no need to mention them. This amount of resources was very important to the Dragon Palace. However, he didn't expect it to be snatched away by someone. He immediately opened his AI and ordered some of his subordinates to start gathering some information about the Lich Kingdom. Wang Xian sat on the dragon chair and pondered for a while. Then he disappeared instantly and arrived at the Red Gold Dragon Palace. At this moment, half of the building materials in the entire Dragon Palace were gone. Ao Crab's huge body was still devouring continuously. Dragon King. Sensing Wuxia's arrival, Ao Crab immediately stopped and bowed to him. How long will it take to devour the Dragon Palace and the Dragon Palace of the Divine Wind and Thunder Dragon? Wuxia asked him directly. Dragon King, I'm afraid it will take another 1 to 2 years. This Dragon Palace is too sturdy and has too much energy. Ao, he replied immediately. A powerful Dragon King's Dragon Palace was not so easy to devour. One had to know that back then, even a Universe Knight level 8 or 9 warrior could not break through these Dragon Palaces. Ao, he also started to devour from the inside. If it was from the outside, he would not be able to bite through it. It was within his expectations that the devouring process would be so slow. It's alright. There's no rush. Wuxian nodded. This speed wasn't slow either. Initially, Wuxian planned to wait for the Dragon Palace to reach the starry sky surrounding the land. After absorbing the ancient sea race, he would wait for a few more years before he could land. Now, some of the situation had been disrupted by the Lich Kingdom. However, he still did not plan to land immediately. The battle to land would have to wait for Ao Crab and the others to upgrade themselves. As for the Lich Kingdom, Wuxian could settle it without Ao Crab and the others. He moved his body and returned to the Dragon Palace immediately. He opened the Universal AI and searched for some information about the Lich Kingdom. The Lich Kingdom was a faction at the edge of the heaven-opening primeval continent. One could also choose to challenge the Lich Kingdom for the landing battle, but basically no faction would choose to do so. They were ranked in the top 3 at the edge of the continent. The Wizard faction belonged to the Peak faction. They fought against those of a higher level. Their strange attacking methods made the other factions in the heaven-splitting primeval continent apprehensive. However, when Wuxian began to search for information about the Lich Kingdom, he saw the latest news. The treasures of the righteous god race and the divine kingdoms of all the strong and elites have all been obtained by the Lich Kingdom. When the Dragon King rushed over, he could only flee in a sorry state in the face of the strong warriors of the Lich clan. The Dragon King of the Dragon Palace is too arrogant. Your spoils of war, your treasures, and the forces surrounding the starry sky do not dare to touch them. However, the forces of the heaven-splitting primeval continent dare to touch them. Now that the treasures of the righteous god race have all been taken by the Lich Kingdom, don't you dare to say anything? Trash. There were quite a few pieces of information similar to this. Furthermore, it was quite popular now. This made Wuxian raise his eyebrows slightly. What happened? The treasures of the righteous god race were taken by the powerful forces of the open sky primal continent. The great beings of the Lich Kingdom in the open sky primal continent took the treasures of the righteous god race? This. No way, it really was taken by the Lich Kingdom? That Dragon Palace lost too much this time. This is the god country of over 10,000 knights and all the treasures of the righteous god race. It's actually occupied by the Lich Kingdom. The Lich Kingdom's strength is very strong. They have over 10 Universe Knight level 8 warriors. With the Dragon Palace's strength, they aren't their match at all. On the Universe AI, when someone released news about the treasures of the righteous god race, it caused a huge commotion. The Dragon Palace destroyed the 2 races and warned all the races not to touch the treasures of the 2 races. The forces surrounding Lu Xingkong did not dare to touch them. However, they did not expect that the powerful forces of the heaven-opening primal continent would dare to touch them and even completely occupy them. Lu Xingkong did not know much about the Lich Kingdom. But they also knew that this wasn't an ordinary force at the edge of the heaven-opening primal continent. It was a powerful existence. Through the Universe AI, they could find out some basic information about the Lich Kingdom. Not to mention other things. Just the dozen or so Universe Knight level 8 great beings weren't something Lu Xingkong's forces could compare to. Even the Dragon Palace wasn't a match for the Lich Kingdom. Furthermore, now that an expert had been revealed, even if the Dragon King rushed over, he would only be able to escape with his tail between his legs. If the treasure of the righteous god race was obtained by someone else, it would definitely be a huge loss to the Dragon Palace. Most importantly, the Dragon Palace was still unable to do anything to the other party. This caused the experts of the surrounding Lu Xingkong to discuss in astonishment. This was not a small blow to the prestige of the Dragon Palace. Wang Xian looked at the information on the universe's AI, and his eyes sparkled. If I'm not mistaken, it was that guy who escaped that exposed it. Wang Xian mumbled. This matter could not have been exposed by the Lich Kingdom. They had already occupied the treasure, so there was no need to anger the Dragon Palace. After all, even though the Dragon Palace was not as strong as them, there were still experts who were on par with them in terms of peak combat strength. That meant that he had killed more than a dozen experts. One of those people had escaped with the help of a powerful life-saving treasure. Looking at the messages from the same account, his eyes turned cold. Not only were there the two messages from the beginning, but there were also many who said that the Dragon King was trash. Such an existence would be killed sooner or later in the heaven-opening primal continent. They also said that the Dragon Palace should not be too arrogant. There were many powerful existences in the heaven-splitting chaotic land. If they were arrogant, they would be destroyed. After sending more than a dozen messages, it could be seen that this guy had a great hatred for the Dragon King. This must be the keyboard warrior. Did he really think that he couldn't do anything to you just because you escaped with your life? The corners of Wang Xian's mouth curled up slightly and a cold look appeared in his eyes. He had already kept the dozen or so corpses. Through the corpses, he could find out which faction the other party came from in the heaven-splitting primordial land. The other party only dared to babble on in the universe's AI. It could also prove that the strength of this race was inferior to that of the Dragon Palace. Otherwise, they wouldn't be hiding behind the keyboard, shouting, taunting, and cursing. As time passed day by day, it was gradually confirmed that the treasures of the righteous god race had been occupied by the powerhouses of the Lich Kingdom in the heaven-splitting primordial land. Furthermore, all of them had been taken away. The Dragon Palace had also entered the surrounding starry sky. They did not go to the righteous god race, but flew directly to the ancient sea race. The divine kingdoms of the ancient sea race were hidden everywhere. Moreover, the treasures of the ancient sea race could not be compared to those of the righteous god race. Therefore, no forces in the heaven-opening primeval continent coveted the treasures of the ancient sea race. After another 10 days, the Dragon Palace arrived at the starry sky where the ancient sea race was located. In the next few days, the Dragon Palace began to search for the divine kingdoms of the great beings of the ancient sea race. Dragon King, I have made a breakthrough. 2 days later, the strength of the heaven array had a complete breakthrough. A universe night level 7 was considered pretty good on the heaven-opening desolation continent. Okay, come with me. Wang Xian looked at the heaven array and said, in the 12 days, apart from gathering more information about the Lich Kingdom, he was also waiting for the heaven array's strength to break through. This time, he still needed the heaven array to investigate some things. For example, the 10 or so races that he had killed. That guy had been clamoring on the universe's AI for so long, and Chu Xian was prepared to go over and give them a surprise. It's the Dragon King. The sky array nodded. We'll go over directly. You go into the mother nest and wait for orders. As Wang Xian spoke, he waved his arm and kept the sky array into the mother nest. He gave Prime Minister Gue an order and flew out of the Dragon Palace to the ancient sea race's planet's teleportation array. Currently, the Dragon Palace was receiving all the treasures and heritage of the ancient sea race. Meanwhile, the Dragon Palace was also temporarily staying in a sea area. Through the 2 transmissions of the teleportation formation, Wang Xian's figure appeared once again on the planet of the ancient sea race in front of the heaven-splitting chaotic land. Now, this planet had been taken over by the Dragon Palace. Wang Xian's figure moved and flew in the direction of the heaven-splitting chaotic land at a terrifying speed. After flying for half an hour, an incomparably vast land appeared in his line of sight. An ancient aura that seemed to come from the chaotic land came from the land in front of him. Wang Xian looked at the indescribably huge land and felt the chaotic aura. A faint sense of respect rose in his heart. Heaven-splitting chaotic land. The center of the universe, the first land at the beginning of heaven and earth. The place where all living things were born. Wang Xian looked at this boundless and vast continent and slowed down slightly. As the continent got closer and closer, he could feel his insignificance. Even though he had already reached the combat strength of a level 8 universe knight, he still felt insignificant on this continent. On the continent, there were all kinds of tall trees, all kinds of huge mountains, and all kinds of desolate beasts flying in the sky and running below. Is this the heaven-opening primal continent? Even the spiritual energy is abnormally dense. When he arrived in the sky above the heaven-opening primal continent, Wang Xian's heart was slightly shaken as he swept his gaze across the surrounding grass and trees. In the heaven-opening primal continent, every living being had the possibility of gaining sentience. Plants, mountains, and even rivers had the possibility of gaining sentience. Therefore, in the heaven-opening primal continent, it was best not to destroy recklessly. You may be attacked by the roots and territories of a powerful being if you are not careful. The strong preyed on the weak on the split heaven primal continent. Once the great beings that surrounded the starry skies entered this place, they would be killed even if they were killed. Here, the only law was survival of the fittest. The entire split heaven primal continent was huge, so huge that it exceeded all imagination. As the origin of life in the universe, the number of great beings at the universe knight level here was extremely terrifying. Here, only universe knights above level 7 could be called great beings. The closer one was to the center of the land, the more great beings there were. This was because the places near the center were all places where the disciples of the top-tier races of the high-level races were active. In the entire land, the major races occupied most of it, and a small portion was occupied by some desolate beasts and space beasts, as well as some plants and mountains that possessed powerful intelligence and strength. Do not underestimate these. The most famous place in the heaven-opening desolate continent was the land of mountains and seas. It was a paradise for desolate beasts and space behemoths. The strength of the desolate beasts and space behemoths there was comparable to the strength of a peak race. Even experts from peak races had to be careful when they entered. Some strange desolate beasts and space behemoths might not be able to escape even if one wanted to. Wang Xian floated in the void as his eyes flickered as he scanned his surroundings. A map of this region of the heaven-splitting chaotic land appeared in his mind. There were quite a number of mid-level and high-level races at the edge of this region. There were more than 100 of them. Of course, these were only the ones that were closer to where Wang Xian was. The closer he was to the edge of the land, the weaker the races were. He flew straight into the land. The divine grass and divine trees could be seen everywhere. The divine-level plants were nothing special. One could see many divine king-level plants with just a glance. It could be said that if an existence at the divine king level were to be thrown into the heaven-splitting chaotic land, as long as he could survive, it would be easy for him to reach the divine emperor level. However, it was extremely difficult for weaklings to survive here, unless they had their own race as their backers. Wang Xian was flying at a height of 1,000,000 meters above the heaven-splitting chaotic land. This height was usually at the top of the trees, halfway up some small mountain peaks. If he was any higher, he might be attacked by some desolate beasts. The dragon eyes of the yin-yang and 5 elements scanned the surroundings. Wang Xian was filled with curiosity. The spiritual energy over there is so dense. Are there any paradises or treasures? After flying for half an hour, Wang Xian suddenly felt a dense spiritual energy coming from a direction. He hesitated for a moment and immediately flew over to take a look. There were not many creatures at the edge that could threaten him. Soon, a river appeared in his line of sight. The river was very strange. It was at least 1 billion kilometers long and tens of millions of kilometers wide. Such a river could only be called a small river in the heaven-opening primeval continent. At this moment, there were quite a number of winged fish in this river. There were a lot of fish. They were emitting a powerful aura and might. This river is so strange. It feels like it has life. Wang Xian looked over curiously. He glanced at the river and the fishes in it and flew over immediately. Whoosh! Before he could get close, the entire river suddenly changed. The river that was originally flowing on the ground had a depth of at least a few million kilometers. However, it actually sank straight into the ground. The winged fish in the river also disappeared completely. It was like an illusion. This river should have its own life. Its approach should have caused it to feel threatened and escape in an instant. Wang Xian scanned the river with his yin-yang and 5 elements dragon eyes. He could not find any trace of the river or the fish in it. It's really magical. Perhaps this ability has prevented other powerhouses from catching them. He mumbled and moved his body. He continued flying into the river. This time, his main goal was the Lich Kingdom. His secondary goal was to tour the heaven-splitting prehistoric continent. Wang Xian increased his speed and flew past the towering mountains. The Lich Kingdom was a little far away. It would take him at least 2 days to fly there. In the middle of the journey, he could be considered to have witnessed some of the sights of the heaven-splitting primordial land. There were all kinds of magical creatures and strange attacks that were impossible to defend against. Even during the 2 days that Wang Xian was flying, he was attacked twice. The guy who attacked him the second time didn't succeed and managed to escape successfully. This surprised Wang Xian greatly. "I'm here. The territory of the Lich Kingdom is ahead." 2 days later, Wang Xian looked at the location ahead according to the information he received. The Lich Kingdom, the territory of the Lich clan. In the Lich Kingdom, there was a blessed land called the Demon Refining Island. In that blessed land, the demon beasts could quickly recover from any injuries on the island. It was the holy land of the Lich clan. It was also the natural blessed land of the heaven-opening desolate continent. The mysterious heaven-opening desolate continent gave birth to a large number of blessed lands which had all kinds of abilities. Some of the blessed lands could even unleash powerful defensive abilities to protect the creatures in the blessed lands. The Demon Refining Island was what the Lich Kingdom relied on, and it was also one of the reasons why the Lich clan was so powerful. Other than the Lich Kingdom's grotto heaven-blessed lands, there were large numbers of liches, fey beasts, and desolate beasts living in the entire domain. There were 12 main Lich cities. There were over 100 million liches in the entire Lich Kingdom's citizens. These 100 million liches were not something that the ordinary people of the factions in the surrounding starry skies could compare to. The environment of the heaven-opening primal continent was extremely cruel. If the righteous god race had a successful landing battle, the hundreds of billions of people of the righteous god race could be reduced to hundreds of millions of years. It was very cruel, but the ones that remained were all the most elite and powerful existences. As for why, this might involve some special secrets. There are 12 main cities of the Lich Kingdom. Each of them has more than 10 million people, and each of them has a Universe Knight level 8 powerhouse. Next, we will use these main cities as an example. The resources of the Dragon Palace are not that easy to snatch. Wang Xian's eyes flashed with a cold expression. He landed on the ground, and dragon scales slowly covered his face. A pair of dragon horns appeared. His entire person had undergone a huge change. He took out the universe's AI and located his position. Then, he walked straight in the direction of one of the main cities in the Lich Kingdom. The Scorpion Imperial City was one of the 12 main cities in the Lich Kingdom. The entire main city was considered a medium-sized main city in the Lich Kingdom. Wang Xian walked on the ground. As it was the territory of the Lich Kingdom, there were not many dire beasts. The number of creatures that he hunted in the dark was even less. As he walked forward, Wang Xian noticed that there were layers of poison barriers in front of him. Poison was a common attack method for wizards. Scorpion Imperial City was a city shrouded in a poisonous fog. In this city, if there was no poison fog antibody or antidote, even a first-level Void God Realm expert would not be able to survive here. The entire Scorpion Imperial City's air was filled with corrosive power. TSK. Some places in this heaven-opening primal continent are indeed mystical. Wang Xian mumbled. Such a place was not suitable for ordinary creatures to live in. Even if ordinary members of the Dragon Clan were to come here, their combat strength would drop a little. According to the records in the universe's AI, every city in the Lich Kingdom is built on a small paradise. Is the paradise here related to poison? He mumbled and continued to fly forward. Half an hour later, he noticed signs of biological activity in the surroundings. Ha! All of a sudden, he sensed a blood trail spreading towards him. This made him squint his eyes slightly and continue to walk forward. Catch him! When the blood trail came to Wang Xian's feet, 3 voices suddenly sounded. He sensed 3 figures covered in a bloody poisonous fog attacking him. The blood veins under his body rose up directly and formed a poisonous net that enveloped Wang Xian completely. A direct ambush? Wang Xian narrowed his eyes slightly and swept his gaze over. There were 3 liches. One of them had a human head and a lizard-like body. His body was completely integrated with the surrounding environment. One of them had a pair of wings. On his head, there were dozens of pairs of eyes. The last one was like a giant python. It was over 10,000 meters long and was sweeping towards him. Wang Xian stared at the creature that was attacking him. His eyes revealed a cold look. Buzz. Huh? Not good. When they were charging towards Wang Xian, he sensed that Wang Xian was so calm. He sensed that there was an energy fluctuation from his body. The lich with dozens of pairs of eyes had a slight change in expression. He immediately roared in a low voice. You're courting death. Wang Xian saw his strong alertness and revealed a surprised expression. He waved his arm and the energy of the 5 elements directly restrained him. My lord, spare my life. Spare my life. The 3 liches who were subdued in an instant saw this scene and their expressions changed drastically. They begged for mercy in horror. Soul capture. Wang Xian's gaze focused as the 3 liches trembled. Waves of information were transmitted into his mind. As he absorbed this information, his eyes were sparkling. This heaven-splitting and primal continent is even crueler than the outside world. After more than 10 minutes, he opened his eyes slowly and mumbled. According to his understanding, these 3 fellows wanted to ambush and kill him. And the reason was because the lich with the human head wanted his head. It was that simple. He wanted his head. In the Lich Kingdom, the Lich clan had 2 ways of training. One was to walk the path of pure witchcraft in terms of magic. But the Lich clan had more of the other. They hunted powerful creatures and transferred the creature's head, wings, tail, and eyes to their own bodies. Through this method, they could strengthen themselves. This was another way to strengthen one's witchcraft. It was also the second path for wizards. This path was as powerful as pure witchcraft. However, in order to reach the level of ancestral wizard, one's physical body and witchcraft had to reach a terrifying level. They actually want my head. Wang Xian shook his head. They realized that their heads were a little special, so they wanted to transfer their heads. From their memories, Wang Xian also understood another point. In the wilderness of the heaven-splitting primordial lands, it was exceptionally dangerous. Even the strong disciples of the Lich Kingdom would kill each other and plunder each other. As long as they became stronger, they would be able to obtain more resources and a better place to cultivate. In the Scorpion Imperial City, there was indeed a blessed land. One could cultivate a powerful poison body there. However, one would have to pay a huge amount of resources to enter and cultivate there. Wang Xian had some understanding of the information in the Scorpion Imperial City in his mind. He moved his body and continued to fly forward. Not long after, a huge city within the poisonous fog appeared in his sight. The entire city was huge. It used the mountain peaks as the city walls and looked mysterious from afar. The poisonous fog in the surroundings was seeping out from here. Wang Xian narrowed his eyes slightly and continued flying in. Scorpion Imperial City was an open city. Even outsiders could enter it. Of course, if a large number of strangers entered, they would also be monitored. Wang Xian entered alone and did not attract much attention. When he entered the Scorpion King City, Wang Xian saw a large number of citizens of the Lich Kingdom. All of them were powerful liches. The entire Scorpion King City was like a zoo for different species. All kinds of liches were put together and emitted all kinds of strange and evil auras. Most of them were mainly dark and poisonous. As Wang Xian flew above the city, he could smell the strong smell of blood. No wonder witches are called evil, mysterious, strange, and powerful. Some of the witches in the Scorpion Imperial City are indeed strange and evil. Wang Xian mumbled to himself. This was because the way he trained was destined to be cruel and evil. Whoosh! After flying for half an hour, he began to speed up. The buildings in the entire Scorpion Imperial City were oddly shaped. Some of them were living in a nest. Some of them were living in a strange wormhole. There were very few buildings like humans. Let's go to the center of the Scorpion Imperial City and take a look at the blessed land. Then, we will destroy this place. Wang Xian's eyes revealed a sinister look. This time around, he was here to destroy the Lich Kingdom. He would kill as many as he could. Wang Xian did not show any mercy to these strange-looking creatures. What they were after was the survival of the fittest. In that case, they would perish under the law of the jungle. Buzz. Near the center of the Scorpion Imperial City, a gigantic ball stood there. The diameter of the ball was more than 100 million kilometers. On the ball, there were numerous holes of varying sizes. There were experts entering and exiting these holes from time to time. Is this the poison nest of the Scorpion Imperial City? It's a paradise that is connected to the heaven opening and primal continent. All the poison barriers are overflowing from here. Wang Xian mumbled. With a movement, the yin-yang dragon disc appeared around him. The yin and yang swirled and his figure slowly disappeared. Wang Xian's figure moved and flew straight into the cave. Buzz! 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 Just as he arrived in front of a cave entrance, a corrosive force suddenly attacked him. Ha! Wang Xian was slightly shocked when he saw this. He was able to be discovered even though he was hiding in the yin-yang dragon plate. There are strange creatures invading the Scorpion Emperor's cave. Who dares to court death? How dare they barge into the Scorpion Emperor's cave? The corrosive energy prevented Wang Xian from entering the Scorpion Emperor's cave. Following that, from the inside of the Scorpion Emperor's cave, one figure after another flew over. They carried a powerful poisonous gas on their bodies. The substance-like poisonous gas charged directly at Wang Xian. HMPH, since I can't go in to investigate, I'll just kill my way in. Wang Xian's eyes were filled with violent killing intent. He wasn't here for fun. He was here to destroy the Scorpion Imperial City and attack the Lich Kingdom. Since he had been discovered, there was no need to hide. Furthermore, according to what he knew, there were 12 main cities in the Lich Kingdom. Each main city only had one level 8 Universe Knight, the Lich City Lord. Wang Xian was confident that he could kill a level 8 Universe Knight within 10 seconds. Hong! His body shook, and a terrifying force rushed out in all directions. His body moved, and he charged directly into the Scorpion Emperor Grotto Heaven. Pong! The defense of the Scorpion Emperor Grotto Heaven was directly broken through by him. The moment he entered, he saw over 1,000 liches attacking him. Each of the liches had a combat strength that was no less than a level 5 Universe Knight. Haha, as long as there are more liches from the liches countries, we can make up for the loss of the righteous god race. Wang Xian laughed out loud. He waved his arm and turned it into a dragon claw. The dragon claw tore straight ahead. The terrifying power contained in the dragon claw caused the expressions of the thousands of liches who were charging at him to change drastically. This is bad. The strength of the intruders is extremely terrifying. Among the thousands of liches, there were liches who possessed extremely powerful senses and sharp perception of danger. The moment Wang Xian made his move, there were liches who fled to the back. Can you escape? All of you shall die. Killing intent appeared in Wang Xian's eyes. He waved his dragon claw and attacked them directly. We can't escape. Attack! A lich powerhouse's eyes turned red as he roared coldly. Buzz! 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 In an instant, all kinds of attacks were launched at Wang Xian. Some liches had densely packed eyeballs. Every eyeball was emitting a blood-red glow. Some liches had their chests split open as a large amount of poisonous gas rushed forward. All kinds of strange attacks. Die! However, their strength was still not enough for Wang Xian. The strongest level 7 Universe Knight Lich could not withstand Wang Xian's attack. Bang, bang, bang. A woo! Fight! Fight! There's a strong enemy invasion. The sounds of collision and misery rang out. In an instant, nearly 1,000 liches were killed by Wang Xian. However, there were still a few liches who managed to dodge this fatal blow and roared downwards. At the bottom of the Scorpion Emperor Grotto Heaven was a poisonous pond. The entire poisonous pond was emitting a black-green light. Within this light, there were many figures hidden. Not good, it's a Universe Knight level 8 powerhouse. Our Scorpion Claw City Lord isn't here. A lich with a huge vertical, I said with a solemn expression. Immediately inform the city leader to use the Grotto Heaven to defend against the enemy. Beside him, there was a slender figure with a beautiful head, but the head was densely packed with countless poisonous snakes. The strangest thing was that this talking lich only had this strange and beautiful head and no other body. Kill! He spat out a cold killing intent and his body shook. Kill! Anyone who dares to invade our Scorpion Emperor city. Die! Sky miasma, rise! A few liches roared. The aura they gave off were all at Universe Night level 7. Voila! In the poison pool below them, a green scorpion flew out. Whoever dares to invade our Scorpion Emperor's grotto heaven will die. A dense voice that sounded like countless overlapping voices came from the scorpion's body. The scorpion was about 1,000 meters in size. Cracks appeared in the void around it. He stared at Wang Xian, who was in the sky, and charged forward in an instant. The 5 lich powerhouses around them exchanged glances and followed the scorpion. This scorpion doesn't seem to be a known powerhouse in the Lich Kingdom. No, this creature is a little special. Wang Xian narrowed his eyes slightly and stared at the scorpion that was attacking him. The green scorpion with black spots emitted a terrifying aura. The strangest thing was that there were thousands of faces on the scorpion's head. Each face was extremely ferocious as they stared at Wang Xian with bloodthirsty eyes. It is said that every force that enters the heaven-splitting primordial land is able to occupy a blessed land. Each blessed land has a different effect. This scorpion should be a guardian monster created by the Lich Kingdom using a special method. This monster cannot leave the Scorpion Emperor's blessed land, but it can unleash terrifying strength. Wang Xian narrowed his eyes slightly. The heaven-splitting primordial land was the first continent in the universe, and it was also the most central existence. It had nurtured countless races, and naturally it also possessed a very mystical place. At this moment, the scorpion heads that flew over opened their mouths one by one. Poison threads attacked Wang Xian instantly. Wang Xian focused his gaze and waved his arm. A destructive force of the 5 elements covered the poison threads. Pooh, pooh, pooh. However, what surprised him was that the poison threads penetrated his destructive force instantly. He is not an ordinary Universe Knight with level 8 combat strength, Wang Xian muttered. In the next moment, the 5 elements grinding mill appeared around him. The yin-yang dragon coiled around him. Kill! His eyes were filled with a sinister look as he attacked the poisonous scorpion. Bang! The dragon claws formed from his arms clawed at the poisonous scorpion. The poisonous scorpion also extended its claws, which were flowing with black-green poisonous water, to meet Wang Xian's dragon claws. Bang! The sound of a collision was heard. Wang Xian felt the dragon claws stiffen slightly as all sorts of toxins entered his body. The yin-yang dragon coiled around him and immediately expelled the toxins. Bang! In the sky, the 5 elements millstone had transformed into a gray divine dragon shadow that swooped down from the sky. Around this divine dragon shadow were the sun, coffin, pagoda, ice sword, fire saber, and ropes. Boom! The terrifying attack from the 5 elements millstone landed on the scorpion. Awe! On the scorpion's body, screams of pain could be heard. More than half of the faces on the scorpion's head were disintegrated in an instant and were corroded rapidly. It looked extremely bloody. Humph! Dragon Eye Lock! Wang Xian grunted coldly as chains flew towards it. The opponent is very strong. Attack! Below, the Universe Knights of Scorpion Imperial City, level 7 masters, saw the scene and their expressions changed slightly. Their pupils constricted as they roared. Hong, hong, hong. The group of Universe Knights roared and attacked the blood-red chains. At the same time, the entire Scorpion Emperor Grotto Heaven erupted with a terrifying aura. Green poisonous fog shot up into the sky from the holes. This poisonous fog was like smoke. Someone has invaded our city god Grotto Heaven. Someone has invaded. All citizens of Scorpion Imperial City, prepare for battle. Prepare for battle. Kill, kill, kill. Kill, kill, kill. In an instant, figures shot up into the sky from Scorpion Imperial City and flew towards Scorpion Imperial Grotto Heaven. Over 10 million people in the city all rushed over at the same time. A terrifying energy instantly shot up into the sky. Faced with the invaders, everyone in the Scorpion Imperial City was united. Humph! At the same time, Wang Xian snorted in the Scorpion Emperor Grotto Heaven. In the entire Scorpion Emperor Grotto Heaven, no living creature could pose any threat to him, even the poisonous scorpion. Die! Many chains wrapped around the poisonous scorpion. The attacks of the surrounding universe Night Level 7 experts couldn't cause much damage when they landed on the chains. Wang Xian's dragon claws clawed at the scorpion once again. No, no, no! Run, run, run! When the numerous faces on the scorpion's head saw Wang Xian's terrifying attack, all of them revealed terrified expressions. They let out horrifying screams and shook their bodies in an attempt to escape. However, in front of Wang Xian, the Level 8 Universe Knight did not have much power to resist. Pooh! The dragon claw grabbed onto the scorpion and waves of energy surged into its body. Oh no, our city lord isn't here. We aren't a match for the other party. Run, run, run now. The eyes of the Level 7 Universe Knight liches narrowed slightly when they saw this scene. They knew that they weren't a match for the other party. Run. At this moment, they could only run. Can we escape? Wang Xian waved his dragon claw and the ferocious faces on the venomous scorpion crumbled. He kept the venomous scorpion and flapped his incipient saint wings to attack them. How terrifying was Wang Xian's speed. He was comparable to a Level 9 Universe Knight. Even if they were experts in speed, they were still far from Wang Xian. No, no, don't kill me. All disciples, run, run. The Level 7 Universe Knights sensed Wang Xian's speed, and despair appeared in their eyes. There were liches begging for mercy, and there were liches warning the disciples in Scorpion Emperor City outside. Pooh, pooh, pooh. But without exception, they were easily killed by Wang Xian. Ha! Not good. The lords in the Scorpion Emperor's cave are no match for the intruders. Let us escape. The faces of the disciples of the Scorpion Emperor's city, who were flying over from all directions, changed drastically when they heard the voices. Many of the powerhouses stopped immediately. Roar! 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 The next moment, a terrifying roar was heard. Wang Xian flew out from the Scorpion Emperor's cave and transformed into the body of a divine dragon. Currently, his body had already reached the size of 100,000 meters. His terrifying body was like a mountain, and it contained a terrifying pressure and aura. He swayed his dragon body and swept his dragon tail in all directions. A grayish energy attacked the surroundings at a terrifying speed. Not good, the opponent's strength is terrifying. Let's escape quickly. The liches in the Scorpion Imperial City sensed the might coming from Wang Xian and roared in fear. Boom! However, the terrifying destructive power had already caused the deaths of millions of liches instantly. Their corpses fell towards the ground. Damn it! What kind of powerhouse did our Scorpion Imperial City offend to be so terrifying? Some of the liches in the Scorpion Imperial City sensed this scene and widened their eyes. They tried their best to escape into the distance. Roar! 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 True dragon body, fire dragon god. Wang Xian let out a low roar. His entire body turned into a body of flames. A terrifying flame shot out in all directions. That terrifying flame made all the liches in the surroundings look horrified. You want to escape? Today, this Dragon King will destroy the city. Wang Xian's eyes were filled with killing intent. With a thought, the 5 elements' great mill flew backward. He flew forward. The 5 elements' great mill expanded rapidly, reaching a radius of more than 100 million kilometers. The various acquired numinous treasures and acquired supreme treasures that were absorbed attacked the liches one by one. Run, run, run. Hide in your cosmos god country. Run quickly. Faced with Wang Xian's rampage, the Scorpion Imperial City had no way to resist. Wang Xian swayed his huge body as flames attacked in all directions. The surrounding mountain peaks collapsed and the buildings were set ablaze. Half of the Scorpion Imperial City was engulfed in a sea of flames. Coupled with Wang Xian's terrifying speed, a large number of liches were killed by him. Only a small number of them were able to escape. The entire Scorpion Imperial City was being slaughtered by him rapidly. At the same time, in the main city of the Lich Kingdom, the Lich City stood on the body of a skeleton corpse. The entire skeleton corpse was embedded in the ground. This skeleton corpse was so huge that it was abnormally terrifying. It was rumored that at the beginning of the universe, life was born in the heaven-splitting prehistoric continent. When life was born, it suffered a great calamity and died in it. Then, it merged with the heaven-splitting prehistoric continent and formed a special paradise. Hundreds of liches stood excitedly in the huge skeleton's head. In the center of them, there was a huge pile of treasures. When these treasures gathered together, even the great beings of the liches country were moved. Ha ha, this time our liches country's harvest is not bad, every city will get a share of the resources. In the center of the huge pile of treasures, the liches king said with a face full of laughter. Liches king, this time's income is at least equivalent to our harvest of over 100 million years. Hee hee. As expected of the strongest force in the surrounding starry skies, the accumulation is indeed rich. Haha, that dragon palace still wants to compete with us. At most, there's a universe knight level 8 great being, yet they still dare to compete with our lich kingdom. They're simply courting death. That's right, even if we offend that dragon palace this time, it's worth it to obtain these treasures. Around them, universe knight level 8 liches laughed loudly. This time, the harvest of their lich kingdom was simply too great. The most important thing was that these gains were very easy for them, and they didn't have to pay any price. As for offending the dragon palace, they didn't take it to heart. Their strength was over 10 times that of the dragon palace. If it wasn't for the rules of the heaven-opening primal continent, if the dragon king dared to be arrogant in front of them, they would have killed him long ago. Right at this moment, a lich with a long scorpion tail and 2 huge clamps on his body suddenly froze. He immediately took out the universe AI, and when he saw the information on it, his expression changed greatly. He waved his arm, and a 100-meter-sized city model appeared in front of him. In the model of the city, there were a large number of divine tablets. When he saw that 90% of the divine tablets had been broken, his pupils constricted slightly. What's going on? What happened in Scorpion Imperial City? On the side, a lich expert saw the situation in the model of the city and his expression changed greatly. He immediately asked, "Huff, huff." The great lich with the scorpion tail was breathing rapidly and his expression changed drastically. I don't know. Scorpion Emperor City has been attacked by great beings. All universe knights and level 7 great beings have been killed, and 80% of the other disciples have been killed. Roar. Damn it. Scorpion Emperor City leader roared furiously. There were 12 main cities in their country and each main city represented a blessed land. It was equivalent to 1/12th of the power of their country. And now it was destroyed. A huge amount of power was lost. How can this be? There's a 1,000-faced scorpion in Scorpion Emperor City. How can it be destroyed so easily? Could there be a level 9 knight? In front, a level 8 knight roared with a serious expression. The Scorpion Imperial City has been destroyed? In the center, the Lich King looked over with a cold expression. Yes, Lord Lich King. Our Scorpion Imperial City has been destroyed. Only a few disciples have escaped and are now rushing towards us. The city lord of Scorpion Imperial City replied with a gloomy expression. Damn it, who did it? Who dares to destroy our Scorpion Imperial City? The Lich King's face was filled with anger. Reporting to Lord Lich King, a disciple of Scorpion Imperial City urgently greets you. At this moment, a Lich came in from outside and bowed. Let him in immediately. The Lich King immediately replied. Lord Lich King, City Lord, our Scorpion Imperial City has been destroyed and countless of our experts and disciples have been killed. You must avenge us. A Lich walked over with a face full of grief and knelt in front of them. Who did this? The Scorpion Imperial City Lord flew over with a trembling body and stared at him as he questioned. I don't know either. It's a divine dragon. The Lich's body trembled and he shook his head. He waved his arm and an image appeared in front of them. In the image, a divine dragon swept its tail, and the terrifying energy caused the death of millions of Scorpion Imperial City disciples. Divine dragon! All the experts of the Lich Kingdom looked gloomy when they saw the scene in the picture. At present, only the ancestral dragon, the divine light dragon, and the dragon palace are powerful. A Lich expert looked over and said in a low voice, a pure-blooded divine dragon with a pair of wings. This is the Dragon King of the Dragon Palace. the Dragon King of the Dragon Palace. I've seen this information on the artificial intelligence system. At this moment, a lich powerhouse growled in a low voice. Dragon King of the Dragon Palace? He must have eaten a bear's heart and a leopard's guts to attack our lich kingdom. A lich powerhouse's expression changed when he heard this and he growled sternly. Just a moment ago they had said that the Dragon Palace was just SOSO and they did not take it seriously at all. But now they found out that the other party had destroyed their Scorpion Imperial City. Face slapping, this was a blatant face slapping. It's indeed the Dragon King. Damn it, let's go over immediately and destroy that Dragon King. The lich expert confirmed. His gaze swept over the surrounding crowd as he roared with a face full of killing intent. Dragon Palace, they are courting death. If it really is that Dragon King, this king will destroy that Dragon Palace. The Lich King roared with a face full of rage. The loss of a main city was a huge loss to the Lich Kingdom. Within Scorpion Emperor City, there was a Universe Knight level 8 fighter. There were over 10 Universe Knights level 7 and 10 Universe Knights level 6. If all of them were killed by Dragon Emperor, then their gains this time might not be as great as their losses. After all, to nurture a Universe Knight level 8 great being, they needed not only resources but also opportunities. The teleportation formation leading to Scorpion Emperor City has been destroyed, and the teleportation formation within Scorpion Emperor Grotto Heaven has also been destroyed. We can only rush over from Choling City. Very soon, a great being from the Lich Kingdom reported to them with a gloomy expression. Hearing this news, they were all burning with anger. Let's go, let's go. A strong murderous aura emanated from the body of the Lich King, and he immediately flew into the teleportation formation. The destruction of a main city had also caused great losses to the Lich Kingdom. At the same time, Wuxia was still in the Scorpion Emperor's cave when the group of experts from the Lich Kingdom rushed over. After he had killed a group of experts, the rest of the liches in the entire city began to kill very quickly. In just a few minutes, he had destroyed more than half of the city. After sensing that there were no more liches in the city, he did not continue to destroy the city. Instead, he came to this blessed land. Hovering above the poisonous pool, Wuxia sized it up curiously. This was the first time he had seen such a unique blessed land. The poison in this poisonous pool is enough to poison a level 8 Universe Knight to death. Put it away and let Bachi and the others make it into an offensive weapon. Wuxia mumbled. With a wave of his arm, a large amount of poison entered the mother nest and was put away by him. The amount of poison in the pool was neither too much nor too little. It was about tens of thousands of tons. After he had taken away all the poison, there were black rocks inside. These black rocks had many small holes. The poison was seeping out from these small holes. It's a pity that most of the grotto heavens and blessed lands in the heaven opening and primal continent cannot be taken away. They are connected to the continent. I can take away the venom, but I can't take away this blessed land. Wuxia shook his head. I can't stay here any longer. I have to leave. Looking at the time, he didn't dare to stay any longer. If all the experts from the Lich Kingdom rushed over, Wuxia wouldn't be their match. If I destroy a city, I can prepare to destroy the next one. HMPH, unless there are 3 to 4 Universe Knight level 8 experts guarding a city, I can destroy it. Wuxia's eyes were cold as he flew out of the Scorpion Emperor Grotto Heaven. He looked at the map around him and flew in one direction. He did not go to the nearest city because the teleportation formation of this city had been destroyed by him. If the experts from the Lich Kingdom wanted to rush over quickly, they would be teleported to the nearest city. Furthermore, Wuxia was not in a hurry. After destroying a city, he could take a stroll around this continent. Take a tour of this heaven-splitting primordial land. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Not long after Wuxia flew out of the Scorpion Imperial City, numerous majestic figures flew over unscrupulously. Damn Dragon King! From afar, they saw that more than half of the Scorpion Imperial City was in a sea of fire. Their eyes were blood-red and filled with rage. The city lord of the Scorpion Imperial City appeared above the Scorpion Imperial City in a flash. He looked down with an extremely gloomy expression. A sea of fire enveloped Scorpion Emperor City. Other than the flames, There was only the stench of blood in the surroundings. There were no corpses of any of his subordinates. The entire Scorpion Emperor city had completely become a ruined city. Under his senses, more than 90% of the 10 million disciples in Scorpion Emperor city had died. This was not a small loss for the Lich Kingdom. Let's go to the Grotto Heaven. The Lich King flew straight into the Scorpion Emperor's Grotto Heaven with a gloomy face. When they entered the Scorpion Emperor's Grotto Heaven, there were no living beings inside. Except for the Scorpion Emperor's Grotto Heaven, there was nothing else. The Scorpion Emperor's Grotto Heaven is protected by the thousand-faced poison scorpion. The thousand-faced poison scorpion is not weak, but it was still killed by the Dragon King. The Dragon King is very strong. An expert from the Lich Kingdom looked around with a gloomy face and said in a deep voice, "The Dragon King of the Dragon Palace is a purebred divine dragon. They killed several other divine dragons and have a lot of acquired supreme treasures. Their strength is definitely not to be underestimated. I really didn't expect the Dragon King to be so sinister. The last time he saw us, he didn't dare to make a move. Now he actually dares to sneak attack our Lich Kingdom." A skinny lich with a bamboo hat, who looked like an old man, said. He extended his black bone-like arm and waved it gently in front of him. In the void in front of him, Wang Xian's image appeared. In the image, Wang Xian was killing a thousand-faced venomous scorpion. As a powerful wizard clan, it was easy for the Lich clan to investigate the situation here. Furthermore, with Wang Xian's current strength and the Heaven Array's current strength, it was impossible for him to stop the experts from the Lich Kingdom from investigating. Therefore, Wang Xian did not interfere at all. So what if they found out that he was the one who did it? This Dragon King's strength is rather formidable. The 11 Lich experts narrowed their eyes slightly. Their faces were filled with a solemn expression. To be able to destroy the thousand-faced venomous scorpion so quickly, many of the Lich experts present thought that they were unable to do so. No matter what, if the Dragon King of the Dragon Palace dares to attack our Lich's country, it means that they are going to start a war. The Lich's king stared at them coldly, his eyes filled with coldness. If the Dragon Palace wants to start a war, then our Lich's country doesn't have to worry at all. Destroy the Dragon Palace. He roared the last 4 words. Destroy the Dragon Palace. The leader of the forces surrounding the starry sky had destroyed one city of the Lich Kingdom. So the Lich Kingdom could naturally take revenge and declare war. Lord Lich King, the Dragon King is very powerful. He is most likely heading to our other cities right now. We must be prepared. A Lich City Lord spoke and frowned slightly. If we go to destroy the Dragon Palace, then once the Dragon King continues to attack our main city, we won't be able to do anything. We will definitely take revenge for destroying our Scorpion Imperial City. The City Lord roared with killing intent. I have an idea. Half of the experts will attack the Dragon Palace, and the other half will stay in the Lich Kingdom. All the main cities will be sealed off and be on high alert. Once a main city is attacked, inform everyone to come and help and destroy the Dragon Palace. Okay. The Lich King pondered for a moment and nodded heavily. As long as they were on high alert, they would only need a few seconds to rush over to help through the teleportation formation. The Dragon King was only one person, so it wasn't difficult for them to deal with him. Half of the experts in the Lich Kingdom were enough to resist and kill the Dragon King. As for the other half, they would go to surround Lu Xingkong and attack the Dragon Palace. Go back and plan, the Lich King ordered. The group of powerhouses immediately flew towards the main city behind them. Just as the Lich Kingdom was discussing everything, Wang Xian had already left the Scorpion Imperial City. He used the 8 Luminaries' dragon scale to easily change his aura to prevent himself from being chased. I can't fly any deeper. The strongest person at the edge of the heaven-splitting primordial land is a universe knight at level 8. If I go deeper, there will be even stronger ones. Furthermore, the territory I'm in now seems to be the territory of another powerful force. Wang Xian looked at the map on the AI and mumbled. It was more dangerous in the deeper regions. Wang Xian was not prepared to venture deeper. At the edge of the heaven-splitting prehistoric land, the strength of the Lich Kingdom could be ranked in the top 3. The territory he was in now was also the territory of a very powerful force. I'll wander around for 5 to 6 days before heading to the next city. Wang Xian was making a plan in his mind as he flew towards the right. He was currently flying in human form. In human form, he looked extremely tiny in the heaven-splitting chaotic land. Sometimes an ordinary bug would be much bigger than him. Buzz, buzz, buzz. Eh? When he was flying for 3 days in the heaven-splitting chaotic land, a powerful energy fluctuation suddenly came from the left front. Sensing this energy fluctuation, he was surprised. This energy fluctuation was like a numinous treasure. He slightly narrowed his eyes and quickly flew in that direction. Dragon Eye! When he gradually approached, he sensed waves of aura and the dragon eye flickered. The scene in front of him appeared in his line of sight, and an earthy yellow shield slowly flew up from the underground. The entire shield looked extremely ancient. There were even patterns of heaven and earth on it. This is a spiritual treasure unearthed. Wang Xian was astonished. There were many acquired spiritual treasures in the heaven-opening primal continent, especially acquired spiritual treasures. If one was lucky, one would be able to pick them up in the heaven-opening primal continent. It was possible to pick up acquired spiritual treasures, but the probability was even lower. The discovery of a spiritual treasure was an opportunity for any living being. If one could obtain a spiritual treasure, it would be a treasure that belonged to oneself. The shield in front of him contained a powerful force. It was definitely not at the level of an acquired supreme treasure. This was an acquired supreme treasure. I really didn't expect to encounter an acquired supreme treasure. My luck is pretty good. Wang Xian narrowed his eyes slightly. An acquired treasure was also a powerful treasure to a powerhouse at his level. I'm not the only one. There are many people around. Wang Xian swept his gaze across the area. In his line of sight, there were 3 groups of people around the earthy yellow shield. There were many earthy yellow giant python demonic beasts with earthy yellow horns. They scanned their surroundings with cold eyes. An existence that looked like a mummy was wrapped in white cloth. There were also more than 10 Lich experts from the Lich Kingdom. I didn't expect the discovery of an acquired treasure to attract so many experts. There are 3 Universe Knight level 7 experts. Wang Xian stared ahead. In his line of sight, there was a Universe Knight level 7 expert in each of the 3 forces. There were also some experts surrounding them, but they didn't dare to rush over. An acquired treasure. It's a pretty good treasure. Wang Xian narrowed his eyes slightly. In the middle of the battlefield, the strength of the 3 forces wasn't too different. They were looking at each other vigilantly to prevent the other party from making a sudden move. With the 3 forces in the balance, no one dared to make the first move to snatch it. Whoosh! At this moment, Wang Xian's figure flashed and instantly arrived at the side of the acquired treasure. He waved his arm and a wave of energy enveloped it. Not good. Someone wants to snatch it. Attack. Roar. Wang Xian's sudden appearance changed the situation of the 3 forces drastically. They instantly launched their attacks and attacked him. Wang Xian ignored their attacks. The Tai Chi dragon spun around and easily blocked their attacks. He stretched out his palm and directly grabbed the acquired Supreme Treasure Earth attribute shield in his hand. The opponent is very strong. Universe Knight level 8. The expressions of the experts from the 3 forces changed slightly when they saw that their attacks were easily blocked. Universe Knight level 8 was an almost invincible existence in this region. Buzz! Wang Xian moved his arm and directly kept the acquired Supreme Treasure. TSK, as expected of the heaven-splitting primordial land. He obtained an acquired supreme treasure so easily. He mumbled and revealed a faint smile on his face. The next moment, his gaze swept across and landed on the group of experts from the Lich Kingdom. Run! Sensing Wang Xian's unfriendly gaze, the group of Liches from the Lich Kingdom did not hesitate and fled into the distance. Crash! Wang Xian flapped his incipient saint wings on his back and flew past their bodies at a terrifying speed. No, who are you? We are from the Lich Kingdom. Are you trying to make an enemy out of the Lich Kingdom? The level 7 Universe Knight from the Lich Kingdom, who was in the lead, saw Wang Xian charging towards them. His expression changed drastically as he shouted in shock and anger. Pft, pft. Wang Xian ignored their roars as more than 10 experts from the Lich Kingdom were killed. Let's go! When the horned python saw the scene, it swayed its huge body and instantly fled into the distance. "Senior, who are you?" This treasure was unearthed in the territory of our corpse-wrapping race. The corpse-wrapping race expert, who was wrapped in white cloth and looked like a mummy, saw Wuxia obtain the acquired treasure and saw him killing the experts from the Lich Kingdom. He asked in a cold voice as if he was a corpse talking. "Acquired treasures belong to those who are capable." Wuxia looked at them and said faintly. He was naturally clear about the corpse-wrapping race. They were also one of the top factions at the edge of the Heaven Opening and Primal Continent. Their strength was not weaker than the Lich Kingdom. The cultivation method of the corpse-wrapping race was very special. Their physique was similar to that of humans, but they did not resemble humans. The acquired supreme treasure in our territory should belong to us, the corpse-wrapping race. Please return it to us, sir. The corpse-wrapping race leader, whose figure was completely covered by the white cloth, continued speaking in a cold voice. When Wuxia heard his words, he narrowed his eyes slightly and swept his gaze across the group of people. "Come and try it. See if you can take it away." The group of people from the corpse-wrapping race was slightly silent. Their faces couldn't be seen clearly, and neither could their eyes. It was unknown what they were thinking at this moment. Wuxia hesitated for a moment. He didn't make a move. Instead, he turned around and flew out. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Just as he was about to fly out, strips of bloody white cloth swept towards him. When he saw the terrifying power of the white cloth, his eyes narrowed slightly. The other party was deliberately stalling for time just now. The experts from the corpse-wrapping race had already arrived. In the next moment, Wuxia could only feel the surrounding scenery. The dense white cloth around him had formed a special space. In this space, there were 3 experts from the corpse-wrapping race standing. They hovered around him in a cold triangular formation and locked onto Wuxia completely. "Take out the acquired treasure of our corpse-wrapping race. Otherwise, it will become the nourishment for our corpse-wrapping cloth." Right in front of them, the expert from the corpse-wrapping race said in a cold voice. Their voice was extremely cold without any emotion. Wuxia felt very uncomfortable listening to their voices. As he couldn't see the faces of the corpse-wrapping race members clearly, he didn't realize that the other party was deliberately stalling for time. However, Wuxia didn't take the 3 universe knights from the corpse-wrapping race, who had level 8 combat strength, to heart. Buzz! He moved his palm and the 5 elements millstone appeared in his hand. He glanced at the 3 wrapped corpse race experts and said, "You can't stop me. If you want to fight, you are courting death." Wuxia didn't want to have a conflict with the wrapped corpse race experts. He hadn't settled the matter of the Lich Kingdom and didn't want to provoke such a powerful force. However, it was impossible for him to hand over the acquired treasure. Treasures belonged to those who were capable. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Just as he finished his sentence, the corpse-wrapping cloth attacked him directly. The corpse-wrapping cloth was sharp and strange as it swept toward Wuxia. Ha! Wind attribute, darkness attribute. Wuxia was slightly shocked when he felt the energy coming from the corpse-wrapping cloth. The corpse-wrapping race controlled 2 attributes. "Get lost!" Wuxia growled. The 5 elements millstone emitted the aura of the destruction of the 5 elements and attacked the shroud. Buzz! The shroud seemed to be contaminated by the energy of the 5 elements millstone in an instant. It became a little gray. Kill! When the 3 corpse-wrapping race experts saw this scene, they let out a cold killing intent at the same time. The shroud also turned into a blood shroud in an instant. On the blood cloth, blood-red mummies were condensed. They directly tore at Wuxia. "You guys have really angered me. Let's end this quickly." Wuxia's eyes were filled with killing intent. This was the territory of the wrapped-up corpse tribe. He couldn't stay here for too long. Roar! Roar! Wuxia let out a wild roar and transformed into the body of a divine dragon. 8 dragon clones. After transforming into the body of the divine dragon, he immediately unleashed his most powerful attack. It was his law projection, the 8 dragon clones. He had to break through this place as soon as possible, or he had to destroy the experts of the corpse-wrapping race. These cold corpse-wrapping race experts made him feel extremely uncomfortable. Roar! 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 The moment the 8 divine dragon silhouettes appeared and when the 5 elements grinding mill unleashed a terrifying attack, the bodies of the 3 corpse-wrapping race experts clearly paused. Bang, bang, bang. The powerful 8 dragon avatars attacked in all directions and huge cracks appeared on the corpse-wrapping cloth. The 5 elements millstone also unleashed a terrifying river of annihilation sweeping through the surroundings. Kill, kill, kill. Sensing the powerful strength that Wang Xian had unleashed, the 3 experts of the wrapped corpse race let out a low growl. The shrouds on their bodies flew out from their bodies. Slowly, the true faces of the 3 experts of the wrapped corpse race appeared in front of Wang Xian. Each of the 3 elders was extremely pale. Their skin was white and even their eyeballs were white. It was a little horrifying, as though they were different from the rest of the humans. Their white arms were holding onto a long shroud as their natal shroud attacked Wang Xian. On the shroud, Wang Xian could feel the terrifying wind attribute power. You guys have really angered me. Wang Xian's eyes were filled with cold killing intent. He wasn't prepared to fight to the death with the 3 experts of the zombie clan. However, since the other party didn't allow him to leave, he couldn't be blamed for being vicious. Did he really think that he was afraid of them? Die! Wang Xian let out a furious roar. The Tai Chi dragon coiled around his body. He no longer wanted to break through and escape. Instead, he attacked one of the experts of the corpse-wrapping race. At the same time, the 5 elements grinding mill emitted a luster. A grayish divine dragon phantom rushed out from within. All kinds of acquired spiritual treasures and acquired supreme treasures attacked the expert of the corpse-wrapping race. Be careful! When the 2 wrapping corpse race experts saw that Wang Xian had locked onto one of their clansmen, their expressions changed slightly. They shouted in a cold voice. Their defeated eyes were filled with traces of blood. The 2 of them did not hesitate at all. The power of darkness spread to their natal wrapping cloth. The wrapping cloth instantly turned into a demonic sword and stabbed directly at Wang Xian. However, Wang Xian completely ignored the attacks of the 2 experts of the corpse-wrapping race. He stared at the expert of the corpse-wrapping race in front of him. Die! The eyes of the expert of the corpse-wrapping race were filled with rage. The shroud in front of him extended and attacked Wang Xian. Roar, roar, roar. On one side, a gray divine dragon formed by the 5 elements millstone was attacking the shroud with a terrifying attack. Under the attack of the 5 elements millstone, the shroud was instantly suppressed. This caused the expression of the expert from the wrapping race to change drastically. Die! At this moment, Wang Xian's attack followed closely behind. The one who dies is you. When the expert from the wrapping race who was being attacked saw Wang Xian charging towards him, there wasn't the slightest hint of fear on his face. This was because the other 2 experts from the wrapping race had already arrived beside Wang Xian. Boom! Boom! The 2 natal shrouds emitted a terrifying energy and landed on Wang Xian's body. However, at this moment, the Tai Chi dragon was spinning. The terrifying attacks caused ripples around him. The attacks of the 2 experts of the wrapped corpse race were completely blocked. What? At this moment, the expression of the experts of the wrapped corpse race who were in front of him finally changed drastically. Roar! Roar! Wang Xian let out a wild roar. His dragon claw emitted a grayish destructive force as it clawed at him directly. This expert from the corpse-wrapping race extended his palm and blocked the endless dark force. However, under Wang Xian's terrifying attack, the dark force was penetrated by the dragon claw and grabbed onto his body. Do you really think that I don't dare to fight with you because I'm afraid of you? A cold look appeared in Wang Xian's eyes as he clenched his dragon claw forcefully. A terrifying energy covered their bodies and killed them directly. How is this possible? How can his defense be so terrifying? At the side, the other 2 experts from the corpse-wrapping race saw that their full-strength strike did not break through his defense. Instead, one of their comrades was killed and they looked embarrassed. A hint of shock and anger appeared in their eyes. Roar! Roar! In the next moment, Wang Xian's figure disappeared instantly. When he reappeared, he was already behind one of the experts of the corpse-wrapping race. Be careful! The other expert immediately warned loudly. His expression changed drastically. Under the circumstance of 3 against 1, one of them was actually killed by the other party. Now, they were also in a dangerous situation. Whoosh! 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 Sensing Wang Xian's attack, the expert from the wrapped corpse tribe waved his arm. The wrapping cloth in front of him quickly wrapped around his body. Bang! However, at this moment, a terrifying attack landed on his body, causing him to spurt out fresh blood. The wrapping cloth that had yet to completely wrap around him was dyed red. Bang! In the next moment, a sharp sword flew out from the 5 elements grinding mill and pierced directly into the body of the expert from the wrapped corpse tribe. The sharp sword penetrated the wrapping cloth and penetrated his body. The expert of the wrapping corpse race who came to the rescue landed his attack on Wang Xian. However, he was still unable to break through the defense of the Taiji dragon disc. Bang! The dragon claw grabbed onto the body of the second expert of the wrapping corpse race. A terrifying energy enveloped him. Run! The expression of the last expert of the wrapping corpse race changed drastically. Taking advantage of this opportunity, his figure disappeared instantly. At the side, more than 10 experts of the wrapped corpse race also fled into the distance in a panic. Humph! When Wang Xian saw them escaping, he didn't continue to pursue them. He waved his arm and stored the corpse into the mother nest. He scanned his surroundings and didn't dare to stay here for long. He left immediately and flew out of the territory of the wrapped corpse race. 10 minutes after he left, more than 10 experts of the wrapped corpse race flew over. Their cold aura stood there for 5 minutes before leaving. It's only a postnatal supreme treasure, yet the competition is so fierce. After Wang Xian left the territory of the corpse-wrapping race, he shook his head slightly and transformed into his human form to continue traveling through the heaven-opening primal continent. Because of a postnatal supreme treasure, 2 Universe Night Level 8 experts died. This was something that the corpse-wrapping race did not expect. It was too difficult to kill an opponent of the same level. If Wang Xian did not rely on his terrifying speed and strong defense, it would be difficult to kill an existence of the same level. However, the 3 powerhouses of the corpse-wrapping race thought that they could defeat Wang Xian. That was why they were killed by him. However, obtaining an acquired treasure and the corpses of 2 Universe Night Level 8 powerhouses is also a great reward. Wang Xian mumbled and smiled. As for the possibility of offending the corpse-wrapping race, he didn't care too much. The corpse-wrapping race was still unable to break through the defense of the Dragon Palace. Get ready, let's continue. Wang Xian muttered and turned on the universe AI. Next, he was preparing to attack another city in the Lich Kingdom. He had already chosen his target, the 5-bug city of the Lich Kingdom. The 5-insect city was not too far away from where Wang Xian was at the moment. This might be different from the last time. This time, the Lich Kingdom should make some preparations. I have to be careful and not be surrounded, he mumbled. Once he was surrounded, he would still be in danger of dying. Therefore, he had to be fully prepared for the extermination of the city. The 5-insect city is right ahead. Wang Xian flew for another 2 days in the heaven-splitting chaotic land. A city appeared in his line of sight and his eyes were sparkling. At this moment, his body had undergone a transformation. There were a pair of horns on his head, and his face was covered by red dragon scales. His entire body was also covered by dragon scales, making him look like a draconid. This form did not seem out of the ordinary in the 5-bug city. In fact, it was somewhat similar to the liches in the 5-bug city. In the 5-bug city, many liches had all sorts of scales, tentacles, and the like. Furthermore, the Grotto Heaven-blessed land in the 5-bug city was able to give birth to a special type of beetle. This type of beetle had an extremely tough carapace. When Wang Xian entered the city, he did not immediately fly towards the Grotto Heaven-blessed land in the 5-bug city. He did not make a move immediately either. When he attacked the Scorpion Imperial City, he was completely caught off guard. The Lich Kingdom never expected that Wang Xian would destroy their city. Under such circumstances, he easily succeeded. However, after he was on guard, the other cities were definitely on guard. For example, he would set up more secret formations. Once something happened to the city, a large number of experts could be teleported over directly. Therefore, it was best for Wang Xian to be fully prepared for this attack. Hurry up, hurry up. Once you enter the city, it will be forbidden to leave the city. the 5 insect city will enter a state of alert. When Wang Xian arrived at the city gate, a voice came from the front. Eh? The city has been sealed. Wang Xian raised his eyebrows slightly and continued walking inside. With his current appearance, even if the Lich King was here, it would be difficult for him to recognize him without making a move. The Scorpion Imperial City was destroyed. It was the Dragon King of the Dragon Palace who did it. Huh? Dragon King of the Dragon Palace? The Dragon King of the Dragon Palace who surrounded Lu Xingkong? Did he eat a bear's heart or a leopard's guts? How dare he provoke our Lich Kingdom? A force that surrounded Lu Xingkong actually dared to attack us. He's courting death. Destroy their Dragon Palace. As they walked in, the discussion of the liches could be heard from the surroundings. Wang Xian narrowed his eyes slightly and came to a beast coliseum of the liches. There were many people here and all kinds of information could be obtained from this place. Furthermore, he sent a message to Ba Qi and the rest to ask about the situation. Under such circumstances, the poisonous horned dragon species could do more things. For example, the poisonous horned dragon species could obtain the plans of the Lich Kingdom by lodging some of the experts in the 5 insect city. This way, it would be much easier to start a fight. Wang Xian sat in the beast coliseum of the Lich Kingdom and watched the 2 Void God Emperor-level desolate beasts fighting in front of him. Some of the surrounding liches were cheering. However, at this moment, at the edge of the heaven-opening primal continent, more than 1,000 figures were standing on a lich that had countless legs and was flying rapidly like a centipede. Heaven-devouring centipede. This was the famous heaven-devouring centipede of the Lich Kingdom, and it was also a powerful lich. This heaven-devouring centipede was the mount of the Lich King. Only when war broke out would the Lich King ride on the heaven-devouring centipede to battle. The heaven-devouring centipede was very fast, traveling a light-year distance in a flash. They flew out of the heaven-opening desolation continent, toward the interior of the surrounding starry sky, and toward the nest of the ancient sea race. While the main cities of the Lich Kingdom were defending, the Lich King had already led over 1,000 experts and flew towards the Dragon Palace. Since the Dragon Palace dared to attack them, they had to destroy the Dragon Palace as well. As the Dragon Palace was the one who made the first move, they didn't violate the rules. Time flew by quickly. Wang Xian was temporarily staying in a lair in the 5 insect city. And Lai, Mo Sha, and 3 poisonous horned dragons stood respectfully in front of him. Dragon King, it will take another 7 days for 8 Qi to make a breakthrough. However, in 5 Bug City, I and my 3 subordinates are more than enough. Mo Sha said to Wang Xian confidently. Mo Sha had the combat strength of a Universe Knight at level 7. Beside him were 3 poisonous horned dragons with the combat strength of a Universe Knight at level 6. Ba Qi was used to increase Wang Xian's strength after he started to destroy the Scorpion Imperial City. However, he still needed 7 more days to break through. Alright, be careful. Currently, the entire Lich Kingdom is in a state of alert. There might be a level 8 Universe Knight guarding this place. Wang Xian reminded them. It's the Dragon King. Mo Sha and the rest nodded. Then they moved and disappeared quickly. Lai, who was at the side, also moved and disappeared slowly. Wang Xian sat in the room and made a cup of tea. He was waiting for the news with a smile on his face. At this moment, he received a message from Prime Minister Gue. When he saw this message, he narrowed his eyes slightly. Is he taking revenge now? He murmured. Boom! 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 At this moment, in the territory of the ancient sea race, a huge sky-devouring centipede was flying forward rapidly. Lord Lich King, the power of the Dragon Palace is in front of us, a subordinate reported to the Lich King with the demon dragon's head. All the experts of the Lich Kingdom, get ready. As long as you are a disciple of the Dragon Palace, kill anyone you see. The Lich King roared with a grim expression. Yes. The other experts of the Lich Kingdom roared with grim expressions. They stared at the spot in front of them with cold eyes. It had been a month since the Dragon Palace had destroyed the ancient sea race and the righteous god race. Although the treasures of the righteous god race had been taken away by the experts of the Lich Kingdom, the prestige of the Dragon Palace had been damaged. However, the position of the Dragon Palace in the surrounding Lu Xingkong was still at the overlord level. After the Dragon Palace came to the ancient sea race, a large number of forces in the surrounding Lu Xingkong came to visit every day. Even those forces that were far away also came to send gifts. After all, the strength that the Dragon Palace had displayed made all the forces in the surrounding Lu Xingkong extremely fearful. They had sent the congratulatory gifts to give the Dragon Palace a good impression. If any reckless disciples offended the Dragon Palace, there was still room for maneuver. Today, more than a dozen forces from the ocean, the main planet of the ancient sea race, also came to visit the Dragon Palace. It's a pity that we didn't see the Dragon King. However, the Dragon Palace is indeed, as the other forces said, they are quite kind and not too strong. That's right, be it the Dragon Queen or the powerful warriors of the Dragon Palace, they are all quite friendly. This is also good news for us. The Dragon King's strength should have reached Universe Knight level 8, right? I wonder when the Dragon Palace will start the landing battle. In the sky above the Dragon Palace, more than 10 powers and over 1,000 powerful warriors came out from the Dragon Palace. They were all smiling. Boom. All of a sudden, a terrifying power rushed over, making all of them feel breathless and pale. What's going on? What's going on? The expressions of the warriors who had just come out of the Dragon Palace changed drastically when they felt this suffocating aura. They were all Universe Knights at level 4 and 5, and they were not weak even in the surrounding Lu Xingkong. However, the aura coming from afar made them tremble. What level was this? The expressions of the great beings from over a dozen organizations changed drastically, and they hurriedly fled into the distance. Hong. Right at this moment, they saw a centipede flying over with a terrifying aura. On the centipede's body were figures that terrified them. This group of people did not even bother to conceal their aura. Hiss. So many great beings. Just who are they? The experts from the dozens of forces asked in shock. Those who aren't from the Dragon Palace, scram. At this moment, a cold voice sounded. An expert from the Lich Kingdom stared at the people from the dozens of forces with a grim expression. Under this terrifying gaze, everyone felt their scalps go numb and hurriedly retreated further away. They? What are they doing? Are they experts from the heaven-splitting chaotic continent? Everyone widened their eyes and looked shocked. How could so many experts suddenly appear? Weren't the experts of the heaven-opening desolate continent forbidden to attack the forces surrounding Lu Xingkong? How could they dare to violate the rules? They flew far away and looked in their direction. Dragon Palace, you deserve to die. Dragon King, you dare to destroy our Witchcraft Kingdom's Scorpion Imperial City? You are starting a war with our Witchcraft Kingdom. From today on, the Dragon Palace will be our enemy and will not rest until it is destroyed. At this moment, the Witchcraft King's voice resounded throughout the starry sky. This was a declaration from the Witchcraft Kingdom and also a declaration of war from the Witchcraft Kingdom. In the front, when the experts from more than 10 forces heard the words of the Witchcraft King, they were shocked. What? What's going on? Fuck, the Dragon King is not in the Dragon Palace, but has entered the heaven-opening primeval continent and destroyed a city of the Witchcraft Kingdom. This is too ruthless. Hiss, is the Dragon King so fierce? The Lich Kingdom stole the spoils of war from the Dragon Palace, and the Dragon King went straight to the Lich Kingdom and destroyed a city. Oh my god! At this moment, the experts from the dozens of forces opened their mouths in disbelief. The fact that the treasures and divine kingdoms of the righteous god race were taken away by the Lich Kingdom was known by the entire surrounding starry sky. Even the forces at the edge of the heaven-opening primal continent knew about it. All the forces in the surrounding starry sky were clear about the strength of the Lich Kingdom. It was a force with more than a dozen Universe Knights and level 8 powerhouses, and it occupied many paradises in the heaven-opening primal continent. Their strength and foundation were very terrifying. Everyone thought that the Dragon Palace would calm things down and take this loss secretly. However, they didn't expect that the Dragon King would directly charge into the heaven-opening desolate continent and destroy a main city of the Lich Kingdom. He was going to directly start a war with the Lich Kingdom. This was too fierce, he was going all out. The strength of the Lich Kingdom wasn't something the Dragon Palace could contend against. Now, the experts of the Lich Kingdom had directly charged over. The experts of the various factions gulped. At the same time, they spread this shocking news to the AI of the universe. Haha, the Lich Kingdom was already an enemy of the Dragon Palace when you dared to steal our treasures. Since the Dragon Palace dared to destroy your Scorpion Imperial City, we aren't afraid of your revenge. Do you really think that the Dragon Palace is afraid of you? Prime Minister Gue stood in the Dragon Palace and roared without any fear. The Dragon Palace had already received the news before the experts of the Lich Kingdom arrived. All the members of the Dragon Palace had already entered the Dragon Palace. Then, like the main cities of the Lich Kingdom, the Dragon Palace defended. They wanted to see who would admit defeat in the end. You're courting death. Blow up the Dragon Palace. The Lich King roared furiously and flew toward the sky of the Dragon Palace at a terrifying speed. Around him, more than 1,000 experts of the Lich Kingdom followed closely and attacked the Dragon Palace. Die! When they flew over, they had already started to gather the terrifying power of laws. In an instant, the entire sky above the Dragon Palace looked like the end of the world. In the next moment, all kinds of terrifying attacks poured toward the Dragon Palace. Hee. In the Dragon Palace, all the members of the Dragon Palace looked at them coldly. Bang, bang, bang. The experts from the forces surrounding Lu Xingkong looked at this attack in shock. The energy that could easily destroy all of them landed on the Dragon Palace, making an extremely loud noise. All kinds of energy tore through the void and flooded the Dragon Palace. In the sky, the Lich King stared at the Dragon Palace coldly with his blood-red dragon eyes. What? At this moment, when they sensed that the Dragon Palace was not damaged at all, their expressions changed slightly. Keep attacking. I don't believe that we can't break the Dragon Palace. The Lich King roared with a cold face. Hong hong hong. The next moment, another round of attacks rained down on the Dragon Palace. The weakest attack was at least a level 5 knight. With such power, no force in the surrounding Lu Xingkong could withstand it. The energy poured down, but the Dragon Palace remained unmoved, unharmed. The Lich Kingdom still hasn't broken through the defense of the Dragon Palace. Is this the Dragon Palace's trump card? They dared to provoke the Lich Kingdom because they relied on the invincible defense of the Dragon Palace. The experts from more than 10 forces in the distance murmured. Damn it! The Lich King glanced at the Dragon Palace below and didn't continue to attack. He had seen the Dragon Palace's defense. However, he didn't give up. He didn't believe that they couldn't open a Dragon Palace with their strength. Set up a large-scale array formation, the Lich King ordered. They were wizards, and the experts he brought this time were biased toward arrays. As long as they were given enough time to set up a powerful array formation, they were confident that they could break through the Dragon Palace. Yes, the other experts of the Lich Kingdom immediately replied. They were mentally prepared for this scene. After all, the defense of the Dragon Palace was well known. They could guess that the Dragon King dared to openly start a war because of the Dragon Palace. However, they were confident in their own strength. Seal the surroundings. If any warrior from the Dragon Palace dares to come out, kill them immediately. Any creature that steps into the Dragon Palace's territory will be treated as our enemy. A Knight level 8 Lich roared. Around the Dragon Palace, the experts of the Lich Kingdom began to set up arrays. Apart from body modification, the most powerful part of the wizard's lineage was arrays, especially when the wizards were defending. If a wizard was given enough time to set up a large number of arrays, he could even fight against 6 or even more. The Sky Array used to block a large number of experts. Now, the Lich Kingdom used the same method. The Dragon Palace relied on the defense of the Dragon Palace. In terms of experts, the Lich Kingdom was confident that they could defeat them. They could completely seal the Dragon Palace. Once a member of the Dragon Palace came out, they could kill him. In that case, they could set up powerful arrays around the palace. If they set up enough arrays and some acquired true treasures from the Lich Kingdom, they were confident that they could kill a level 9 knight. They could break through the Dragon Palace with arrays. That was their plan. However, it would take a lot of time to set up the arrays. The Lich Kingdom could afford to wait for this time. Just as the experts of the Lich Kingdom were preparing to attack the Dragon Palace with the array, the news of the Lich Kingdom attacking the Dragon Palace had spread through the entire galaxy. When everyone heard that the Dragon King of the Dragon Palace had attacked the Lich Kingdom and destroyed a city of the Lich Kingdom, there was an uproar. This Dragon King is too ruthless. So what if he's a powerful force in the heaven-opening desolate continent? He'll have to pay the price for stealing the treasures of the Dragon Palace. This is a direct war against the Lich Kingdom. Can the Dragon Palace withstand it? The Dragon Palace has already withstood the first wave of attacks from the Lich Kingdom. I wonder if it can withstand the next wave. All the forces in the surrounding starry sky were discussing this big battle. Who would have thought that the Dragon King of the Dragon Palace was so bloody-minded? Take the treasures of the Dragon Palace and I'll destroy your city. It was too fierce. Not long after, even some forces in the heaven-opening desolation continent found out about this matter. They were all dumbfounded. They knew the exact strength of the Lich Kingdom better than anyone else. They were ranked in the top 3 at the edge of the land. They were definitely strong. However, a faction that surrounded the starry sky dared to challenge them and openly declared war. This was unbelievable. Was the Dragon Palace crazy, or did they have the confidence to resist the attack of the Lich Kingdom? The factions that surrounded the starry sky and the edge of the heaven-splitting primordial land were all paying attention to this huge battle. At the same time, in the 5-insect city, Wang Xian was looking at the information on the universe's AI with a smile. To break through the defense of the Dragon Palace, one had to have the strength of a universe master. As for the dark world of the Demon Dragon and the Fire Dragon Palace beside the Dragon Palace, to break through them, one also needed the strength of a universe master. As for the other 2 dragon palaces, they were not needed. However, they had been put away and were being devoured by Ao Crab and the others. Therefore, Wang Xian was not worried about the situation at the Dragon Palace. Time passed day by day. The experts of the Lich Kingdom were setting up various formations. They were preparing to break through the Dragon Palace in one fell swoop. Meanwhile, Wang Xian was quietly waiting for Mo Sha and the rest to break through. Dragon King. 3 days later, an ox-headed lich with a carapace on his back came to Wang Xian's place and shouted respectfully, "We did it!" Wang Xian stood up and looked at Mo Sha with a smile. "Yes, Dragon King. If they didn't have any more hidden hands, I have pretty much figured out the situation in the entire 5-insect city." Mo Sha nodded and continued, "Currently, there are no level 8 universe knights in the 5-insect city. However, if the 5-insect city were to be attacked, 6 to 7 level 8 universe knights could be killed immediately. Other than that, there are 12 universe knight level 7 great beings in 5-bug city. Another important point is that if the great beings in 5-bug city use the cave-in to open the array, they can trap and kill universe knight level 8 great beings. Unless they are level 9, they cannot escape." Mo Sha told him all the information about 5-bug city. A formation that can trap or even kill a level 8 universe knight? Wang Xian's heart skipped a beat when he heard this. Now, Wang Xian was very confident in his defense and speed. Both of them were comparable to a level 9 universe knight. Logically speaking, with such strength, he should be completely unafraid of the Lich Kingdom. However, in reality, Wang Xian was still very fearful of the Lich Kingdom. That was because the Lich Kingdom was a lineage of wizards. The strange curse was able to ignore the defense of the Tai Chi Dragon Disc and directly affect his body. The Tai Chi Dragon Disc's defense was ineffective. The powerful binding formation could trap him. Wang Xian had strong defense and high speed, but his offensive power was only at level 8 Universe Knight. Once he was trapped, the powerhouses of the Lich Kingdom could easily kill him. Just like the formation in the 5 wormhole, once he was trapped, he could only wait for death. Even if there was Enlai, he didn't dare to take the risk. If there was still an attack in the formation, even if Enlai came, he wouldn't be able to block it. "Can you break the formation?" Wang Xian asked Mo Sha. The formation requires 5 Universe Knights at level 7 in the 5 wormhole to be activated. By then, I can destroy it from the outside. Mo Sha said. "That's good." Wang Xian squinted his eyes and looked at him. "Can you bring me into the 5 wormholes? If you can destroy the level 7 Universe Knight Lich, it will be even easier. It's very difficult to enter. With the formation set up by the experts of the Lich Kingdom, I won't be able to break it with my strength." Mo Sha shook his head. After all, the one he was hosting was only a lich with the combat strength of a level 7 universe knight. All right, go and make some preparations. When I enter the 5 wormhole by force, I must destroy their teleportation formation. Wang Xian nodded and instructed. It's the Dragon King. We will destroy the 3 secret formations as soon as possible. Mo Sha nodded his head. You go back first. I will act on time in an hour. Wang Xian nodded his head. It's the Dragon King. Mo Sha replied and left immediately. Wang Xian looked at the time and walked out of his room. He headed towards the 5-insect wonderland in the center of the 5-insect city. Similar to the Scorpion Imperial City, most of the powerhouses in the 5-insect city were also in the Wonderland. Every Wonderland has a special and powerful ability. This is why the powerhouses in the surrounding starry skies want to land. The Wonderland and resources are too tempting. If I can occupy a grotto heaven-blessed land, I might be able to fight against the forces that are stronger than me. Wang Xian pondered as he walked. The battle to land was very difficult for many forces. Half an hour later, Wang Xian arrived in front of the 5 Worms Grotto Heaven. His eyes were sparkling. At the same time, the formation of the Lich Kingdom was completed in the sky above the Dragon Palace after a few days of setup. The second round of attacks would start at the same time. Lord Lich Emperor 28 Universe Knight Level 8 arrays have been set up. Once activated, even a Universe Knight Level 9 Great Being will die. There are also more than 50 Universe Knight Level 7 arrays and 200 Universe Knight Level 6 arrays. The arrays are one after another. After the final Eye of Darkness array is activated, even acquired true treasure can penetrate it. In the territory of the ancient sea race, above a planet ocean, a group of liches were floating in the sky. A weak-looking liches reported. Very good. Liches smiled. This time, the great beings he brought were all from the array faction. After 4 to 5 days of setting up the array, even a Universe Knight Level 9 great being at the center of the array could be killed instantly. This time, in order to set up the array, they even used a powerful pre-heaven true treasure. When the array was set up one after another, the power of the last attack was enough to break a complete pre-heaven true treasure. One could imagine how terrifying this attack was. Even if it was Lich Emperor facing this kind of array, he would only die. Of course, it was basically impossible to use this kind of array against the enemy. The enemy wouldn't give you 4 or 5 days to set up an array formation, much less stand there and do nothing. Only now could they set up so many arrays in order to break through the Dragon Palace. All disciples of the Lich Kingdom, prepare to activate the array formation. The Lich King roared, his eyes filled with violent killing intent. Yes. Thousands of liches gave off terrifying auras. Humph! Within the Dragon Palace, Prime Minister Turtle and the leaders and queens stared coldly at the scene in the sky. They didn't believe that the Lich Kingdom could unleash the power of a universe ruler. The second round of attacks is about to begin. This is the attack that the Lich Kingdom has been preparing for 4 to 5 days. Just looking at the arrays from afar is enough to make one's heart palpitate and fear. Will the Dragon Palace be able to withstand it? Once the Dragon Palace is unable to withstand it, all the members of the Dragon Palace will probably be massacred. In the surrounding void space, the attack of the Lich Kingdom on the Dragon Palace had attracted countless attention. Some of the braver experts who surrounded Lu Xingkong came to the surrounding areas to watch the battle. Because the Lich Kingdom had rules and restrictions, they were not afraid that the experts of the Lich Kingdom would attack them. As long as they avoided the battlefield, nothing would happen. Everyone was staring at the battlefield. Activate the array. Destroy the Dragon Palace and destroy all the reckless things in the Dragon Palace. The Lich King gave the order. In the next moment, the arrays started to operate and the seawater around the Dragon Palace evaporated instantly. Even the entire planet began to collapse rapidly. One had to know that this was the main planet of the ancient sea race. It was abnormally hard and enormous. However, it started to collapse the moment the array was activated. Then, the array descended. Do it! At the same time, in the 5-insect city, the 5-insect wonderland was different from the entrance of the Scorpion Emperor wonderland. From the outside, the 5-insect wonderland looked like a gigantic crustacean-type creature. However, it was lifeless and its area was much smaller than the Scorpion Emperor's Wonderland. It only took up an area of about 10,000 kilometers. The entrance was located at the mouth of the crustacean. It was not pitch black inside but contained a majestic energy. Wang Xian moved his body and flew directly into the 5-insect wonderland. Roar! The moment Wang Xian entered the grotto heaven, a low roar was heard throughout the entire blessed land. Inside the grotto heaven, there were many small-sized crustacean nests. There were not many nests, but there were also quite a number of them. There were about 100,000 of them. Intruders! When the roar was heard, everyone in the grotto heaven knew that someone had forcefully entered the grotto heaven. Who broke in? Do you want to die? Numerous liches that were emitting a powerful aura flew out from the lair. Their eyes were filled with a violent killing intent. Anyone who invaded the grotto heaven would be killed without mercy. Boom! 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 Figures flew out from the innermost lair rapidly. Their eyes were filled with vigilance. After the Scorpion Imperial City was destroyed, the entire Lich's kingdom had entered a state of vigilance. Die! Without any hesitation, Wang Xian waved his arm and the 5 elements millstone appeared in front of him. He placed his palm on it. A gray energy swept forward. The long river of destruction engulfed the entire grotto heaven-blessed land. Buzz! At the front, the thousands of Lich powerhouses didn't even have time to react before they died instantly. Not good. It's that Dragon King. The Dragon King is invading. At this time, the 10 Universe Knight Level 7 warriors at the back saw this scene and their expressions changed. That Dragon Palace Dragon King actually came to attack their 5 wormholes. Dragon King, you've chosen the wrong opponent. I'll let you die here today. The Universe Knight Level 7 Liches revealed a ferocious expression. Choosing their 5 wormholes was a huge mistake. In an instant, a compass appeared in the hands of 5 Level 7 Universe Knights and Liches. Activate the formation and trap that Dragon King. They roared. Crack, crack, crack. In the next moment, the entire blessed land started to change. One by one, the carapace formed an egg and surrounded Wang Xian. In this small space, there was no way to dodge. When the river of annihilation landed on the formation, it was instantly blocked. Ha! Wang Xian looked at this strange formation and his gaze focused. Dragon Tomb! He roared and released his laws and divine arts. A dragon tomb attacked the formation directly. Boom! 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 However, when the dragon tomb struck the formation, the carapace did not budge and there were no cracks. Ha, don't even think about breaking the array, just wait for your death. The 5 Knight Level 7 Liches who were controlling the array laughed wildly when they saw this scene. I've contacted the lords of our Liches country, they'll be here soon. The surrounding 5 Knight Level 7 Liches looked and smiled. This array had the blessing of the grotto heaven blessed land. It was impossible for a Knight Level 8 to break it. That Dragon King was dead. Hong hong hong. At this time, on another battlefield, the vast arrays started to pour towards the Dragon Palace. Firstly, the combined attacks of over 200 Universe Knight Level 6 arrays were still very terrifying. Following that, over 50 Universe Knight Level 7 arrays. The terrifying attack landed on the Dragon Palace, but it didn't move at all. However, the Lich Emperor and the others weren't in a rush. The next part was the main event. The Level 8 Knight arrays started to pour down. Hong, hong, hong. Above the ocean of the main planet of the ancient sea race, terrifying attacks poured down. The moment the Level 8 Knight arrays were activated, the entire planet started to scatter. The incomparably huge planet slowly became the dust of the universe. In the void space, there were only 3 dragon palaces floating there. Fire Dragon Palace, Demon Dragon Dark World, Dragon Palace. The Dragon Palace that was mainly attacked was completely in the state of doomsday. When the first Level 8 Knight array landed on the Dragon Palace, there were no ripples or fluctuations in the entire Dragon Palace. It stood tall in the void space, under the cover of all kinds of terrifying energy. There were no ripples at all. One after another, the Level 8 Knight array landed on the Dragon Palace. When the 5th Level 8 Universe Knight array landed on top of the Dragon Palace and was blocked, the expression of the Lich King turned cold. However, it was not the end yet and it was hard to say. At the end of the array, there was the most powerful Eye of Darkness array. Ha ha, that Dragon King is trapped, he is going to die. At this moment, in the fifth wormhole, when the array formation trapped Wuxia, a group of level 7 universe knights from the Lich Kingdom revealed excited expressions. They knew how powerful this trapping array was. Once the Dragon King entered, he would never be able to come out again. Ha! In the space of the shell array formation, Wuxia's terrifying attacks landed on it. There was no trace of the shell at all. This terrifying defensive power made his face filled with astonishment. As what Mo Sha had said, once he was trapped, he wouldn't be able to break through. Now, it's up to Mo Sha. Wuxia said. At this moment, outside the formation, beside a lich holding a formation compass, a figure attacked instantly. The terrifying power of darkness turned into a long spear and pierced through his head. A wave of corrosive and evil energy surged into his body and melted his life force. The formation compass in his hand was snatched away in an instant. Everything happened in an instant. Pre-demon, what are you doing? The liches who were laughing and excited a moment ago had a drastic change in expression when they saw this sudden change. They had never expected that one of their comrades would suddenly kill one of them. And they even took the array compass away. With the compass taken away, the array started to crumble without anyone supporting it. An array of this level couldn't have any problems at any point. The moment it did, it would be in big trouble. A hole appeared on the right side of the shell array. The other 8 universe knights looked at the lich with shock and anger. Ha, die? Those who provoke us, Dragon Palace, will all die. It was Mo Sha who attacked. At this moment, his face was full of excitement and malevolence. Who are you? Kill him, he is no longer a pre-demon. Kill him. The group of 5 Bug City Universe Knight level 7 liches roared furiously and attacked Masha with malevolence. Boom. However, at this moment, a terrifying figure was rapidly attacking them from the formation in front of them. Pooh! 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 The moment Wuxia caught the problem with the formation, he unfurled his incorporeal holy wings and instantly attacked the 8 Universe Knight level 7 liches. His speed was abnormally terrifying. A level 7 Universe Knight wouldn't be able to fight back at all. The only trump card of the 5 Bug City was destroyed by the pre-demon with the help of the formation in the Grotto Heaven. Wuxia's terrifying dragon claws instantly killed 5 level 7 Universe Knights. His figure continued to flash as he attacked the other 3. No. The speed of the Dragon Palace is too fast. We have already passed the news to the great beings in the central city of the Lich Kingdom. According to their speed, they should be here in a few seconds, but they are not here yet. What exactly happened? No, don't kill me, I don't want to die. The remaining 3 Universe Knights and level 7 liches roared in despair. The betrayal of one of their companions made them feel shocked and furious. However, the news of the invasion of 5 Insect City had already been spread. According to the speed of the Lord of the Lich Kingdom, they could reach within a few seconds. It had already been dozens of seconds, yet there was still no reaction. What was going on? What exactly happened? However, they couldn't figure it out even until they died. Kill! Wuxia killed them. When he saw that the Lich Kingdom didn't send any reinforcements, he smiled. He knew that the secret teleportation formation of the Lich Kingdom was the one that Mo Sha had found out about. It had been destroyed. Once it was destroyed, once a large number of level 8 Universe Knights didn't arrive, it was time for him to kill. Kill! Wuxia waved his arm and the destructive power formed by the 5 elements millstone filled the entire blessed land. Those liches who were hiding in their lairs were instantly killed. He moved and flew out of the 5 Worms Grotto Heaven. His cold gaze swept across the city of the Lich Kingdom. Die! Roar! 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 Wuxia immediately transformed into a terrifying divine dragon. Streams of dragon breath shot downwards. On the 5 elements grinding ground, the gray energy was like the river of time, washing away all life. The rampage began. What's going on? How did the teleportation formation in 5 Bug City break down? This is a secret formation that we have set up. Even the higher-ups in 5 Bug City don't know much about it. Damn it! What's the situation in 5 Bug City now? At the same time, in the center of the Lich Kingdom, 7 Universe Knights and level 8 Liches stood in front of a teleportation array, looking extremely embarrassed. When they received the message from 5 Bug City asking for help, they instantly arrived in front of the teleportation array. However, they were shocked and angry to find that the opposite side of the teleportation array had been destroyed. Even the teleportation array that they had secretly set up had been destroyed. They knew very well what this meant. The situation in 5 Insect City was probably not objective. Not good. The disciples of 5 Insect City have sent a message. They are suffering from a terrifying attack from a divine dragon. 5 Insect City is going to be destroyed. They have no power to resist. At this moment, an expert from the Lich Kingdom roared with blood-red eyes. After Scorpion Imperial City, the 5 Bug City had also suffered a catastrophe. This was a huge blow to their Lich Kingdom. Hurry to the nearest main city of the 5 Bug City, hurry there. A Lich expert clenched his fists and suppressed the rage in his heart as he shouted in a low voice. Their figures instantly disappeared, but it would take them a few hours to get to 5 Insect City. Boom, boom, boom. In the 5 Bug City, rumbling sounds were heard continuously. The divine dragon was wreaking havoc in the sky. Wuxia's eyes were filled with coldness. Terrifying attacks were launched downwards. The entire 5 Bug City was under the coverage of Wuxia. The liches that were like bugs were easily killed by Wuxia. The destruction of the city lasted for 10 minutes. 10 minutes later, he was flying in the sky. His pair of dragon eyes were staring coldly at the scene below. Roar! Roar! He let out a low roar and flew rapidly toward the 5 wormhole in the center. Dragon King! In the 5 wormhole, the demonic fiend that was on the pre-demon immediately flew over and shouted with a smile. How are things here? Wuxia asked him. Dragon King, the treasures in the 5-worm grotto heaven have been collected. However, there aren't many treasures. Mo said. According to the memories in my mind, after the Scorpion Imperial City was destroyed and all the venom inside was taken away by you, Dragon King, the Lich Kingdom collected a large portion of the treasures in the Grotto Heaven Blessed Land. Oh? It seems that those liches have learned their lesson. Wuxia raised his eyebrows. He didn't care too much about the small harvest. You should go back first. After leaving this place, it won't be long before the powerhouses from the Lich Kingdom come over, he said with a smile. Mo and a few poisonous horned dragons returned to the Dragon Palace in a flash. Meanwhile, Wuxia was flying outside. His speed was very fast. In less than 5 minutes, he had left 5 Bug City completely. Boom! 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 Just as Wuxia flew out of 5 Bug City, he was in the sky above the Dragon Palace, the territory of the ancient sea race. The truly terrifying array attack had just begun. One after another, the level 8 array formations of Universe Knights bombarded the Dragon Palace. Every time a Universe Knight level 8 array was activated, it would cause the world to shake. That attack was far from what a Universe Knight level 8 warrior could unleash. It was all-encompassing and the strongest attack. There were no more objects around the Dragon Palace. Even the fragments of the main planet of the ancient sea race around the Dragon Palace no longer existed. The Dragon Palace floated alone in the void space, suffering one terrifying attack after another. As the arrays were activated and time passed, the expression of the Lich King became uglier and uglier. More than half of the Knight level 8 array had been activated, yet the Dragon Palace still didn't move. Seeing that there were no traces of the Dragon Palace, he had a bad premonition. The final Eye of Darkness array is 10 times more powerful than the previous array. We have to rely on the last array. We have to succeed. The Lich Emperor growled coldly. Hong! 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 Universe Knight level 8 arrays raged, and the Dragon Palace stood still. All the great beings of the Lich Kingdom were watching closely. They also knew that they had to rely on the last array formation. Buzz! When the last array formation was activated, a huge hole was torn in the sky above the Dragon Palace. A terrifying Eye of Darkness appeared in the void. The entire Eye of Darkness looked abnormally terrifying. The Eye of Darkness was bigger than the entire Dragon Palace. The moment it appeared, there was no other energy around it. What kind of attack is this? His? The last attack? It looks so terrifying. In the distance, All the experts around Lu Xingkong looked at the terrifying eye of darkness in shock. Buzz. In the next moment, heaven and earth shook, and a blood-red crescent flew out of the terrifying eye of darkness. Like a blood moon, it slashed toward the Dragon Palace. Boom! A terrifying collision sounded, and the entire starry sky began to shake. The Dragon Palace was dyed red by the blood-red energy. In the sky, after the Eye of Darkness launched this attack, it slightly scattered, as if all the energy had been consumed. This was the last attack. And then nothing. The blood-red energy covering the Dragon Palace slowly disappeared, and the resplendent Dragon Palace still stood in the void without a single crack. The Lich Kingdom has failed. They still haven't broken through the Dragon Palace. The defense of the Dragon Palace is too terrifying. Their last attack could destroy us even if the energy leaked out. The Dragon Palace is still intact. Failed. The Lich Kingdom has failed. The Dragon Palace is the trump card of the Dragon King and the others. It's the trump card that they dare to declare war on the Lich Kingdom. The surrounding experts from Lu Xingkong saw this scene and discussed in shock. When the Lich King and the others saw the scene, their expressions were abnormally ugly. The strongest attack they had prepared for the past few days didn't cause the Dragon Palace to show any signs of damage. This invincible defense made them feel somewhat powerless. If they couldn't break through, how could they destroy the Dragon Palace? Wang. Just as the Lich King's expression was gloomy and his fists were tightly clenched, a message came from the universe AI. When he saw this message, his expression instantly changed. Damn it, Dragon Palace Dragon King. You deserve to die. A furious voice came out of the Lich King's mouth. His eyes were blood-red and filled with anger. The rage of the Lich King caused the expressions of the surrounding subordinates to change greatly. They immediately looked over. Ha ha, you bunch of trash from the Lich Kingdom want to destroy our Dragon Palace? Wishful thinking. Just now, our Dragon King has already destroyed your 5-insect city. He has already destroyed 2 of your cities. Just you wait. Our Dragon King will destroy all of your cities. If you dare to steal from our Dragon Palace, your Lich Kingdom will have to pay 10 times the price. At this moment, Mo Shah's maniacal laughter came from the Dragon Palace. The voice spread across the entire starry sky. When the Lich King heard this provocative and disdainful voice, he was so angry that he almost vomited blood. His body trembled, and his eyes were blood-red. What? The Dragon King of the Dragon Palace just destroyed another city in the Lich Kingdom? Hiss this. When the Lich Kingdom attacked the Dragon Palace, the Dragon King also attacked the Lich Kingdom. Fuck, it can't be. The Lich Kingdom didn't attack the Dragon Palace, but the Dragon King destroyed a main city of the Lich Kingdom. The surrounding experts from Lu Xingkong were shocked when they heard this. Wasn't the Dragon Palace too powerful? The Dragon King was too powerful. The main city of the Lich Kingdom was destroyed just like that. Did this mean that the Dragon Palace was invincible? The Dragon King already had the upper hand? This was something that everyone found unbelievable. The strength of the Lich Kingdom could be ranked in the top 3 on the edge of the heaven-opening desolate continent. Such an existence had suffered at the hands of the Dragon Palace. One could imagine the strength of the Dragon Palace. Dragon Palace, don't be so arrogant. Our Lich Kingdom will never stop until we destroy your Dragon Palace. Unless you never come out, I will kill every single one of you. The Lich King stared at the Dragon Palace with his blood-red eyes and roared angrily. The experts from the Lich Kingdom sent a message. 5-insect city was destroyed. The teleportation array they had set up in advance in the city was destroyed, and almost all the disciples in 5-insect city were killed. The losses this time were no less than that of Scorpion Imperial City. Even though he had made preparations, a city was still destroyed by the Dragon King, which made him extremely angry. A city being destroyed was not a small matter. Lord Lich King, what should we do now? The experts of the Lich Kingdom said from the side with ugly expressions. They had vowed to destroy the Dragon Palace, but instead of destroying it, the Dragon Palace destroyed another city. This time, the Lich Kingdom was humiliated. Continue to set up the array, seal the Dragon Palace, and make sure that no one can come out. Make sure that the Dragon Palace can't absorb the energy of the universe. The Lich King roared with a grim expression. Yes. The surrounding experts of the Lich Kingdom immediately responded. At this time, the Lich Kingdom couldn't just bow its head and admit defeat. They still had methods. Seal the Dragon Palace. Cut off the Dragon Palace from absorbing the energy of the universe. Once the entire Dragon Palace was sealed without resources or excess energy, how would the members of the Dragon Palace cultivate? How would they come out? The Lich King even had an idea. He wanted to turn this space into an enormous cage and lock the entire Dragon Palace in it. If they couldn't break through the Dragon Palace, they would never let the members of the Dragon Palace get out. Set up an array formation and seal off the starry sky. The experts of the Lich Kingdom immediately started to move. A new formation began to form. Is the Lich Kingdom launching the third wave of attacks? The experts in the surrounding void looked at them in shock. It was obvious that the Lich Kingdom hadn't given up yet. At this moment, the Dragon Palace issued a statement that made everyone feel extremely powerful. Warn the Lich Kingdom to return all the divine kingdoms and treasures of the righteous god race. Otherwise, we will slaughter your main cities one by one. A very overbearing and strong statement was also a very strong warning. This caused an uproar among the experts of all the forces. The Lich Kingdom was still attacking the Dragon Palace, but the Dragon Palace still dared to say such words, which shocked everyone. However, in the face of the Dragon Palace's statement, the others had to believe it. Because so far, the Lich Kingdom had no way to deal with the Dragon Palace. The Dragon Palace had instead caused the Lich Kingdom to suffer heavy losses, and 2 main cities had been destroyed. Damn it! When the Lich King received the news, he became extremely furious. He furiously waved his attacks toward the Dragon Palace. I want to turn this space into a prison of heaven and earth, locking everyone in the Dragon Palace inside and never letting them out. The Lich King roared furiously. His voice traveled far and wide. Hee. At the same time, in the heaven-opening primal continent, Wuxia was sitting on top of a mountain peak. He was eating the barbecued meat of a universe night-level desolate beast as he leisurely browsed through the information on the AI, especially the latest news regarding the Dragon Palace and the Lich Kingdom. After the 5 insect cities are not destroyed, I reckon the Lich Kingdom will be even more vigilant. They might even set up more hidden traps. Wuxia took a bite of the barbecued meat as he muttered. After the 2 main cities were destroyed, their vigilance would probably reach a terrifying level. However, Wuxia was still not in a hurry. Since the Lich Kingdom wanted to play with the Dragon Palace, he would play with them. There are still 3 days left. Ba Qi should have completed his breakthrough. Wuxia narrowed his eyes and was full of smiles. Once Ba Qi had the combat strength of a level 8 Universe Knight, it would be even easier. It would be even better to let Ba Qi enter a city alone with a level 8 Universe Knight. If he could find an opportunity to parasitize it, it would be very easy to destroy a city. If there were no Universe Knight level 8 powerhouses guarding the city, he would let Ba Qi parasitize all Universe Knight level 7 liches. Then, he would gather all the Universe Knights and kill them directly. Finally, he would start to destroy the city. After losing the supremacy level, Wuxia and Ba Qi would attack together. It would only take about 10 seconds to destroy a city. Therefore, Wuxia was not in a hurry. If the Lich Kingdom wanted to destroy their Dragon Palace, he would have to drag it out with them. He would see who would lower his head and admit defeat first. As for the blockade of the Dragon Palace by the Lich Kingdom, Wuxia did not care about it at all. Even without the existence of inflate, there was a teleportation formation in the Dragon Palace which allowed one to head directly to other Dragon Palaces. The actions of the Lich Kingdom had no effect on the Dragon Palace at all. Next time, let's set our target at Blackwing City, which is next to the Lich Kingdom. Wuxia looked at the map on the universe's AI and muttered. After finishing the roasted meat in his hand, he moved his body and flew directly towards Blackwing City. Blackwing City could be said to be the 2nd largest main city in the Lich Kingdom. The number of experts in Blackwing City was much more than Scorpion Imperial City and 5 Insect City. Furthermore, black wind would constantly blow out from the Blessed Land in Blackwing City. This kind of black wind was extremely beneficial to cultivation. This led to the gathering of many strong warriors from the Lich Kingdom in Blackwing City. Wang Xian guessed that there should be a level 8 Universe Knight in Black Wing City. Now, he hoped to have such a strong warrior in Black Wing City. Once a Lich with a level 8 Universe Knight combat strength, it would already be considered a city lord of the Lich Kingdom and a top-notch existence. They understood the precautions, vigilance, and plans of the Lich Kingdom. As long as they parasitized it, it would be much easier to destroy Blackwing City. Wang Xian quickly flew on the heaven-opening primal continent. Based on the distance, he would need at least 10 days to arrive. However, within 10 days, the elevation of the octahedron was completed. Open the array formation. At the same time, the Lich King shouted coldly from the sky above the Dragon Palace. When the Liches of the Lich Kingdom sealed the Dragon Palace, they had also spent a lot of money to set up a teleportation array. This teleportation array could instantly bring the experts of the Lich Kingdom to this area of void. Such a long-distance teleportation cost a lot of treasures. However, the furious Lich Emperor didn't care about such a huge consumption. He wanted to accompany the Dragon Palace to the end. Lord Lich Emperor, the array has been opened. A Universe Knight level 8 Lich reported. You guys guard here first. I'll go over and make some arrangements. The Lich Emperor said with a cold expression and instantly left through the teleportation array. He had some orders to give, some orders to defend the other cities, and some orders to destroy the Dragon King. Greetings, Lord Lich King. Within the Lich City, 7 level 8 Universe Knights from the Lich Kingdom bowed respectfully to the Lich King. Within this hall, there were only a few of the strongest warriors from the Lich Kingdom. Even a level 7 Universe Knight Lich wasn't qualified to participate this time. What happened in 5 Bug City was completely out of the expectations of the Lich Emperor and the others. Even though they had already set up a secret array, the array was still destroyed, which meant that it was most likely leaked by the great beings of the Lich Kingdom. This leak might not have been intentional, but the result was the same for the Lich Emperor and the others. Therefore, the secret teleportation arrays set up in the following major cities could only be known by Universe Knights level 8 great beings, and the rest of the disciples were not informed. Continue to increase the number of teleportation arrays. In addition, you have to control at least 3 channels of teleportation arrays. These 3 channels of teleportation arrays can only be known by yourselves. Lich Emperor ordered with a cold face. Yes, Lord Lich Emperor. We will prepare immediately. This time, as long as that Dragon Emperor enters our cities again, we will definitely destroy him. A Lich said confidently. Right now, we still have 10 main cities. We can split up into 7 cities to defend them. There is a 7 out of 10 chance that if the Dragon King dares to continue attacking, the chances of us encountering him will be much higher. When the time comes, as long as we can tie him down, it will be much easier to kill him, a Lich said slowly. The few Liches beside him nodded in agreement. Now, all the races and forces at the edge of the heaven-opening primal continent are laughing at our Lich Kingdom. This time, we must not let the Dragon King destroy our city. We must kill him. The Lich King roared with a murderous look on his face. Yes, the group of peak Liches from the Lich Kingdom immediately replied. I will personally guard the Lich City. The 7 of you will go to the other 7 main cities. As the Lich King spoke, he waved at them. The group of Liches immediately left and began to set up teleportation arrays to guard the main cities. Dragon King of the Dragon Palace, I must kill you. The Lich King sat on the throne, his face filled with anger and killing intent. 2 cities were destroyed and a large number of disciples were killed. The arrogance of the Dragon Palace on the Universe AI. The Lich King would make the Dragon Palace pay a heavy price. Time passed by day. Wang Xian was getting closer and closer to Black Wing City. When he was rushing over, Ba Qi had already achieved a breakthrough in the Dragon Palace. Now, Ba Qi had become the 2nd Universe Knight in the Dragon Palace with level 8 combat strength. 8 Qi's breakthrough was much easier for him to follow. On the 8th day around the Dragon Palace, the entire starry sky had undergone a terrifying change. There was no light in the entire starry sky, and there was no sign of life. At first glance, it was pitch black and eerie, and it was filled with deathly stillness. Only the Dragon Palace was emitting a weak light, and it was like a bright lamp in this starry sky. And around the Dragon Palace, there were many dark red long lines. These blood-red long lines completely surrounded the Dragon Palace. Sealing formation. This was the sealing formation that the Lich Kingdom spent 8 days to create. The formation sealed off the entire space, turning this place into a deathly silent place. As long as the formation wasn't withdrawn, the disciples of the Dragon Palace wouldn't be able to walk out. These powerful sealing formations were enough to stop even Universe Knights at level 8. During these 8 days, all the powerhouses in the surrounding starry sky, even those at the edge of the land, understood what the Lich Kingdom was doing. Since they couldn't destroy the Dragon Palace, they would seal it completely. The sealed Dragon Palace would be destroyed with time. This was a very good idea. Next, everyone was waiting for the Dragon Palace's response. From the statement of the Dragon Palace, it seemed that the Dragon Palace was not afraid of the Lich Kingdom. All the powerhouses were waiting for this battle. We're here. 2 days had passed. Wang Xian squinted his eyes as he stood in front of a city. The current city of the Lich Kingdom was still the same as before. One could only enter but not leave. At the entrance of the city of Blackwing City, there was a Blackwing spreading its wings. From afar, it was filled with a powerful aura. Wang Xian did not enter through the main entrance because entering at this time might arouse vigilance. After flying around for a week, his figure was hidden in the void as he flew towards Blackwing City. As a huge Blackwing City, the top detection formations in the Lich Kingdom could not cover the entire city. Wang Xian entered the city successfully and transformed into a lich with wind attribute wings and green scales. After building a small nest in a slightly remote area, Wang Xian immediately set up a demonic altar. Buzz! Soon, the figures of Enlai and Ba Qi Emosha appeared in front of him. Wang Xian's gaze landed on Ba Qi and a smile appeared on his face. Both of you, prepare to make your move. Be careful, we are not in a hurry. 90% of Blackwing City has a Universe Knight level 8 Lich guarding it. We must succeed in parasitizing it. It doesn't matter if it takes some time. We can afford it. Wang Xian instructed Ba Qi and Emosha. Yes, Dragon King. Leave this to us. Ba Qi and Emosha replied immediately. Their figures moved and they left immediately. Wang Xian sat in this temporary nest and waited quietly. He didn't go anywhere but waited here for the news of Ba Qi and Emosha. Blackwing City. The size of the city was almost double that of Scorpion Imperial City. There were many more disciples and experts in the Lich Kingdom. Dragon King, we have encountered some trouble. 3 days later, Ba Qi, who was parasitizing a level 7 Universe Knight Lich, walked over and reported with a slight frown. What's wrong? Wang Xian raised his eyebrows and asked him. There is indeed a level 8 Universe Knight Lich in Blackwing City. That Lich is called the Thousand Eyes City Lord. He is currently at the center of the Blackwing Grotto Heaven. According to the memories of this body, Thousand Eye City Leader's power is among the top 3 of the Universe Knights and level 8 great beings in the Lich Kingdom. He is also very vigilant and has great investigative abilities. I'm afraid the success rate of parasitizing him is not high, Ba Qi said with a serious expression. There were also great beings in the Lich Kingdom just like the Lich King. An ordinary Universe Knight with level 8 combat power was simply not his opponent. Blackwing City was the second largest city in the Lich Kingdom. The Thousand-Eyed City Lord was also one of the strongest. If Emosha can also break through to the level 8 combat strength of a Universe Knight, how high is the success rate? Wang Xian squinted his eyes and asked. 80%. Ba Qi replied. All right, inform Emosha to return to the Dragon Palace to break through first. We can afford to wait for such a short period of time. Wang Xian said indifferently with a cold expression on his face. He had killed 2 experts of the wrapped corpse race and obtained the corpses of 2 level 8 Universe Knights. Now, these resources were of great use. Time passed day by day, and the Dragon Palace was completely locked down. And there was no more news of the destruction of the city from the Lich Kingdom. It was as if the Dragon Palace and the Lich Kingdom were in a stalemate. Some people in the universe's AI guessed that the battle between the Dragon Palace and the Lich Kingdom would last for a very, very long time. The Lich Kingdom still maintained a high level of vigilance against the Dragon King's attack. At the same time, they were also looking forward to the Dragon King's attack to destroy him. Once the Dragon King was destroyed, the Lich Kingdom would be able to obtain victory in this battle. A lot of time had passed in half a month. At this moment, Mo Sha's figure appeared in Blackwing City. Wang Xian looked at Mo Sha and smiled. "Let's move," he said faintly. "It's the Dragon King." Mo Sha nodded his head. His body moved and he immediately entered Blackwing City. In half a month's time, Mo Sha had completed his breakthrough. All he needed to do now was to wait here quietly. Time passed once again and everything became calm. Mo Sha and Ba Qi sneaked into the Blackwing Grotto heaven. The two of them were parasitic on the strong Lich, so they could easily enter. However, Wang Xian could not enter. Once he entered, he would arouse vigilance. This was also the reason why he could not join hands with them to deal with the Thousand-Eyed City Lord. Another half a month passed. Ba Qi and Mo Sha were looking for an opportunity until half a month later. In an extremely luxurious small palace in the highest sky of the Blackwing Grotto heaven, a blood-red Lich with densely packed pupils on his arms, face, chest, and even legs stood in the middle. A smile appeared on his face. Beside him lay a Lich. This Lich's body was trembling violently, with only a faint life force remaining. "Kiki, it's really hard to deal with. It took us half a month to finish it. If it weren't for the Dragon King obtaining the poison from Scorpion Emperor City, we might not have succeeded this time." At this moment, the Thousand-Eye City Lord made a strange sound. "Ba Qi, let's go. Let's go get the Dragon King." At the side, another Lich laughed loudly and said. The two figures moved and walked out. "Dragon King." 10 minutes later, the two Liches stood respectfully in front of Wang Xian and bowed. "Very good. How is the information now?" Wang Xian looked at them and asked with a smile. "We have all the information. Currently, every level 8 Universe Knight Lich in the Lich Kingdom has a few secret teleportation arrays. The other Liches don't know about this teleportation array. If we attack recklessly, the Lich Kingdom will be able to gather 7 level 8 Universe Knights in 5 seconds to come and support us." Ba Qi, who was parasitizing the Thousand-Eyed City Lord, reported. "Oh? Let's not worry about anything else. We are prepared to take action and destroy Blackwing City first," Wang Xian instructed. "It's the Dragon King. However, before we destroy it, we can get all the resources in Blackwing City," Ba Qi said with a smile. "How long will it take?" Wang Xian looked at them and asked with a smile. "One day. 1 day later. We'll look for you, Dragon King," Ba Qi said. "All right, we'll take action 1 day later." Wang Xian nodded and watched the two of them leave. After the two of them left, they were ready to take action immediately. As the City Lord of Blackwing City, the Thousand-Eyed City Lord had great authority. It wasn't difficult for him to get his hands on some treasures and resources. A day passed quickly. On the second day, Thousand-Eye City Leader gave a notification. In the entire Blackwing City, over 10,000 Universe Knight level warriors all came to Blackwing Grotto Heaven. Why did the city leader call us here? I don't know, it's probably related to the Dragon Palace. It's all because of that damn Dragon Palace Dragon King. He's making everyone in the Lich Kingdom nervous. If we can break through the Dragon Palace, I'll transfer the Dragon God's head and body to my own body. Don't even think about it, we only got the head of a demon dragon. I heard that it's very powerful. Over 10,000 Universe Knight level Liches from Blackwing City were gathered together. They didn't have too many doubts. Naturally, they wouldn't have any doubts when the city leader summoned them. Hong! 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 However, at this moment, waves of terrifying energy came from above them. This made the Liches from Blackwing City slightly shocked, and their faces were filled with shock and horror. What's going on? What happened? Feeling the threat of death and the arrival of death, the Liches roared in fear. What on earth had happened? Why was there such a terrifying energy enveloping them all of a sudden? Hong! However, before they could react, the gray energy in the sky swept downwards. At the same time, an extremely terrifying 5 elements millstone descended. Everything happened in an instant. Oh no, run, run, run. There's an ambush, run. Those Universe Knights at level 7 could still resist for a while. You wanna run? Die! At this moment, Wang Xian's figure slowly appeared at the side. With a wave of his arm, chains attacked. It's the Dragon King of the Dragon Palace. What's going on? Where's our Castellan? Where's our Castellan? A desperate voice came out from their mouths. Their eyes were filled with disbelief. Boom. However, very soon all the exclamations disappeared. You guys pack up. I'll go destroy the city, Wang Xian said to them. His figure moved and flew out of the Black Wing Grotto heaven. Yes, in the depths of the Black Wing Grotto heaven, the eight-limbed demon fiend and the rest walked out. In order to prevent any accidents, they did not show up just now. Everything that followed was much simpler. When a divine dragon floated in the sky above Black Wing City, all the lich's faces were filled with fear. Then why did the Dragon King appear? Where was their Black Wing City's city lord and the other lords? The destruction of the city began. Black Wing City was very big, but with the 5 elements grinding, his attack speed was still very fast. Streams of gray energy swept out and covered a radius of hundreds of millions of kilometers. Within a radius of hundreds of millions of kilometers, all the liches were killed instantly. A mouthful of dragon flame spewed out and a radius of tens of millions of kilometers turned into a sea of fire. It was like a land of lava. Blackwing City was destroyed at a terrifying speed. This attack was much easier than the previous attacks by Wang Xian. In Blackwing City, countless liches let out miserable screams and fled in all directions. However, there weren't many people who could escape. When Wang Xian started to wreak havoc in Blackwing City, the news from this side was quickly transmitted to the Lich King. How is this possible? How is this possible? This time, even the Lich King was filled with disbelief. The Lich King panicked. Blackwing City was the second largest main city in the Lich Kingdom. It was second only to the Lich City. In Blackwing City, there was even the Thousand Eye City Lord. And the Thousand Eye City Lord had plundered the eye of a powerful desolate beast possessing an abnormally powerful ability. The Lich King was very clear about the Thousand Eye City Lord's strength. Second only to him and the old national advisor of the Lich Kingdom. He even had a acquired treasure in his hands. With the Thousand Eye City leader holding down the fort, it was the second largest city in the Lich Kingdom, yet it was actually ravaged by the Dragon King of the Dragon Palace. Furthermore, he had already sensed that the teleportation array from the Lich City to Black Wing City had been cut off. It would take 5 hours to fly from here to Black Wing City. This wasn't the most shocking thing to the Lich King. The most shocking thing was that the token of the Thousand Eye City leader had already been broken. Thousand Eye City leader had fallen. This could be said to be a true level 8 knight killed by the Dragon King. Hoo. The Lich King's breathing was hurried. He closed his eyes and leaned on the throne. What should he do now? Even Black Wing City had been completely destroyed. How could he face the Dragon King next? There was only one way, that was to gather all the disciples of the Lich Kingdom into 1 or 2 cities. Under such circumstances, they would be able to avoid being massacred by the Dragon King. But gathering in 1 or 2 cities meant that they had to abandon the other 7 or 8 main cities. The losses were too great, so great that they could not bear it at all. It was a great loss for them to give up all the cities for the treasures of the righteous god race. Moreover, 3 cities had already been destroyed, and countless disciples had been killed. The treasures of the righteous god race could no longer make up for the losses. Pung! The Lich King slapped the throne angrily. The entire throne cracked. Lord Lich King, something happened in Black Wing City. At this time, a Universe Knight level 7 Lich came in and said with a panicked face, "That Dragon Palace Dragon King directly provoked the Universe AI, he said. The Lich said, but didn't say anything in the end. The Lich King immediately opened the Universe AI with a gloomy face. When he saw the naked threat from the Dragon Palace on the Universe AI, his face was so gloomy that it almost bled. On the Dragon Palace's statement, there was a picture. The picture was of the destroyed Black Wing City, and at the bottom of the picture, there was a line of words. The 3rd main city of the Lich Kingdom, Black Wing City, hand over all the treasures of the righteous god race and withdraw the array around our Dragon Palace. Otherwise, this Dragon King will continue to destroy your other main cities. Until you only have 1 Lich city left." Looking at the pictures and words, his heart was filled with rage and helplessness. "Lord Lich King, the disciples of some of the cities in the Lich Kingdom are already panicking." In the front, the Lich continued to report with a gloomy expression. However, at this moment on the Universe AI, At the border of the Lu Xingkong and the heaven-opening desolation, all the great beings of the powers saw this piece of information from the Dragon Palace and were completely excited. My God! This Dragon King has destroyed the Blackwing City of the Lich Kingdom again. This is Blackwing City, the second largest city in the Lich Kingdom. There are Universe Knights and level 8 powerhouses guarding it. 1 month later, the Dragon King will make his move again. If the first main city is destroyed due to carelessness, the second main city is destroyed due to negligence, but what about the third main city? This is the second main city of the Lich Kingdom. If this goes on, the entire Lich Kingdom will be finished. Terrifying. The Dragon King's revenge is too terrifying. If this goes on, the losses of the Lich Kingdom will be too great. On the universe's AI, countless people were discussing. They were shocked by this result. The 3 main cities had been destroyed by the Dragon King, and the Lich Kingdom was once again at a disadvantage. The strength of the Dragon Palace and the Dragon King once again shocked everyone. Lord Lich King. Lord Lich King. Within the hall where the Lich King was, a number of Universe Knights with level 8 combat strength flew over. Their expressions were also extremely ugly. There was even a trace of fear in their eyes. Lord Lich King, Thousand Eye City leader, he died? What happened over at Blackwing City? A Lich City Lord couldn't help but ask. Now they were a little afraid. They knew Thousand Eye City Lord's strength very well. If Thousand Eye City Lord fell, then if the Dragon King attacked their main city, wouldn't they? Thousand Eye is dead. The Lich King looked at them and said with a gloomy face, "Dead." The warriors of the Lich Kingdom trembled and their expressions changed drastically. If Thousand Eyes was really dead, then who would be next? Lord Lich Emperor, are we still going to be enemies with that Dragon Emperor? There might be more than one level 8 Universe Knight in their Dragon Palace, and even Thousand Eyes City leader is dead. Furthermore, the teleportation formation we set up was cut off. A powerful Lich couldn't help but speak. The Lich Emperor leaned on the cracked throne and didn't speak. The group of Liches also didn't speak. The Lich Emperor knew what they were worried about. Thousand Eye City leader's death, along with the distress signal, even the teleportation array in Blackwing City was cut off. This made all the Liches terrified. The Lich Emperor didn't want his men to die either. Release a statement and contact the Dragon Palace. We will return all the treasures of the righteous god race to them and undo the array of the Dragon Palace. We admit defeat in this battle. After a few minutes of silence, the Lich Emperor spoke. Hearing the words of the Lich Emperor, the group of Liches heaved a sigh of relief. If this continued, they might all die. Go inform the Imperial Advisor. The Liches glanced at the Universe Knight level 7 Liches and ordered. It's the Liches. The Liches immediately replied and walked out of the hall. Although they were unwilling, they had no other choice. Look at the Universe AI. The Liches have announced that they want to stop the war with the Dragon Palace. They are willing to return all the treasures of the righteous god race. Hiss! The Liches have admitted defeat. The Lich Kingdom has admitted defeat. They actually admitted defeat. This is simply unbelievable. Return all the treasures of the righteous god race. The dignified Lich Kingdom has actually admitted defeat to the Dragon Palace. Not long after, all the powerhouses in the surrounding starry skies and at the edge of the heaven-opening desolate continent were in an uproar. The statement that the Lich Kingdom made on the universe's AI was too shocking. Everyone was in an uproar. This battle actually ended with the Lich Kingdom admitting defeat. This was something that no one had expected. A majestic faction surrounding the starry skies forced the top 3 factions at the edge of the heaven-opening desolate continent to admit defeat. This was the first time in history. This battle was destined to be remembered by all races. Undo all the formations. Around the Dragon Palace, the national master of the Lich Kingdom received the order from the Lich King and ordered with an ugly expression. The surrounding Liches nodded silently. They had already learned of what had happened in Blackwing City. They had also learned of the death of the Thousand-Eyed City Lord. It was already the best choice for them to bow down to the Dragon Palace. If they continued to fight, no one would know who would die. But they were certain that their Lich Kingdom would suffer great losses. The arrays were dismantled one by one, and the starry sky around the Dragon Palace regained its light. Very soon, experts from the Lich Kingdom were teleported over from the teleportation array not far away. They placed the righteous god race cosmos god kingdoms in the void beside them. Time passed by little by little. Not long after, more than 10,000 god kingdoms floated around the Dragon Palace. These unowned god kingdoms were an exceptionally rich resource for any power. Other than the god kingdoms of the universe knights, there were also the god kingdoms of millions of void god emperors. The Lich Kingdom returned all the god kingdoms of the righteous god races one by one. Below them, the disciples of the Dragon Palace sneered when they saw this scene. It seems that the Lich Kingdom knows its place. If they dare to be arrogant for another year or two, we'll destroy them after Ao Crab and the others improve, the leaders of the Dragon Palace said with a smile when they saw this scene. These divine kingdoms were very beneficial to the devouring dragon. And the divine kingdoms that the Lich Kingdom had robbed this time could be said to have robbed a large part of the devouring dragon's resources. If Ao Crab knew this, he would definitely kill the Lich Kingdom and the others after he leveled up. Now that the Lich Kingdom had returned all the divine kingdoms, they had actually dodged a disaster. At the same time, the powerhouses at the edge of the land, stars, and desolation continent also knew what had happened on the Dragon Palace's side. This caused an uproar once again. Has he admitted defeat? In the heaven-opening desolation continent, Wang Xian squinted his eyes slightly when he saw the news. Now, after exterminating the Thousand Eye City Lord, he had obtained another Universe Knight level 8 powerhouse's corpse. After absorbing this corpse, the Dragon Palace would be able to increase the combat strength of 4 Universe Knights level 8 powerhouses. With this number, if they continued to fight against the Lich Kingdom, they would still suffer heavy losses. However, since the Lich Kingdom had stopped fighting, Wang Xian was not prepared to make a move either. If they continued to fight against the Lich Kingdom, there would still be some dangers. Everything would be settled after 1 or 2 years. Let's go back, Wang Xian muttered. His body moved and he immediately flew out of the heaven-splitting chaotic land. He didn't return to the Dragon Palace immediately because he had some matters to settle. It was a small matter to him at the moment. Enlai, bring the heaven array here. Wang Xian sent a message to Enlai and waited for a reply. Greetings, Dragon King. Not long after, the sky array and Enlai appeared in front of them. The sky array had already absorbed the corpse of another expert from the corpse-wrapping race. Its strength had also broken through to the level of a level 8 Universe Knight. Furthermore, after destroying 3 cities in the Lich Kingdom, they had obtained a lot of knowledge on spell formations and other aspects. This had greatly improved the Heaven Formation and the Dragon Wizard. Check the location of this corpse's divine kingdom. Wang Xian waved his arm and threw a corpse in front of the Heaven Formation. This corpse was the one he had killed beside the treasure of the righteous god race. At that time, he had killed more than 10 other people. This was the disciple of a race in the heaven-opening and desolation continent. Although he had been killed, he did not die completely. He must have survived with the help of the supreme treasure. Not long ago, this guy who escaped had been taunting and cursing him on the universe's AI. He was also the one who spread the news about the Lich Kingdom snatching the treasure of the orthodox god race of the Dragon Palace. At that time, he even cursed the Dragon Palace. Wang Xian was very displeased with this guy. Now that the matter of the Lich Kingdom had been resolved, he would pay a visit to this keyboard warrior and let him know the dangers of this world and the strong malice towards him. It's the Dragon King. The Heaven Formation nodded immediately. With the corpses around, it would be much easier for him to find the kingdom of God. Furthermore, it was much easier now that he had achieved a breakthrough in his strength. Dragon King, in this direction. Soon, the Heaven Formation pointed in a direction and spoke. Wang Xian waved his arm and the 5 elements millstone appeared beneath them. Immediately, they flew towards the direction pointed by the Heaven Formation. The speed of the 5 elements millstone was not slow either. The 2 of them shuttled through the heaven-splitting chaotic land at a rapid speed. Let's take a look. Let's take a look at the position at the edge of the heaven-splitting chaotic land. Which place is suitable for our Dragon Palace to live in? Wang Xian said with a smile on his face. Very soon, they would be able to enter the heaven-splitting chaotic land completely. Yes, The heaven formation nodded and opened the universal AI to take a look. At the edge of the heaven-opening primal continent, the Dragon Palace could land wherever they wanted. Trash, the Lich Kingdom is trash. They can't even destroy a small dragon palace, and they still claim that they are the top 3 forces at the edge of the heaven-opening primal continent. They are trash. At the same time, in a palace in a swamp in the heaven-opening primal continent, a middle-aged man roared furiously. His face was filled with anger and unwillingness. He had hoped that the Dragon Palace would be destroyed by the Lich Kingdom and that the Dragon King would be killed. But now, the Dragon Palace had actually forced the Lich Kingdom to lower its head and admit defeat. If that was the case, the possibility of him wanting to take revenge had completely disappeared. Damn it! He slammed the items one by one, took a deep breath, and closed the universe AI in front of him. I should recover my power as soon as possible, and ask for some treasures from my father. The middle-aged man's face was dark, and he decided to forget about revenge. He moved and left the palace immediately, flying down. If his hope was destroyed, he wouldn't have any hope of revenge in the future. He would recover his power first. Dragon King. It's right in front. 5 days later, the heaven array stood on the 5 elements millstone and pointed at a swamp in front. This place seems to be the territory of the Deep Swamp race. This race is not weak. There are many level 7 universe knights in the race. According to the instructions of the array, the universe god country of this corpse is right here. Wuxia stood up and looked at the spot in front. He frowned slightly. Deep pool race? Let's go. Let's go and kill that rat, he said faintly. Boom boom. In the sky above a swamp in the heaven-opening desolate continent. On the swamp, there were all sorts of grass growing. Some of the grass even contained powerful spiritual energy. In the sky, there would occasionally be some flying desolate beasts landing on the swamp. This swamp region was the territory of the Deep Swamp race. The Deep Swamp race was a race that specialized in cultivating the earth attribute. They lived in the interior of the Deep Swamp. The entire swamp was the best shelter for their race. In the middle of the Deep Swamp, there was another blessed land. The exact effect of the blessed land was unknown. The Deep Swamp race had occupied this swamp area for a very, very long time. It was so long that many people could not remember how long it had been. It was also because of the swamp that formed a natural protection for them. Very few forces would attack this place, and very few forces would be able to break through this place. At this moment, Wuxia's figure was suspended in the air above the middle of the deep swamp. According to the detection of the heaven array formation, the divine kingdom of the corpse was more than 100 million kilometers deep. Wuxia was suspended in the air above, and a faint smile appeared on his face. Boom! The next moment he waved his arm, and the 5 elemental grindstone beneath him instantly expanded and fell directly towards the swamp below. An extremely violent sound was heard from the swamp. Accompanied by an incomparably terrifying force, it charged downwards. At the same time, it was located at the location below. In the interior of the swamp, when Wuxia and the heaven array arrived above the deep swamp, the disciples of the deep swamp race below had already noticed their arrival. However, in the sky above their domain, there would often be powerhouses from the forces of the heaven-splitting and primal continent passing by. They weren't too cautious about this. When they felt a terrifying power surging downwards, the expressions of the disciples of the deep swamp race changed drastically. The other party's strength is very terrifying. If they attack directly, it will definitely be a provocation. Immediately notify the experts of the race. An old man immediately roared loudly. At this moment, without the need for the old man to give orders, some experts of the deep swamp race in the swamp quickly flew out from the palaces. They raised their heads and looked up. Through the swamp, they could clearly see 2 figures floating in the air, staring at them coldly. Courting death, who are these 2? How dare they provoke our deep swamp race? The eyes of the experts of the deep swamp race were filled with coldness. Their deep swamp race was not weak at the edge of the heaven-opening primal continent. 2 people, and they dared to cause trouble here? They were simply courting death. Boom! 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 The powerhouses of the deep pool race emitted an earthy yellow luster as they flew towards the sky. They are here. Wuxia looked down and revealed a faint smile. Wang Xian did not put this deep pool race in his eyes at all. He could easily destroy a race that was only a level 7 universe knight. Even if the other party had a blessed land, he still had the confidence. Who are you people? How dare you provoke our deep pool race? A group of deep pool race experts flew out and locked their eyes on the two people from Wang Xian's heaven formation. They questioned with a cold expression. Hand him over to me. Wang Xian waved his arm and a corpse landed in front of them. Ha! When they saw this body, they were slightly stunned. It's Deep Pool Abyss. This is his corpse. Isn't he? The few elders swept their gaze over and their pupils contracted slightly. They knew who this corpse was. Deep Pool Abyss was also a famous expert of their deep pool race. He had a Universe Knight level 7 father, and he himself was a Universe Knight level 6. Seeing his strength, the eyes of the warriors of the deep pool race focused. May I ask who you are? An old man asked warily. Not long ago, Deep Pool Abyss and the others had gone out for the treasures of the righteous god race, and they knew some things. In the end, only Deep Pool was left alive. Now, the other party had taken out Deep Pool's corpse. The other party was Dragon Palace, Dragon King. I know that this fellow is not dead yet. Hand him over or I will exterminate your Deep Pool race. Wang Xian looked at them and said faintly, What? Dragon Palace's Dragon King. Below them, the expressions of over 100 experts of the deep pool race changed drastically. Their pupils contracted slightly and were filled with fear and panic. This was the Dragon King of the Dragon Palace? What the fuck? It can't be true. The Dragon King of the Dragon Palace came to them? Hong! Just as everyone was shocked, a terrifying pressure pressed down on them. This time, among the group that flew out, the strongest was only a Universe Knight level 6. Feeling this terrifying pressure, their bodies shook. Poo poo poo. All the warriors of the deep swamp race couldn't help but spit out a mouthful of blood, their faces pale and terrified. Lord Dragon King will immediately report to the clan leader and bring them to you. A deep swamp race Universe Knight level 6 warrior hurriedly said. After saying that, he gestured to the old man beside him. The old man moved and immediately flew down into the swamp. What? When the leader of the deep swamp race in the Grotto Heaven Blessed Land heard this news, his face was filled with shock and panic. Send someone to call the deep swamp abyss over immediately. He growled and immediately flew up into the sky. Greetings, Dragon King. When the tribe leader of the deep pool tribe saw Wang Xian, he immediately bowed and said, Lord Dragon King, we do not know how the deep pool tribe provoked you. I have already ordered someone to bring him here and await your orders. As the tribe leader of the deep pool tribe spoke, cold sweat appeared on his forehead. The person in the sky was the Dragon King. He was in existence who had just destroyed 3 main cities of the Lich Kingdom. He was also an expert who had single-handedly made the Lich Kingdom bow their heads. Such an expert was not someone that the Deep Pool tribe could contend against. In front of such an expert, they could only be respectful. Otherwise, their tribe would not be able to bear the consequences. All right. Wang Xian looked at the leader of the Deep Pool tribe and uttered a word. If the Deep Pool tribe was honest, he would not have destroyed them for no reason. Clan leader, call my son up. What's the situation? At this moment, in the swamp, an old man looked at the person who reported to him and frowned slightly. On the side, the deep swamp abyss also frowned and suddenly had a bad premonition. Deacon Zhua, the Dragon King has come to our deep swamp race and wants to go to the deep swamp abyss. The disciple who came to report replied, The Dragon King wants me to go? Then the Dragon King of the Dragon Palace wants me to go. When the Deep Pool tribe heard this, their faces changed and their eyes were filled with panic. The Dragon King wants him to go there? Deep Swamp Abyss widened his eyes and his body kept trembling. Why did the Dragon King ask him to go there? How did the Dragon King find him? What happened? Then why did the Dragon King find him? When the old man heard this, his face was also a little flustered. He naturally knew about his son's matter. This time, his son's death was killed by the Dragon King. Now, the Dragon Palace actually came looking for him? This was going to... Deacon Zhua, let's go over as soon as possible. Once our deep pool race infuriates the Dragon King, we will be exterminated, the disciple of the deep pool race urged. No, no, father, I won't go over. I won't go over. The deep swamp abyss was terrified. He quickly ran outside. Phew, let's go. Deaconswood took a deep breath and stretched out his hand to grab his body. No, no, father. The Dragon King will kill me. The Dragon King will kill me. The deep swamp abyss roared in fear. How did you provoke the Dragon King? Deaconswood's expression was equally unsightly as he stared at his son and roared in a low voice. Father, I only said a few things on the universe's AI. I didn't provoke him in any other way. Back then, he directly killed all of us. Deep Swamp Abyss shook his head in fear. Stupid. Deaconswood's expression was incomparably gloomy. Can such inherited powerhouses be easily provoked? Can their methods be imagined by you? Let's go. As he spoke, he brought his son and flew towards the sky. No, no, father, don't. Abyss roared with a face full of despair. There's nothing I can do. You'll have to rely on your own luck from now on. Deaconswood said weakly. Provoking the Dragon King wasn't something he could solve. If it wasn't good, their entire Abyss race would have to pay a heavy price. If anyone was to blame, it would be their son who had provoked the other party. Boom. Soon, Deaconswood brought the deep swamp abyss out of the swamp. Looking at Wuxia, who was in the sky, his eyes were filled with fear. The Dragon King in front of him was too ruthless. Dragon King, the deep swamp abyss has been brought over. The leader of the deep swamp race immediately said respectfully. Buzz. Wuxia moved his palm. The grayish energy transformed into claws and grabbed him directly. No, no, no. Deep Pool Abyss roared with a face full of despair. Buzz. Wuxia's eyes flashed with a demonic expression as he cast the soul-absorbing spell. He wanted to check some information. If the Deep Pool tribe was involved in something that was bad for the Dragon Palace, he would not let them off today. Deep Pool Abyss's body was suspended in the air and he was motionless. When the tribe leader of the Deep Pool tribe saw the scene, his expression changed drastically. At this moment, they were also a little scared and flustered. If it were to implicate their Deep Pool tribe, how would they be able to resist this Dragon King? The tribe leader of the Deep Pool tribe was filled with anxiety. His expression changed drastically. He moved his palm and a box appeared in his hand. He waited there anxiously. Pong! After checking the memories of Deep Pool Abyss, Wuxia waved his arm and killed him. Dragon King, my disciple from Deep Pool tribe has offended you. This is our apology gift. Please accept it, Dragon King. Seeing that Wuxia had killed Deep Pool Abyss, Deep Pool tribe leader's heart skipped a beat. With a wave of his arm, boxes containing powerful force flew towards Wuxia. Ha! Wuxia raised his eyebrows and swept his gaze over. Some 7th-level universe night pills and an acquired treasure. This could be said to be a considerable amount of effort. Dragon King, there is also this map of paradise. It was obtained by our previous tribe leader. It should be useful to you. Deep Pool tribe leader waved his hand again and a box flew over. He was introducing it. Grotto Heaven Blessed Map? Wuxia's interest was piqued. He raised his eyebrows and his eyes sparkled. He opened the box. It was a special stone that looked like a treasure map. There were some roots and images carved on it. Looking at this Grotto Heaven Blessed Map, his eyes sparkled. All right. Wuxia put away all the treasures. His figure gradually turned illusory and disappeared. At the side, the heaven array also disappeared. Seeing Wuxia leave, the Deep Pool tribe leader and the rest heaved a heavy sigh of relief. They never expected that on this day they would be so respectful to a force that surrounded the starry sky. Buzz. In the Dragon Palace, Wuxia's figure appeared in the Dragon King's hall. After returning this time, he was in a good mood. This time, not only were the treasures of the righteous god race returned, but he also obtained a large amount of treasures and resources. There were 2 acquired true treasures, 1 treasure map, and the corpses of the strong warriors from the Lich Kingdom that he had killed. These resources were enough to raise the Dragon Palace's strength by quite a bit. They could bring at least 30,000 Universe Knights to the Dragon Palace. Now, with 60,000 plus 30,000, he could get close to 100,000. The most important thing was that this time, he could increase many high-end fighters of the Dragon Palace. After destroying 3 main cities of the Lich Kingdom, There were more than 20 Universe Knights at level 7. As for the other levels, there was no need to mention them. Dragon King. Sensing the return of the Dragon King, Prime Minister Turtle immediately came to pay his respects. Since the main planet of the ancient sea tribe has already collapsed, let's move the Dragon Palace directly to the edge of the heaven-splitting primordial lands this time. In addition, all the members of the Dragon Palace have absorbed the resources to increase their strength. After he and the rest have achieved a breakthrough, we will directly land. Wang Xian instructed Prime Minister Gui. It's the Dragon King. Prime Minister Gui immediately replied, I am now preparing to look for some paradise in the heaven-splitting primordial lands to see which is more suitable for our Dragon Palace. Yes, that's fine. Make preparations in advance. Also, recruit some disciples. Wang Xian nodded with a smile. The Dragon Palace was not in a hurry to proceed with the landings. All they had to do was to wait for Ao Crab and the rest to make a breakthrough. Furthermore, Wang Xian pondered for a moment and was also prepared to recruit some disciples of the Dragon Palace. Although the number of 1 million members of the Dragon Palace was not a small number, it was definitely not much compared to a race. Let's see if we can recruit 1 million more this time and expand it. After all, having more people meant having more strength. Once the Dragon Palace entered the heaven-opening primal continent, the races that would compete with them would be high-level races in the universe. In the end, they might even compete with the peak races in the universe. At the peak of the Divine Dragon Clan, there were about 1 million pure-blooded divine dragons, and there were even more other dragon races. The number of the Dragon Palace had to be increased. With the influence of the Dragon Palace, it would be very easy to recruit disciples. It was estimated that all the water tribe experts in the surrounding starry sky would swarm over. It's the Dragon King. Prime Minister Gui nodded in agreement. The Dragon Palace is officially recruiting disciples. As long as an aquatic creature can pass the Dragon Gate, it can join the Dragon Palace directly. Hiss, the Dragon Palace is actually recruiting disciples. Moreover, any aquatic creature can join the Dragon Palace. This is a huge opportunity for the aquatic creatures. I heard that if you join the Dragon Palace, you have the chance to transform into a powerful subdragon. Brothers of the aquatic creatures, charge. When the Dragon Palace announced that they were going to recruit disciples, the entire surrounding starry sky was in an uproar. What kind of existence was the Dragon Palace now? It was definitely at the level of an overlord. Even all the forces and experts in the surrounding starry sky knew that the Dragon Palace would soon step into the heaven-opening desolate continent. For all the water creatures, it was a huge opportunity for such a powerful force to recruit disciples. When the Dragon Palace announced the news, the entire surrounding starry sky was in an uproar. However, the experts in the surrounding starry sky soon found that the Dragon Palace was heading toward the heaven-opening desolate continent. Finally, half a month later, it stopped in front of the heaven-opening desolate continent and stood in the void. All the aquatic creatures could come to challenge the Dragon Gate. Once they passed, they would become part of the Dragon Palace. The Dragon Palace stood in front of the heaven-opening primal continent, which also caused a lot of discussion. What did the Dragon Palace want to tell everyone? If they wanted to enter the heaven-opening primal continent, they could enter at any time. What did it mean to join the Dragon Palace? It meant to join the forces of the heaven-opening primal continent. The Dragon Palace didn't have this intention, but it made many people spread this intention. But the Dragon Palace didn't explain either. In the following period of time, a large number of water tribe members who surrounded Lu Xingkong rushed here to break through the Dragon Gate. Not long after the Dragon Palace announced this, the Water Dragon Palace joined the Dragon Palace. The Water Dragon Palace wasn't weak. Many of them had a trace of the Dragon God's bloodline. However, the Water Dragon Palace was nothing compared to the current Dragon Palace. The Water Dragon Palace also saw the powerful strength of the Dragon Palace. In addition, the daughter of the Water Dragon Queen, Shui Linglong, joined the Dragon Palace, so they joined the Dragon Palace as well. With the addition of the Water Dragon Palace, the number of members of the Dragon Palace increased greatly. There were more than 20 million members of the Water Dragon Palace, but only 500,000 of them passed the Dragon Palace. The rest of them lived under the Dragon Palace and lived in the Water Dragon Palace. This also gave the Dragon Palace a great advantage, which was that there would be an endless number of members joining in the future. As long as the disciples of the Water Dragon Palace made it through the Dragon Gate Dragon Palace, they could replenish the number of members of the Dragon Palace. With the addition of the Water Dragon Palace, the Dragon Palace even held a special celebration banquet. After all, this time, the Water Dragon Palace had also added 2 purebred water god dragons. Time passed day by day, and in the blink of an eye, half a year had passed. During this half a year, other than Ao Crab and the others, the improvement of the Dragon Palace had been completed. Ao Crab and the other 3 devouring dragons had also broken through to the combat strength of a Universe Knight at level 8. They were advancing toward the combat strength of a Universe Knight at level 9. There are indeed not many places at the edge of the heaven-splitting primordial land that are suitable for our Dragon Palace. In the Dragon King Palace of the Dragon Palace, after resting for half a year, Wang Xian began to deal with some serious matters. During this half a year, the Dragon Palace began to look for a paradise that was suitable for the Dragon Palace to settle down in. However, Wang Xian was not very satisfied with the information. There were not many oceans at the edge of the heaven-splitting prehistoric land, but there were quite a number of lakes. These lakes were also very large, and any one of them could be compared to several starry skies in the past. However, according to the information the Dragon Palace received, there weren't many resources in these lakes. Apart from having a blessed land, there weren't many other things. The resources in the heaven-opening primeval continent were abnormally terrifying, but this was also relative. For forces like the ancient sea race, these lakes definitely had a lot of resources. But the Dragon Palace's strength had already reached this stage, so the resources in those places were limited to them. If the Dragon Palace moved to that place, they might have to attack the surrounding forces if they wanted to improve quickly. But the surrounding forces already knew the Dragon Palace's strength. After the Dragon Palace moved there, they might immediately visit them. When the time came, they would be neighbors and the other party would be so courteous. Hence, the Dragon Palace would not make a move on them. In that case, the development of the Dragon Palace would slow down. Set your target deep at the edge of the heaven-opening chaotic land so that you can make preparations to go deeper, Wang Xian said. There are also many lakes deep at the edge of the heaven-opening chaotic land. Prime Minister Gui pondered for a moment before continuing, Dragon King, there is an ocean deep at the edge of the heaven-splitting primordial land. An ocean? Wang Xian narrowed his eyes slightly. With a movement of his palm, a map appeared in his hand. Many parts of the map were a little blurry, but there was a blessed land on it. This was a blessed land map given to him by the leader of the Deep Pool tribe. The value of this grotto heaven-blessed land could be very high, but it could also be very low. If it was high, it would be comparable to a huge treasure, but if it was low, it would be a piece of waste paper. The place marked on this map was the ocean Prime Minister Gui had mentioned. It could not be said to be an ocean, but it could be said to be the Horn of the Sea. The heaven-opening primeval continent also had an ocean. The size of the ocean was extremely terrifying, and it was uncountable. And this horn of the ocean was connected to the horn of the ocean in the land of mountains and seas. The land of mountains and seas was a place where countless desolate beasts were born, and where space beasts were born and lived. One could imagine how terrifying a place that could give birth to space beasts was. In the interior of the land of mountains and seas, even the great beings from the pinnacle races of the universe had to be careful when entering. Even the divine dragon clan, who was at the peak, did not dare to be arrogant there. As the king of the water race, the only sea that the divine dragon clan did not rule was the sea in the land of mountains and seas. One could imagine what kind of existence existed there. The race closest to the Cape of the Sea will need half a year to fly to the Cape of the Sea. It's a little far, but it's not bad if they have a teleportation formation. Wang Xian mumbled. The resources in the Cape of the Sea were even more abundant. As it was connected to the ocean, any kind of treasure could be born. Some powerhouses would also go to the Cape of the Sea to hunt desolate beasts and try their luck. That was indeed the best choice for the Dragon Palace. It would be even better if the Dragon Palace could have a blessed land in the Cape of the Sea. Wang Xian looked at the paradise map in his hand and pondered. I will go to the Cape of the Sea in a few days to see if I can find this paradise. It would be best if I can find it. If I can't, I will pick the race closest to the Cape of the Sea. Wang Xian said to Prime Minister Gui. It's the Dragon King. Prime Minister Gui nodded. The landing of the Dragon Palace was a very important matter to the Dragon Palace. This was related to the future development of the Dragon Palace. The heaven-opening primordial land was an incomparably huge and precious land. Choosing a good place for development would allow the Dragon Palace to improve rapidly. Wang Xian attached great importance to this matter. 3 days later, after making some preparations, he left the Dragon Palace and flew straight towards the heaven-opening primordial land. He went to the Cape of the Sea to take a look. He also wanted to look for that blessed land. His flying speed was very fast. He had spent some time in the heaven-opening primal continent the last time, so he had some understanding of the continent. When Wang Xian's Tai Chi dragon coiled around him and the incorporeal holy wings were spread out, there were very few who could threaten him. The speed of a Universe Knight at level 9, coupled with the defensive power of a Universe Knight at level 9, allowed him to fly above the heaven-opening primal continent without any scruples. This also allowed him to travel at a much faster speed. However, even so, this was still a long road. Crossing over the mountains of the heaven-opening desolation continent and across the huge lakes, Wang Xian had been hurrying along the road at an extremely fast speed. After hurrying for 3 months, he looked at the distance and summoned Enlai over. The distance between the Cape of the Sea and the Lich Kingdom was about 100 times. Wang Xian calculated that it would take at least a year for him to fly there. Therefore, he decided to let Enlai bring him there. It was too far. Buzz. 2 days later, Wang Xian's figure flashed and appeared in the void. Dragon King, the Sea of Bamboo is in front of us. It is the territory occupied by the 9-candle demon race. Enlai pointed to the front and reported to Wang Xian. The 9-candle demon race was the race closest to the Cape of the Sea. If nothing went wrong, the Dragon Palace might challenge this race in the future. Enlai, you should go back first. I'll take a look around, Wang Xian said to Enlai as he looked ahead. In front of him was a sea of bamboos. Bamboos were not ordinary bamboos. There were many kinds of bamboos. Some were long and thin while others were thick and strong. Some of them even had bamboo shoots growing on them. Wang Xian moved his body and flew forward. Buzz. When he got closer, he concealed himself. The 9-candle demon race was not weak. They had the combat strength of a level 8 Universe Knight. However, their overall strength was much weaker than the Lich Kingdom. Wang Xian did not fly over recklessly. This time, he was not going to cause trouble. Instead, he was looking at the 9-candle demon race before heading to the Cape of the Sea. The bamboo here grows like a sailboat. Does it have any special abilities? Wang Xian approached the sea of bamboo and looked at the thing formed by the dense bamboo. His face was filled with curiosity. Here, he could see some demon beasts of the 9-candle demon race. The 9-candle demon beast was a type of plant-type demon beast. It possessed the fire attribute and could fight 2 levels above it. Their main body was similar to the bamboo and had 9 sections. Hence, they were called the 9-candle demon beast. Wang Xian took a stroll around the 9-candle demon race. From his senses, the strength of the 9-candle demon race was still quite a distance away from the Dragon Palace. Even if the Dragon Palace were to launch a landing battle today, the 9-candle demon race would not be their match. At this moment, Wang Xian saw more than 100 demon beasts that did not belong to the 9-candle demon race flying over. They came to the top of a huge bamboo. On the huge bamboo, there were some teleportation formations. More than 100 demon beasts left directly through the teleportation formations. Teleportation formations? Other demon races? Wang Xian's eyes revealed a look of curiosity. He took out the universal AI to search for them. The 9-candle demon race actually has a teleportation formation that leads to the Horn of the Sea. Wang Xian raised his eyebrows. The Horn of the Sea was a corner of the land and sea. There were many desolate beasts in it, and it was very dangerous. However, there were also many similar treasures. Although desolate beasts were ferocious, many desolate beasts could be used to forge acquired spiritual treasures. Therefore, there were also quite a number of experts from the races heading to the Horn of the Sea. Wang Xian searched for some information regarding the teleportation formation of the 9-candle demon race. With a move of his body, he immediately flew towards the big bamboo. This expert, are you going to be teleported to the Cape of the Sea? Wang Xian flew over and said as a 9-candle demon beast emerged from the big bamboo. Yes, I am going to be teleported. Wang Xian nodded his head. A treasure at the peak of the void god realm. The 9-candle demonic beast said. Sure. Wang Xian nodded his head. With a wave of his arm, he passed it to him. A treasure at the peak of the void god realm was worth a lot to teleport once. However, many experts could accept it. After all, those who entered the Cape of the Sea were all at least at the 4th level of the Universe Night realm. If it was any lower, it would be dangerous to go there. Please. The 9-candle demon beast gestured at him. Wang Xian immediately went up to the big bamboo. Buzz. The teleportation formation was activated. The next moment, the surroundings changed. Oh you. Walala. Just as he came out of the teleportation formation, Wang Xian heard the sound of seabirds and waves. The surrounding scenery changed. A beautiful ancient world appeared in his sight. Killing and fighting are prohibited in the cursed spirit village. At this moment, a voice came from the side. When Wang Xian heard this voice, his heart trembled slightly. He turned his head and looked to the side. There was an old woman standing not far away. The old woman looked very ordinary. It was so ordinary that Wang Xian could sense that the other party only had the strength of a godly king. What was the concept of a godly king's strength in the heaven-splitting and primal continent? Perhaps a hurricane could kill them. The old woman looked completely human. She was old and very old. However, her face and body were covered with black tattoos. This kind of tattoo was very strange. Wang Xian took a glance at it and gave him a feeling of palpitations. The strength of a godly king. Strange tattoos. Cursed spirit village? Wang Xian's eyes flickered. He didn't get this kind of information from the artificial intelligence. The artificial intelligence wasn't omnipotent when it came to information. However, he had a guess in his heart at this moment. Young man, this is your first time here, right? We are cursed people and also weak people. But please don't bully us. The old woman looked at Wang Xian and said with a smile. She appeared very casual. Facing a universe knight like Wang Xian, she didn't show any fear, even a hint of respect. A cursed person? Wang Xian's eyes flickered. He smiled and said, "Don't worry, Granny. I don't dare to do so either." Wang Xian had seen similar creatures in the past when he was cursed. These creatures were cursed creatures. Similarly, some people said that they were blessed creatures. Their cultivation was very, very difficult. It was almost impossible for them to advance. According to the records, this kind of creature had never given birth to a universe knight. However, don't bully them because they were weak. They carried a curse. If you killed this kind of person, the curse would descend on you. You would suffer a terrifying and strange attack. Even the universe ruler didn't dare to kill this kind of creature casually. Weak, cursed, but also protected by heaven and earth. There are the rules of the cursed spirit village ahead. We must abide by these rules here. Otherwise, we will be attacked by the cursed spirit village. The old lady spoke to Wang Xian and walked out slowly. Wang Xian looked at him and looked ahead. The rules of the cursed spirit village were as follows. 1. No fighting and display of power. 2. No shouting, disturb the cursed spirit village. 3. No inquiring about anything from the cursed spirit village villagers. 3 rules. Every rule seemed extremely powerful. But no one dared to disobey. The cursed spirit village cursed people. The terrifying thing was not only their curses. There was also a very terrifying point, that was the karmic fire. The so-called karmic fire was if someone chased away the desolate beasts or ordered his battle pet to kill these cursed people. Then the instigator would also be cursed. In fact, if a large number of cursed people were killed, it might implicate other parts of one's bloodline. For example, if an expert of a race killed a cursed person, this expert might be killed by the curse. The descendants of this expert and the relatives of his lineage might also be killed. A person who was cursed could not be killed. However, such a person would not pose much of a threat to Wang Xian and the rest. Wang Xian scanned his surroundings and flew into the air. He took out the map of the blessed land. Looking at the information on the map, he raised his eyebrows slightly. There was actually the existence of the cursed spirit village on this map. It seemed that this village had a long history. In that direction, However, this map of paradise is too blurry. It's so blurry that there's only a rough area.
Wang Xian mumbled. His body moved and he flew straight in that direction.
There weren't many experts from other races around. Wang Xian didn't even see one.
The Cape of the Sea was very big. Those who could reach here were all experts.
Very soon, Wang Xian arrived above the sea. There were seabirds and dire beasts flying around. Some seabirds were covered with strange black tattoos.
These seabirds were also cursed existences.
Some of the cursed creatures are inheritors of their parents. There are also some of them because of other reasons. It seems like there are some strange places here. Wang Xian muttered to himself as a look of vigilance appeared on his face. He did not provoke these seabirds, so naturally, the seabirds did not dare to attack him. Wang Xian did not fly in the sky. Instead, he entered the ocean. The divine dragon belonged to the ocean. After entering the ocean, Wang Xian immediately sensed the existence of powerful aquatic creatures around him.
He narrowed his eyes slightly and ignored them. He continued to fly forward.
Swimming in the corner of the ocean, Wang Xian flew deeper into the ocean. Soon, he sensed that there were some universe night-level seaweed, sea trees, and other creatures growing below. Wang Xian did not take them away and continued to fly deeper into the sea.
Some universe night-level level 1 and 2 treasures were not worth his time.
According to the information on the map, Wang Xian arrived at the location of that area 2 days later.
On this day's journey, he also encountered many desolate beasts. They had the strength of desolate beasts and had the combat strength of a universe night level 6 or 7.
When he encountered such a desolate beast, Wang Xian killed it immediately.
I have arrived at this area.
When Wang Xian was shuttling through the seabed, he suddenly felt a huge change in the seabed in front of him.
The dark blue seawater turned black as ink. In the extremely deep seabed, there were some strange underwater mountains.
Wang Xian looked at the area in front of him with a curious look in his eyes. Could there be a paradise in this area? However, the map given to him by the leader of the Deep Swamp tribe was indeed magical. Even with his strength, he could not destroy it.
To be able to create such a map, his strength was definitely terrifying. The credibility of this place was not small.
He entered this area and continued flying forward. When he entered this area, he suddenly realized that there was something strange in the surroundings.
There are no living things and no treasures. There are only these mountains at the bottom of the sea.
Wang Xian mumbled as his eyes revealed a look of vigilance. This was because the Cape of the Sea belonged to the land of mountains and seas. It was normal for there to be existences at the overlord level.
Therefore, he had to be careful.
He continued flying in. After flying for another day, he narrowed his eyes and stared ahead. During this day's flight, Wang Xian didn't see anyone in this area. At this moment, he sensed a special energy fluctuation ahead of him. As a member of the Divine Dragon clan, Wang Xian had a very strong sense at the bottom of the sea.
He hesitated for a moment before he concealed his body and flew forward.
After flying for a minute, he suddenly saw the existence of human figures. There were many human figures. There were at least a few million of them. They were standing in front of a basin at the bottom of the sea.
There was an extremely strange energy emitting from the basin. This energy even made Wang Xian's heart palpitate. What is the energy in that basin? It feels so strange. Also, what are those human figures doing?
Wang Xian mumbled as his eyes revealed a look of astonishment. He concealed his figure and slowly approached the front.
Those millions of figures belong to humans. Standing at the front were thousands of cursed people with dark tattoos on their naked upper bodies.
They were speaking strange languages. With a wave of their hands, the millions of figures in the surroundings immediately flew into the basin.
Ah!
In an instant, screams of pain rang out, and the dark energy in the basin surged towards them. Their faces began to contort, and they began to look ferocious. The screams of pain continued to echo in their ears. Some people began to die rapidly and collapse. However, the faces of the thousands of cursed people at the edge of the basin did not show any signs of change. Time passed by minute, and after a few hours, dozens of figures crawled out of the basin.
At this moment, their bodies were covered with dark tattoos.
They had transformed into cursed people.
Ha!
Wang Xian was extremely astonished when he saw this scene. They deliberately transformed into cursed people. Out of millions of people, only a few dozen people survived.
Wang Xian's expression changed slightly. The scene in front of him was definitely under the control of a powerful race. Otherwise, he wouldn't have traded the lives of millions of people for the lives of dozens of cursed people.
He pondered for a while and continued to watch from the side for a few hours. Then he flew straight ahead.
That basin should be a naturally formed cursed pool in the heaven-opening and primal continent. One would be attacked by the curse if they entered it.
The probability of surviving and becoming a cursed person was very, very small.
Wang Xian did not continue to investigate and continued flying forward.
According to the information on the map of the Grotto Heaven Blessed Land, the powerful Grotto Heaven Blessed Land should still be in the depths. He continued to fly deeper. A day later, he flew out of this silent area. The scene at the bottom of the sea in front of him suddenly changed drastically. An extremely beautiful bottom of the sea appeared in his line of sight. Buzz buzz. All of a sudden, Wang Xian sensed the map in the mother nest and trembled. What's going on?
Wang Xian moved his palm and the Grotto Heaven Blessed Land appeared in his hand.
At this moment, the blurry Grotto Heaven Blessed Land was emitting a white glow. A clear map appeared in the middle of the map.
It was also an ocean basin, but this basin was not pitch black.
Instead, it was emitting a white glow. As it was shown on the treasure map, Wang Xian did not know the exact situation.
What's the situation?
A pitch-black basin, and now there's a basin covered in white light? Things will always go against each other when they reach the extreme. Wang Xian's eyes flickered slightly. He looked at the route of the Grotto Heaven Blessed Land and flew straight ahead.
There are so many aquatic creatures.
After flying for less than 3 minutes, Wang Xian suddenly sensed that there were more desolate beasts in the water around him. Could even be described as a lot. Each desolate beast was emitting a powerful aura. They were in groups, and the weakest among them was at least a level 4 universe knight. Wang Xian hesitated for a moment and did not attack these desolate beasts. He continued flying forward. There was a white light spot on the map of the Grotto Heaven Blessed Land. The light spot was not very far away from him. He did not know what was going on. Wang Xian was prepared to go over and check it out. On the map, the white basin was not too far away from the white light spot. Of course, if Wang Xian were to fly, he would need 1 or 2 days. He hid his body and flew towards the white light spot. Wang Xian realized that the deeper he went, the more dire beasts there were. This sea area was at the same extreme as the previous location. It was dead silent and full of vitality. The seabed was abnormally beautiful. There were all kinds of plants and many universe night-level spiritual herbs and spiritual trees.
Wang Xian even saw acquired spiritual treasure in the middle of a group of desolate beasts.
This place was simply a holy land. It should be because of that blessed land. Every blessed land will attract all kinds of powerful forces to fight for it. Naturally, it will also attract desolate beasts. He mumbled and avoided the desolate beasts one by one. He walked towards the location of the light spot.
When he arrived at the light spot on the map, Wang Xian looked down.
There was a stone under him. The stone looked very ordinary. However, on the surface of this stone, it seemed as though a thin layer had been cut off. The size of this layer was the same as the Grotto Heaven Blessed Land in his hands. He raised his eyebrows and placed the map on it.
Buzz!
At this moment, the surrounding white light lit up and a teleportation formation appeared. Wang Xian narrowed his eyes slightly. The Tai Chi dragon coiled around him and announced that he had stepped into the teleportation formation.
Buzz! The next moment, his figure appeared at the edge of a basin that was emitting white light. A warm energy enveloped his entire body, making him feel extremely comfortable.
He
looked at the spot in front of him with a look of excitement in his eyes.
The Grotto Heaven Blessed Land. The basin that was emitting white light in front of him was the Grotto Heaven Blessed Land. Moreover, it was a Grotto Heaven Blessed Land that was not occupied by other factions.
Standing at the edge, Wang Xian could sense a powerful light force. This force could clear his mind and increase his recovery ability tremendously. At this moment, it was as if he had received a blessing. His entire body was in an extremely mystical state.
Wang Xian had even cut off his arm. He could recover immediately just by relying on this force of light. I have yet to enter the grotto heaven-blessed land completely, but I already possess such a powerful ability. What about in the depths? Wang Xian mumbled, his eyes filled with excitement. He didn't expect his luck to be so good.
A treasure map had brought him directly into this place. This was simply giving him a grotto heaven-blessed land.
That's not right. Are there desolate beasts in the basin? At this moment, Wang Xian narrowed his eyes slightly. His dragon eyes flickered. Waves of energy were injected into his dragon eyes. Wang Xian could vaguely see the situation inside. In the basin, there were many desolate beasts that were emitting the power of light. He did not know how strong these desolate beasts were, but they were definitely not weak.
Walala!
At this moment, Wang Xian sensed movement coming from behind. He was slightly stunned and looked over.
More than 1,000 figures were flying over quickly. When Wang Xian saw these figures, his eyes flickered slightly.
There were actually people who came here. Furthermore, it was a faction. There were more than 1,000 powerhouses. The weakest among them was a level 5 universe knight.
There are powerhouses from the 9-candle demon race and another faction.
Wang Xian thought to himself. One of them was from the 9-candle demon race, and the other was from a human race. However, this human race had a pair of bright wings on their back. They looked somewhat like the angel race, but they shouldn't be from the angel race. When Wang Xian saw them, more than 1,000 people who flew over also noticed him. The 5 powerhouses who were in the lead were clearly stunned. They were filled with astonishment.
Their eyes were fixed on Wang Xian as they sized him up from head to toe.
Which race are you from? How did you barge into this place?
The powerhouse who had a pair of bright wings looked at Wang Xian. His eyes flickered as he asked,
Dragon Palace. Which race are you all from? Wang Xian did not hide anything after hearing the words of the powerhouse with the bright wings. Instead, he asked them, Dragon Palace?
Are you the Dragon King?
The powerhouse with the bright wings was shocked when he heard what Wang Xian said. Wang Xian did not reply. Instead, he looked at them. We are from the light race. They are from the 9-candle demon race. The leader of the light race said faintly. The light race.
Wang Xian was slightly surprised when he heard his introduction. The light race was a famous faction at the edge of the heaven-splitting primordial land. In terms of strength, they were probably second only to the corpse-wrapping race in the Lich Kingdom.
However, no one knew the exact strength of the light race. No one knew how strong the light race was.
The 2 major races had joined forces to come here. Who were they?
Wang Xian's eyes were also flickering as he swept his gaze across them.
Among the 1,000 of them, there was a bloody smell on their bodies. It was obvious that they had come all the way here. Are you all here for this grotto heaven-blessed land?
Wang Xian asked them. That's right.
The leader of the light race answered bluntly. He looked at Wang Xian warily and asked, Dragon King, are you here for this grotto heaven-blessed land as well?
Yes. Wang Xian did not hide anything. What do you mean by that? Are you leaving now, Dragon King? Or are we leaving?
The leader of the light tribe narrowed his eyes slightly and said, Or should we chase away the desolate beasts in the grotto heaven-blessed land first? After that we will determine the victor. The light tribe and the 9-candle demon tribe did not underestimate Wang Xian. To be able to force the Lich Kingdom to such an extent, they also attached importance to the Dragon King.
Hee. Suit yourself. Wang Xian's gaze swept across the 5 in front of them, his eyes gleaming. He was not afraid of the 5 universe knights and level 8 powerhouses. In front of the basin shrouded in white light, over 1,000 experts of the light race's 9-candle demon race were staring at Wang Xian.
Wang Xian was also staring at them. Both parties had a brief confrontation. It was obvious that the light race's 9-candle demon race had been preparing for this blessed land for a very long time.
Wang Xian was determined to obtain this blessed land. This blessed land was much stronger than the ones he had visited in Scorpion Emperor City, Black Wing City, and 5 Bug City.
This basin had a special effect. This place is still occupied by some powerful desolate beasts. There's no need for us to fight to the death at this moment. Let's kill off the desolate beasts here first. A Universe Knight level 8 great being of the 9-candle demon race said indifferently.
The great being of the light race at the side was silent, but he didn't refuse. There were still powerful desolate beasts in the grotto heaven-blessed land, and the desolate beasts hadn't rushed over to compete. Even if they won, if they couldn't get rid of the desolate beasts in the end, it would be in vain. Besides, this Dragon Palace Dragon King was able to force the Lich Kingdom to such an extent, so his power was definitely not as ordinary as he had imagined. Furthermore, the other party was a purebred divine dragon. Of course, I have no objections. Let's kill the desolate beasts here first. Then we will continue to fight over them. Wang Xian heard their words and nodded his head slightly. The grotto heaven and blessed land was occupied by whoever had the ability. The other party did not attack him directly. Furthermore, it was hard to say what would happen next. If there were desolate beasts with the combat strength of a level 9 universe knight, no one would be able to occupy this place. Moreover, they could join hands to enter this place now. By then, they would be able to figure out the strength of the other party. All right. The leader of the light race nodded his head. Then we will chase away or kill the desolate beasts inside first. If the Dragon King's Dragon Palace is much stronger than us, then there is no need for us to fight for it. All right. Wang Xian smiled faintly when he heard his words. He was rather satisfied with this rule. If he displayed his powerful strength, the other party would withdraw from this competition. Of course, if the other party's strength made Wang Xian feel that he couldn't win, he would withdraw as well. However, the possibility of this happening was very small. Everyone, get ready to enter. The leader of the light race scanned the surroundings and said in a low voice, "Yes." The warriors of the two races immediately responded and looked ahead. They had rushed here from the outside and used half a year's time to encounter dozens of desolate beast groups. Some of the desolate beast groups had Universe Knight level 8 beings guarding them. As for the group of desolate beasts that could occupy the center of this blessed land, their strength was definitely terrifying. Wang Xian glanced at them and looked at the basin in front of him again. He could vaguely sense that there were powerful desolate beasts in this blessed land. Let's go! At the side, the powerhouses of the light race and the 9-candle demon race charged straight ahead. They formed a battle formation and stared carefully ahead. Wang Xian's figure moved and flew forward as well. At this moment, he naturally could not stay behind to watch the show. It's just the Dragon King alone. The powerhouse of the light race and the 9-candle demon race, who had the combat strength of a universe knight at level 8, glanced at Wang Xian and frowned slightly. There should be a backup plan. Let's ignore the Dragon King for now. However, we have to be careful to prevent him from ambushing us. The leader of the light race said softly, "What desolate beast is this?" At this moment, Wang Xian, who was standing to the side, stared ahead with his eyes flickering. In the inner part of the grotto heaven-blessed land, there were desolate beasts. These desolate beasts were slender and had 2 wings that were like sharp swords. This desolate beast was lying quietly at the bottom of the sea like a cross. Their bodies were emitting white light. They did not move at all, and one could not sense their strength. This is an aquatic creature. Its strength is not simple, Wang Xian muttered. With a glance, there were many of these desolate beasts. Their bodies were not big, only 2 meters in size. At the side, the light race and the 9-candle demon race also saw the desolate beasts in front of them. They were all on high alert. Let's test the strength of these desolate beasts first, a Universe Knight level 8 warrior of the 9-candle race said. He slowly landed on the bottom of the sea, lightly stomping his feet. Poo poo poo! In an instant, below the bottom of the sea, countless sharp bamboos attacked the desolate beast. Wang! The moment the warrior of the 9-candle race attacked, everyone felt like they were being watched. The extremely sharp bamboo was easily evaded by the desolate beasts. At the next moment, beams of light swords attacked them. In front of them, there were more than 1,000 of these desolate beasts attacking. Wang Xian was also covered by the attacks. All of the attacks are not lower than a level 6 universe knight. Such powerful strength. Wang Xian sensed the attacks and his gaze focused. The strength of these desolate beasts was very strong. Kill! Without any hesitation, he waved his arm and faced the light swords that were attacking him. Desolate beasts were also very powerful resources. Kill! Destroy them! The powerhouses of the light race and the nine-candle demon race sensed the attacks of the desolate beasts in front of them and immediately ordered loudly. Among this group of desolate beasts, none of them had the combat strength of a universe knight at level 8. It should be because they were at the edge of the grotto heaven blessed land and could be destroyed as soon as possible. Whoosh! 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 The group of desolate beasts saw them attacking. Without any roars, their figures moved and attacked rapidly like a ray of light. Dragon Eye lock on the 8 desolates? Wang Xian saw the group of desolate beasts and did not hesitate at all. Numerous chains instantly attacked them. Walala! Long chains wrapped around them. In an instant, they covered over 100 desolate beasts and wrapped around their bodies. Faced with Wang Xian's attack, these desolate beasts were still unable to resist. GG. However, the next moment, what shocked Wang Xian was that the desolate beasts that were entangled by the chains let out terrified cries. Their bodies started to collapse slowly. Only a white glow was connected to their bodies. They even gave up on some places that were completely entangled by the chains. More than 100 desolate beasts avoided Wang Xian's attack. Their collapsed bodies were rapidly solidified under the white light. It seemed that they were not injured at all. Buzz. They did not hesitate at all and flew backward. A sharp sound spread to the surroundings. What a strange ability. What a powerful recovery ability. Wang Xian's expression changed slightly when he saw this scene. The recovery ability of these desolate beasts was abnormally terrifying. This might have a lot to do with this blessed land. They are trying to escape. Chase after them. At the side, a Universe Knight level 8 powerhouse from the 9-candle demon race shouted loudly. They had also encountered Wang Xian's situation. Stay here for me. When Wang Xian saw that the 100-odd desolate beasts were trying to escape, his eyes turned cold. He moved his body and the incipient saint wings appeared behind him. With a terrifying speed, he attacked them. Pooh, pooh, pooh. He waved his hand and a grayish destructive force covered them completely. The powerful destructive force instantly made their life force disappear. Wang Xian waved his arm and kept more than 100 desolate beast corpses into his bag. At the side, the 5 level 8 Universe Knights of the Light Race, the 9-candle demon race, had the same strength. They attacked the desolate beasts one by one. GGGG. An ear-piercing sound reverberated throughout the entire grotto heaven-blessed land. The desolate beasts let out hurried sounds. It was obvious that they were asking for help. Walala! At this moment, a ray of light came from the center of the grotto heaven and blessed land. The light enveloped the escaping desolate beasts, causing their speed to increase by 10 times. When all the powerhouses of the light race's 9-candle demon race saw this scene, their expressions changed slightly. Be careful! They shouted loudly. Wang Xian's gaze focused. He saw many desolate beasts that were 3 to 4 meters in size charging at them. Their bodies were like crosses, but they were extremely sharp. A Universe Knight level 8 desolate beast locked onto Wang Xian and attacked him like a beam of light. In front of him, there was not only one level 8 Universe Knight level desolate beast, but there were at least 10 of them. When the light race's 9-candle demon saw this scene, his expression changed slightly. Kill one first. Wang Xian did not care about the 2 races. He focused his gaze and stared at the desolate beast that was attacking him. The 5 elements millstone appeared in his hand. Crash! The desolate beast attacked and met it as well. They approached at a terrifying speed. Buzz! At this moment, the desolate beast was completely like a cross formed by light swords. It wanted to pierce through Wang Xian's body in an instant. However, the Tai Chi dragon was spinning around Wang Xian's body. When the Universe Knight level 8 desolate beast collided with it, its body trembled. Wang Xian stretched out his arm and transformed it into a dragon claw. He grabbed at its body directly. The 5 elements grinding mill released a gray energy and covered it in an instant. Wang Xian grabbed it. A powerful force landed on its body. The terrifying energy melted his life force. However, at this moment, Wang Xian sensed a terrifying resistance coming from his body. This force was resisting the destructive force. This is? A Universe Knight level 8 powerhouse shouldn't have such a strong resistance. Is it because of this blessed land?
Wang Xian muttered as the Dragon Claw and Dragon Force directly wiped it out. However, at this moment he saw a flash of light power on his Dragon Claw. This made him raise his eyebrows slightly. Whoosh! The next moment, he locked onto a Universe Knight level 8 Desolate Beast and attacked it again. Pooh! Wang Xian's speed was extremely terrifying. He held the 5 elements millstone with his Dragon Claw and the energy gushed into it. An ice sword flew out from the 5 elements millstone and instantly pierced through a Universe Knight level 8 Desolate Beast. With one strike, he directly cut off a Universe Knight level 8 Desolate Beast. However, what surprised Wang Xian happened again. His attacks were accompanied by a powerful destructive force. At the moment when it pierced through the Desolate Beast, there was also energy surging into the body of the Desolate Beast, destroying its vitality. However, the injury of the Desolate Beast that was cut off was not very serious. The cut-off body slowly fused together. Crash! When Wang Xian saw this scene, he flapped his incipient sacred wings and instantly appeared above it. His Dragon Claw grabbed it in his hand and completely destroyed it. Be careful! At this moment, the Light Race Universe Knight Level 7 expert suddenly let out a terrified cry. His body was directly penetrated by a Desolate Beast. But very quickly, a shocking scene happened. The wound that he was pierced through was quickly recovering. This Grotto Heaven Blessed Land has an extremely terrifying recovery ability. A Light Race Universe Level 8 powerhouse shouted loudly. This powerful recovery power was not only for the Desolate Beasts but also for them. When Wang Xian saw the scene, his eyes flickered slightly. His body moved and once again locked onto a Universe Knight Level 8 Desolate Beast and attacked it. GGGG. When that Universe Knight Level 8 Desolate Beast saw Wang Xian attacking it, it let out a hurried sound. 3 Universe Knight Level 8 Desolate Beasts immediately stared at Wang Xian in the surrounding area. Their eyes filled with vigilance. Their bodies moved and they attacked Wang Xian together. Just now he had killed 2 Universe Knight Level 8 Desolate Beasts consecutively, which had already attracted the attention of the Desolate Beast experts. Hiss, that Dragon King's strength is so strong. He has already killed 2 Universe Knight Level 8 Desolate Beasts. On the side, the Light Race and the 9-Candle Demon Race experts were shocked when they saw the 4 Desolate Beasts attacking Wang Xian. Just now, Wang Xian had killed 2 Desolate Beasts of the same level by himself. His strength had also shocked them. No wonder the Lich Kingdom has bowed to this Dragon King. His strength is really terrifying, they thought to themselves. With Wang Xian sharing a large portion of the Universe Knight Level 8 Desolate Beasts, it was much easier for them to deal with them. Faced with the attacks of 4 Universe Knight Level 8 Desolate Beasts, Wang Xian's expression did not change at all. 4 of them could be dealt with or even killed. However, as this was the Grotto Heaven Blessed Land, the recovery of the injuries was very terrifying. It was likely that this battle would last for a very, very long time. Is the effect of this Grotto Heaven Blessed Land really so terrifying? At the same time, at the back of Wang Xian and the rest, a group of over 400 people were walking towards them. They were flying here without any scruples. When the surrounding Desolate Beasts saw them, they immediately avoided them. Among the over 400 people, half of them were covered in dark tattoos. This half of them were in a surrounding formation. Those who were cursed were weak, but some Desolate Beasts would avoid them, afraid of the power of the curse on them. In the middle, there were over 200 mechas. Beside the leading dark golden mech, there were 2 cursed elders. Of course, how can a blessed land that corresponds to the pool of curse be weak? An elder who was holding a cane said calmly, "Hee, that's good. Then we'll work together to take this place. However, you said that the members of the Light Race and the 9 Candles race have already entered. When the time comes, the Universe Level 8 powerhouses of the 9 Candles race will be handed over to you." The dark golden mech emitted a mechanical voice. "Naturally, there won't be any problems. With your mechs, it'll be easy for us to kill them," the cursed old man said calmly. "There's a battle ahead. Get ready." The dark golden mecha stared ahead. Data after data entered its mind and it immediately ordered, "Get ready." The 2 cursed old men scanned their surroundings. The group of cursed people clenched their fists. The mecha covered their bodies. Boom, boom, boom. This desolate beast is really hard to kill in this grotto heaven-blessed land. In the grotto heaven-blessed land, Wang Xian attacked the 4 Universe Knight level 8 desolate beasts one after another. With 1 against 4, Wang Xian was not at a disadvantage. He was even at an advantage, completely suppressing the 4 desolate beasts. However, these desolate beasts were too difficult to kill. Wang Xian's attacks tore their bodies apart, allowing them to recover quickly. Due to the blessed land, their vitality was abnormally terrifying. On the other hand, on Wang Xian's side, as the desolate beasts could not break through his defense, the powerful recovery ability of the blessed land was of no use to him. I'm afraid it will take a very long time to kill these 4 desolate beasts, Wang Xian mumbled. At the side, the light race and the 9-candle demon race were fighting with the desolate beasts. They were in a stalemate. If they injured the desolate beasts, they could recover quickly. If the desolate beasts injured them, they could recover quickly. Overall, because they had an additional Universe Knight with level 8 combat strength, the 2 races were still in the upper hand. As long as I can obtain this blessed land, everything will be worth it. Wang Xian's eyes sparkled as he continued to fight, slowly depleting the life force of the desolate beast. At this moment, he sensed someone flying towards him from behind. Wang Xian took a glance and saw one mech after another flying over. Each mech was emitting a powerful aura. Are they the people summoned by the Light Ancestor and the 9-candle demon race? He raised his eyebrows, and his eyes were shining. Buzz, buzz, buzz. However, a scene that surprised Wang Xian appeared. 2 mechs flew towards him and shot out beams of lasers. The attack power of these lasers was not strong. They only had the power of a level 5 Universe Knight. Sneak attack? Who are they? What are they doing? Wang Xian was stunned. He completely ignored the laser that was attacking him. The laser landed on his body and was easily blocked by the Tai Chi Dragon Plate. At the side, the mechs were also attacking the powerhouses of the Light Race and the 9-candle demon race. The laser beams covered the bodies of the 5 level 8 Universe Knights of the 2 races. You are courting death. The sudden appearance of the sneak attack made the great beings of the Light Race and the 9-candle demon race look furious. 3 of the Universe Knights waved their arms and terrifying attacks covered the mechs. Hong. In the next moment, the attacks landed on the mechs. Hong. 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 More than 10 mechs exploded instantly and were turned into pieces. Be careful. Something is courting death. The few Universe Knights of the Light Race, 9-candle demon race, and level 8 great beings raised their weapons at their subordinates with cold expressions. Ah! 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 However, at this moment, screams suddenly came out of the mouths of the 3 Universe Knights who had fought back earlier. They covered their faces in horror and black tattoos appeared out of thin air on their bodies. The black tattoos entered their bodies. In an instant, the 3 of them looked ferocious. Their flesh and blood started to fall off, and their life force was fading rapidly. Even if they were in this blessed land with powerful recovery abilities, they would not be able to recover. Ah! Ah! The terrifying and strange black tattoos entered their bodies completely, and the 3 Universe Knights, level 8 great beings, fell to the bottom of the ocean. Father! Father! Beside them, an old man from the Light Race stared at the bodies at the bottom of the ocean and shouted in fear and sadness. Ah! My body, my body! Suddenly, he stared at his own body in fear, and on his arm, dark tattoos that were slightly illusory appeared. These dark tattoos also rushed into his body. Oh no, that's a curse. It's a curse. In the mech that 3rd Elder and the rest killed, there were people who were cursed. At this moment, a level 8 Universe Knight from the 9-candle demon race saw this scene. His expression changed drastically as he shouted loudly. Once a person who was cursed was killed, they would suffer the revenge of the curse. This curse was extremely terrifying. Even the ruler of the universe had to be careful. The person in the mech was cursed. When Wang Xian heard the words of the 9-candle demon, his expression changed slightly. He didn't dare to touch such a strange thing recklessly. He was about to destroy the 2 mechs in front of him, but he stopped immediately. His eyes flickered slightly. Whoosh! Whoosh! However, he didn't retaliate.
The two mechs charged at him without any restraint. Beams of laser beams landed on his body. Although the Tai Chi dragon plate could block the laser beams, the scene before his eyes still made him extremely displeased. Whoosh! 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 At this moment, a few hundred mechs flew towards them from the back.
More than 400 mechs bombarded them directly. Wuxia frowned slightly when he saw the scene.
Whoosh! 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 More than a dozen mechs attacked Wuxia. Terrifying attacks came at him one after another.
One of the attacks was comparable to a level 8 Universe Knight. A level 8 Universe Knight armor?
Wuxia's expression changed slightly.
In the universe, the peak power of technology had not reached the level of a universe dominator. However, it had also reached the peak of a Universe Knight. Even so, there were very few technological races in the Heaven Opening and Primal Continent.
This also made the level 8 mech of a Universe Knight abnormally rare. However, there was actually a level 8 mech of a Universe Knight appearing and attacking them. Wuxia moved his body and dodged the attack of the mech. His expression changed slightly, but he did not retaliate. This was because he was afraid that the one controlling the mech was the cursed one.
If the other party was killed by him, he would have to bear a huge price for it. He might even die.
I'm aggrieved. Wuxia's figure flashed and he dodged to the side. He did not fight with the dire beast.
G.
The dire beast saw Wuxia leaving and locked onto the mechas in the air, preparing to attack. Ka. However, at this moment more than 10 mechas flew over. One by one, the mechas were taken off, revealing the people who were cursed. When the group of desolate beasts saw them, their eyes were filled with fear. They were unwilling to provoke them and let out a few low growls.
Who are you people?
The cursed spirit village has always been on good terms with us, the Nine-Candle Demon race. Why are you attacking us?
At the side, an expert from the Nine-Candle Demon race asked with an embarrassed expression.
On good terms? We are cooperating, but you don't even give us 10%. Is this considered good terms? Get out immediately. This grotto heaven belongs to our cursed spirit village.
A cold voice came from within a mecha.
It really is your cursed spirit village. Where did you get so many powerful mecha?
Hearing his words, the faces of the Nine-Candle Demon clan members were extremely ugly. You don't need to know, kill them. The people from the cursed spirit village didn't care about the Nine-Candle Demon race. One of the mechas roared and attacked them.
Among the 400 mechas, there were 4 Universe Knights at level 8. This power, if placed at the edge of the open heaven primal continent, was a very powerful and terrifying existence.
The other group of mechas also attacked the Light Tribe and the Nine-Candle Demon Tribe.
Die! In front of Wuxia, the level 8 mech of a Universe Knight attacked him again. This weird thing.
Wuxia couldn't help but curse. He was confident that he could kill this mech instantly.
However, there might be people who were cursed inside. He didn't dare to kill them. This made him a little angry and aggrieved. Not good, retreat.
The Light race and the Nine-Candle race were even more passive when faced with the attack of the mechs from the cursed spirit village.
As long as they fought back and killed them, they would be attacked by the curse. However, if they didn't fight back, the mechs were also very terrifying. Even a level 8 Universe Knight could kill them. Under such circumstances, the Light race and the Nine-Candle Demon race had no way of fighting. They could only run away. Especially now, 3 out of the 5 Universe Knights at level 8 had been killed. To their race, the losses were already terrible. The Universe Knights of the 2 races resisted with all their might. The rest of the members immediately disappeared and returned to their god countries. Fortunately, they were in the Blessed Land. Their recovery abilities were very strong, and this Blessed Land had no effect on the mech.
Let's go!
The last 2 level 8 Universe Knights saw their subordinates leave and disappeared in an instant.
Who is this guy? Why does he have the strength of a level 8 Universe Knight?
They are not on the same side as the Light race and the Nine-Candle Demon race.
Everyone from the Light race and the Nine-Candle Demon race left. The mech in front of Wuxia asked in a mechanical voice. I don't know. Kill him.
Immediately, more than 100 mechs attacked Wuxia. Wuxia frowned slightly. He flapped his incipient saint wings and flew to the side in an instant.
With his speed, the mechs could not catch up to him at all. These guys are really disgusting. The cursed people use technology to burst out with powerful strength. Moreover, there are death warriors among them. It's a little troublesome. Wang Xian shook off the group of mechas. His expression changed unsightly. He had already witnessed how powerful the curse was. 3 universe knights at level 8 could not resist it at all. On the other hand, they were merely a dozen people who had cursed. In fact, they had even implicated their descendants. It was strange and terrifying. Moreover, they were indeed compatible with the technology. Creating a death warrior was simply exchanging the weak for the strong. This was a huge profit for many races. Let's go take a look around. Wang Xian was unwilling to give up on this blessed land. He moved his body and flew around the blessed land. The entire Grotto Heaven blessed land was not very big. However, at this moment, the cursed people were flying unscrupulously inside. None of the desolate beasts dared to attack them. They seemed to be investigating the situation and were preparing to occupy the place. These cursed people are so weak. How did they get such powerful mechas? Which faction is behind them? Wang Xian's eyes flickered as he thought of the most powerful faction at the edge of the heaven-cleaving desolation continent, the Steel Union. If the Lich Kingdom was ranked in the top 3, it would definitely not be number 1 because the Steel Union was number 1. This was a technological faction, and it was also the strongest technological faction in the heaven-cleaving desolation continent. In the entire universe, the technological faction of the Steel Union could be ranked in the top 3. One could imagine their strength. The people of the Cursed Spirit Village might have obtained the mech from the Steel Union. Of course, it could also be from other technological races. Now, if I want to compete for this blessed land, I have to grasp a method. That is to resist the power of the curse. Wang Xian pondered in his heart. The power of this curse was very strong. It involved the special power of karma and bloodline. Wang Xian's body moved and he immediately flew towards the back. He wanted to go to the cursed pool to take a look. Wang Xian was very fast. 2 days later, he arrived at the pitch-black and silent sea area. When he flew to the center, a strange energy charged over. At this moment, there was no one around the cursed pool. This place was not a treasured land to begin with. It was too late to hide and no one came over. Wang Xian approached the strange basin. The closer he got, the more he felt a strange energy eroding towards him. This strange energy wanted to fuse into Wang Xian's body. The origin of this energy is still darkness. It's just a variation of darkness. Wang Xian resisted this power and walked to the edge of the basin. Standing here was the limit of his physical body's resistance. Once he entered the basin, he would probably be subjected to a terrifying attack. The heart of light and darkness that I possess can resist such a curse? The ancestral tree can resist such a curse. The heart of light and darkness and the ancestral tree were Wang Xian's trump cards against this strange curse. The darkness of the heart of light and darkness was the darkness of the origin. He could give it a try. He was deep in thought. With a movement of his body, the Taiji dragon disc slowly appeared around him. The dark part of the Taiji dragon disc slowly transformed into a dragon of darkness and flew into the basin. Buzz. The moment the black dragon entered, it was struck by a terrifying attack. Waves of strange darkness energy surged into the black dragon's body. At this moment, Wang Xian could feel that the Tai Chi dragon disc seemed to be collapsing. Roar! At the side, the divine light dragon roared and flew to the side of the black dragon. It activated its Tai Chi and immediately fled towards Wang Xian. It couldn't withstand it. The Tai Chi dragon disc couldn't withstand this strange attack. If it stayed for a few more seconds, it would be damaged. The Tai Chi dragon plate can withstand an attack from a level 9 universe knight. Wang Xian could not help but exclaim in his heart. His expression changed slightly. This strange power of darkness seems to have a soul. He mumbled and hesitated for a moment. With a move of his palm, a gray branch appeared in his hand. Soul returning wood. The soul returning wood could absorb souls. Of course, this soul-absorbing wood could only absorb the souls of the members of the Dragon Palace. What if he placed the soul-returning wood into something that was invaded by the power of darkness? Would the soul-returning wood's branches be destroyed? Wang Xian felt that the possibility was very small. After all, the soul-returning wood's mother was the ancestral tree. He didn't think that a pool of curses could contend against the ultimate treasure of the heaven's origin. I wonder what will happen.
He mumbled and placed the soul-returning wood into the pool of curses. Buzz, buzz, buzz.
When the soul-returning wood entered the strange pool of curses, waves of curses surged into the soul-returning wood. The power of the curses wanted to completely destroy the soul-returning wood.
Wang Xian stared at the branches of the soul-returning wood, his eyes shining. Buzz, buzz, buzz.
The soul-returning wood was attacked and it emitted a gray energy.
The soul-returning wood was a treasure of the master level of the universe. It was extremely powerful. Furthermore, it had the backing of the heaven's origin creator level, the ancestral tree. This cursed pool was indeed strange. Even if the master of the universe entered it, he might die. The soul-returning wood that had just stepped into the edge was wrapped in a gray energy. Facing the invasion of the curse, it was not damaged at all. Wang Xian raised his eyebrows slightly and watched quietly. Time passed little by little. The soul-returning wood was not harmed in the slightest, but there were no changes. This made Wang Xian frown slightly. He hesitated for a moment and extended half of his arm into the pool of curse.
After his arm entered the pool, the power of the curse immediately surged into Wang Xian's body.
With a thought, he activated the heart of light and darkness in his body. The power of darkness blocked his arm to prevent the curse from entering his body.
It's effective. When the power of the heart of light and darkness blocked his arm, the strange power of the curse was blocked. Although it was blocked, Wang Xian's arm was quickly invaded by the strange curse. He saw black tattoos appearing on his arm. These dark tattoos covered his arm and looked exactly the same as the arms of the cursed person.
Wang Xian sensed his arm. His arm was invaded by the curse and he could move it. However, he felt that his energy was blocked and his attack power was greatly reduced. He extended his arm and his entire arm was completely covered by this strange dark tattoo. It was as if he had become one with his arm.
After retreating out of the range of the pool of curse, Wang Xian looked at his arm and his mind moved.
The power of the heart of light and darkness was directed towards this strange dark tattoo. Buzz. Wang Xian felt his arm tremble. The power of the curse was being expelled. However, this expulsion did not dissipate directly. Instead, it was directed towards his palm.
The dark tattoo on his palm was directed towards the soul-returning wood on his arm.
The power of the soul-returning wood was very strong. It stopped when it reached the tip of the soul-returning wood. Therefore, the dark tattoos could only gather together and eventually form a ball. The ball was inserted into the soul-returning wood. Wang Xian was stunned when he saw this scene. At this moment, he felt that a strange power within the ball had been worn away. It was as if it had become one with the soul-returning wood. No, it was exactly the same as the soul-returning fruit. However, this fruit was very special. It didn't have a soul. Wang Xian looked at this strange fruit. His eyes sparkled. What if the members of the Dragon Palace were to devour it? Wang Xian's eyes sparkled. He thought of the millions of people who had entered the pool of curse not long ago. In the end, dozens of them had survived.
Would it be possible to devour them and turn them into cursed creatures?
Wang Xian had a thought and immediately informed Enlai. He drew an altar and asked him to bring a member of the Dragon Palace over. Dragon King. Soon, a member who had just joined the Dragon Palace was brought over by Enlai.
Swallow this. Wang Xian looked at him and instructed.
The new member who had just joined the Dragon Palace had already evolved into a berserk dragon. It's the Dragon King.
The member nodded and immediately took it and swallowed it.
Buzz. After he swallowed the dark sphere, his body immediately underwent a transformation. The dark tattoo slowly appeared on his body and spread rapidly throughout his entire body. He looked down and couldn't feel any pain. However, he frowned slightly. Dragon King, I feel that my strength is decreasing rapidly. My control over my attributes is decreasing.
Soon, his expression changed slightly and he said immediately, "It's all right."
Wang Xian shook his head. A few minutes later, this member of the Dragon Palace in front of him had completely turned into a cursed existence. How do you feel? Wang Xian asked him.
Dragon King, my strength has decreased. In the past, I could fight across 3 levels. Now, I can only fight across 1 level. In addition, I feel that there is a strange energy contained in my body.
He widened his eyes and said to Wang Xian, "Very good. I will bring you to test it out." Wang Xian's eyes were sparkling. His body moved and brought him out. A day later, he flew out of this dead land and found a level 5 universe knight desolate beast. The Dragon Palace member who had evolved into a cursed one was only at level 1 universe knight.
As he could only fight one level higher now, he was similar to some mid-level races in the universe.
"Go, attack this desolate beast and let him kill you. Then, I will revive you." Wang Xian immediately instructed him. "It's the Dragon King." The member of the Dragon Palace did not hesitate and attacked the desolate beast directly. Boom! He did not hesitate and launched an attack directly. When the desolate beast saw that someone was attacking him, its eyes were filled with fury and wind blades were circling around its body. However, when it saw the face of the member of the Dragon Palace, it revealed a fearful expression. It immediately retracted its hand and did not dare to attack. However, this member of the Dragon Palace moved in a flash and appeared around this desolate beast. The wind blades around him instantly killed it. Roar, roar, roar.
When the desolate beast saw the scene, it was obvious that it was shocked and extremely terrified.
Roar, roar, roar. In less than a minute, it let out a blood-curdling scream. It was filled with fear and despair. Its body was bound by a curse as it slowly died. Wang Xian flew over and took out the soul-returning wood when he saw the desolate beast die. The soul of the Dragon Palace member flew over and slowly began to condense into the soul-returning fruit. In the past, the soul-returning fruit that was condensed was all gray.
But now, the soul-returning fruit was a little black.
What a powerful curse! Even if he were to resurrect after his death, he wouldn't be able to get rid of the curse. No wonder this curse could curse people with similar bloodlines out of thin air. Wang Xian mumbled as his eyes sparkled.
After this member of the Dragon Palace was resurrected, it could be said that he was a new dragon.
"Let's call him the Cursed Dragon,"
he mumbled.
Although this cursed dragon could only fight a level higher, this degree of strangeness made even Wang Xian feel disgusted. When the ruler of the universe saw this cursed creature, he avoided it and didn't want to get involved with this disgusting thing. If the Dragon Palace had a cursed dragon seed, it would be terrifying. If they killed it, they would be finished. Most importantly, a Universe Knight level 1 cursed dragon could replace a Pinnacle Universe Knight. This was a huge win. However, although the Dragon Palace can give birth to a cursed dragon, and if the cursed dragon destroys the cursed person, he will not be cursed. However, the other party still has that powerful mech. This is still a problem. The best way is to be able to resist this strange curse.
Wang Xian mumbled.
Although the heart of light and darkness could expel the curse from his body, it still required a process.
If he were to enter the pool of curses directly, the curse would erupt instantly. Even if he didn't die, he would be severely injured.
If he were to kill a few hundred people who were cursed, it would be very troublesome. Let's continue to test it out. As Wang Xian spoke, his body moved and returned to the front of the pool of curses once again. Following the same method, he condensed another cursed soul-returning fruit. He looked at the fruit and sized it up. Should I let the clones on the Tai Chi Dragon Plate try? Wang Xian's mind was full of thoughts.
The Tai Chi Dragon Plate was now under the control of his 2 clones of darkness and light. What would happen if the clones of darkness were to devour the fruit? I can give it a try. If it doesn't work, the heart of light and darkness can expel it.
Wang Xian pondered for a moment.
The Tai Chi Dragon Plate was created by his 2 clones of light and darkness. Now, the clones had turned into souls and no longer had a physical body.
In the absence of a physical body after being cursed, perhaps the circulation of energy would not be blocked, nor would it reduce the strength of the doppelganger. Moreover, he had the heart of light and dark to suppress the circulation, so it should not be too much of a problem. As long as he could succeed, then he had the confidence to resist the power of the curse. After thinking about it, he began to experiment. He summoned the Tai Chi Dragon Disc. The Tai Chi Dragon Disc could absorb the light and darkness treasures to improve itself. Naturally, it could also absorb the sphere.
Buzz. After absorbing it, the Tai Chi Dragon Disc didn't change much.
However, Wang Xian soon discovered that the black part of the Tai Chi dragon disc was even deeper. Moreover, it was revealing something strange. Did I succeed? Wang Xian raised his eyebrows and moved his body. The Tai Chi dragon disc completely enveloped him. He moved his body and extended his hand into the pool of curses in front of him. Buzz. The power of the curse on his clothes came over and the Tai Chi dragon plate rotated. Not only did the power of the curse not enter Wang Xian's body, but it was also absorbed by the Tai Chi dragon plate. A look of joy appeared in his eyes. He moved his body and entered the pool of curses directly. I've succeeded. His body was inside the pool of curses. Under the protection of the Tai Chi dragon plate, he wasn't attacked at all. Furthermore, under Wang Xian's senses, the Tai Chi dragon plate must have undergone a special change. This change wasn't noticed for the time being. Now I can touch those who are cursed.
Wang Xian's eyes revealed a cold expression.
Those guys attacked him without restraint. Now he could kill all of them. Wang Xian moved his body and immediately flew towards the blessed land. After flying for 2 days, Wang Xian arrived at the front of the blessed land once again. Roar, roar, roar. Woo, woo, woo. Just as he stepped into the vibrant and beautiful seabed, the desolate beasts in front of him suddenly fled outside.
When Wang Xian saw the desolate beasts fleeing in all directions, he frowned slightly.
Have they started to chase away the desolate beasts here? Wang Xian's eyes flickered. Roar, roar. At this moment, a ferocious-looking aquatic creature was fleeing in his direction. When it saw Wang Xian in front of it, it let out a wild roar.
Wang Xian swept his gaze over.
In this area, the strength of the desolate beasts was not weak. The strength of the desolate beast in front of him had reached the combat strength of a level 6 universe knight. This strength was not weak at all. With a thought, he stood there without moving. The Tai Chi dragon disc was floating around him. Pooh! The ferocious desolate beast had long claws and clawed at Wang Xian. However, when the claws landed on the Tai Chi dragon disc, it did not move at all. Buzz!
At this moment, Wang Xian sensed a rebounding force from the Tai Chi dragon disc.
This rebounding force was twice as strong as the attack of this desolate beast.
The expression of the desolate beast changed drastically. A black mark appeared on its body as it fled into the distance in fear. Wang Xian waved his arm and killed it. There's actually an additional ability to rebound the opponent's attack? Is this the reason for the curse force?
Wang Xian looked at the Tai Chi dragon plate with a face full of surprise and delight. This was rather powerful.
The attack of the desolate beast from earlier had returned to its body at least twice.
Let's go and take a look. Wang Xian moved his body and arrived at the location where the Grotto Heaven Blessed Land was teleported to. He disappeared instantly through the teleportation formation. Buzz. When he reappeared, he had already arrived at the location in front of the Grotto Heaven Blessed Land basin. He scanned his surroundings and immediately looked ahead.
There's someone. It's not that mech.
Wang Xian looked to his right and immediately concealed himself. He then approached the area carefully. Cursed Spirit Village, are you looking for death?
You killed the powerhouses of the 9-candle demon race and even destroyed the teleportation formation that led us to Cursed Spirit Village. Do you really think that we can't do anything to you?
A voice entered Wang Xian's ears. He looked over and his eyes were shining. In front of them were the experts of the 9-candle demon race and the light race. There were only 9 experts, but all of them were universe knights and level 8 experts. In front of them were a group of people who were cursed. Among them was a very familiar figure of Wang Xian, the old woman from Cursed Spirit Village. Wang Xian had seen this old woman when he had just teleported over.
Just like the last time he saw her, her face was filled with indifference and disdain.
It was an expression that showed that she didn't put any powerhouses in her eyes. The group of cursed people, indeed had the qualifications to do so.
Just kill us then. Why?
Do you want revenge?
Do you dare? The one who spoke was the old woman. She coldly stared at the experts of the Light Clan and the 9-candle demon clan.
Cursed Spirit Village, we found this blessed land. If you occupy this place, think about the consequences. Do you really think we can't do anything to you cursed people?
An expert of the Light Clan stared at them with a face full of killing intent.
This grotto heaven blessed land will be our cursed spirit existence's territory in the future. If you dare to come in, you can give it a try. An old man of cursed spirit existence said with an ice-cold face.
Are you relying on the Steel Union?
The expert at the center of the nine-candle monster race asked with a dark face. We, cursed spirit existence, don't rely on anyone. We are only cooperating with them.
The old woman said indifferently as her gaze swept past the 9 of them. Get out of our cursed spirit existence's territory immediately. Otherwise, don't blame us for being impolite in the future.
You! The expression of the nine-candle demon race's expert changed as he was filled with fury.
What do you mean you have the guts to kill us?
Otherwise, get out. This grotto heaven blessed land belongs to our cursed spirit village.
An old man said mockingly.
In front of the blessed land, the light race and the nine-candle demon race, 8 universe knights and level 9 great beings, stared at the people of cursed spirit village with dark expressions.
They looked extremely embarrassed. The 2 races had paid a huge price for this blessed land. From searching for this blessed land to barging in from the surrounding desolate beasts, they had lost hundreds of knights and used up a large amount of treasures. However, now it was occupied by the cursed spirit village that they had always looked down on. This made their expressions unusually gloomy.
Hee hee. The people from the cursed spirit village raised their heads slightly and looked at them. Their eyes were filled with ridicule and disdain. They were truly fearless now. With a group of mechas, as long as someone dared to compete with them, they would attack directly.
Once they were killed, their opponents would not be able to live either. The curse that they hated in the past had now become their trump card. At the back, Wuxia saw the scene and narrowed his eyes slightly. He moved his body and did not hide anymore. He flew straight towards them.
Ha! Wuxia's appearance attracted the attention of the experts from the Light Tribe. They looked over and their eyes flickered slightly. Dragon King!
An expert from the 9-candle demon tribe shouted.
Yes.
Wuxia nodded at them.
He didn't have much dislike for the Light Tribe and the 9-candle demon tribe. Although both parties were competitors, it could be considered a fair competition.
Whoever was stronger would occupy this place.
If the Dragon Palace was stronger, the Light Tribe and the 9-candle demon tribe wouldn't fight over it anymore. Similarly, it was the same for Wuxia's side.
The other party might not have much of an opinion on who occupied the place, but they had a lot of opinions on the cursed spirit village.
Especially when the other party had just started to attack them with the mech, the light race and the 9-candle demon race had even lost 3 universe knight level 8 powerhouses. This was a great enmity between the light race and the 9-candle demon race. Wuxia was also disgusted by them. Cursed spirit village, just a bunch of cursed people like you are dreaming of occupying this place. You will pay the price in the future. Our 3 races will always have a way to exterminate you. An expert from the light race took a glance at Wuxia and said with a gloomy face.
Ha ha, let us pay the price, you dog. I don't care if you are 2 or 3 races. If you have the guts, I will exterminate you. If you don't dare to do so, get lost immediately. Don't disturb us here.
At the back, a middle-aged man with a cursed spirit cursed loudly. Haha, that's right. What's the use of just standing here?
All of you are top-notch experts at the edge of the heaven-splitting primordial land. If you have the guts, come and kill us. If you don't dare, scram, you bunch of trash. The moment the middle-aged man finished his sentence, the young man beside him also cursed mockingly.
They stared at Wuxia and the rest of the powerhouses in front of them. Their faces were filled with malevolence and excitement. Cursing the powerhouses from the 3 major races was simply too satisfying, especially since the other party didn't dare to attack them. Hee hee. When Wuxia heard their words, his gaze turned cold. He sneered. Do you really think that we can't do anything to you? The Dragon King of the Dragon Palace, right?
I know you. But we don't care if you are the Dragon King or whatever. Don't talk nonsense here. If you have the guts, do it, idiot.
A young man stared at Wuxia. He raised his head slightly and said disdainfully, Damn it! When the 9 powerhouses of the light race and the 9-candle demon race heard their insults, they looked extremely embarrassed. They were all top-notch powerhouses at the edge of the heaven-splitting chaotic land. They had never met anyone who dared to humiliate them in such a manner. However, they were helpless in the face of such humiliation.
Buzz.
However, just as the young man finished his sentence, Wang Xian started to move. His figure moved and appeared beside the young man in an instant. When the young man saw Wang Xian appearing in front of him, he was slightly stunned. A trace of cold sweat appeared on his face.
Ha, what's wrong? You're so flustered. If you dare to touch me, you piece of trash.
However, the next moment, the young man pointed at Wang Xian and shouted with a face full of mockery.
Hee. The people from the cursing spirit village looked at the scene coldly. Dragon King, don't be rash.
At the back, the expressions of the experts from the nine-candle demon race changed slightly. They immediately reminded him. Bang! Wang Xian looked at the young man who was staring at him with a face full of disdain and mockery. He smiled and stretched out his arm to grab his neck.
If you have the guts, just
kill me.
The young man's face turned red instantly as he glared at him with hatred.
Dragon King, I advise you not to offend us, the cursed spirit village. We are not afraid of you. If you don't wish to have endless trouble in the future, you'd better scram immediately. The old woman at the side stared at Wang Xian and said coldly. Even though Wang Xian was close to them, they weren't afraid at all.
Oh! Wang Xian smiled.
Ah! At this moment, the young man who was grabbing Wang Xian's neck let out a miserable scream. Layers of flames emerged on his body. The flames burned his body bit by bit. The dark tattoos emitted a strange light as they surged toward Wang Xian. What? At the back, the expressions of the nine-candle demons and the light tribe experts changed slightly when they saw Wang Xian attacking the people from the cursed spirit village.
Was this mutual destruction?
Buzz. However, when the curses spread to Wang Xian's body, the Tai Chi dragon disc started to spin around his body. The power of the curses surged towards the Tai Chi dragon disc and was instead absorbed bit by bit. Ah! The miserable shrieks continued to come out from the young man's mouth. The flames released by Wang Xian were burning his body bit by bit. A guy who was only at the first level of Celestial the Arch dared to curse at him? He dared to be so arrogant in front of him.
Relying on the curse? What? At this moment, the people from the cursed spirit village saw Wang Xian torturing their clansmen with the flames bit by bit. When they saw that Wang Xian was not attacked by the curse, their expressions changed drastically.
Why isn't the Dragon King affected by the power of the curse? The pupils of the powerhouses of the light race's nine-candle demon race shrunk slightly when they saw this scene. Torturing a person who was cursed like this would definitely cause him to be attacked by the power of the curse.
However, the Dragon King seemed to be fine at this moment.
Come on. Continue to curse.
Wang Xian looked at the young man in front of him and said with a face full of mockery.
Crash. As he spoke, chains spread around and surrounded the hundreds of people from the cursing spirit village.
Today, I will kill all of you bit by bit. I want to see if the power of the curse will be useful to me. I also want to see if all of you will still be as arrogant as before. Wang Xian said faintly and revealed a smile on his face.
The flames also spread to the other powerhouses of the cursed spirit village. How is this possible? Why aren't you under the attack of the curse?
When the flames engulfed everyone in the cursed spirit village and when they felt the intense pain, the people from the cursed spirit village were completely flustered.
They stared at Wang Xian in horror and shouted in disbelief. The other party was attacking them and the curse had already counterattacked. Why was nothing happening to the other party? Their curses seemed to be useless against the other party.
Curse?
Do you really think that you are invincible just because of your curses? Wang Xian stared at them and laughed mockingly. Next, enjoy the torture of the sea of fire. He laughed coldly and the flames engulfed them bit by bit. Screams of agony were emitted from their mouths. Hundreds of people from the cursed village were shouting in horror.
At this moment, they were filled with despair. Wang Xian stood there quietly, feeling the attack from the cursed power.
To his satisfaction, the Tai Chi dragon coil had blocked all the cursed power. This made him smile. That Dragon King actually blocked the attack from the curse. How did he do it?
I don't know. It should be the defensive treasure around his body. It's really powerful.
Good. Kill them. Let them die in pain and despair.
The experts of the Light Tribe and the Nine-Candle Demon Tribe were shocked and confused when they saw the scene.
However, they were all excited.
They were already filled with anger towards this group of damned cursed spirit village people.
Now that Wang Xian had killed them, they were able to vent their anger as well. The miserable screams continued for a full half an hour. Wang Xian just stood there and watched quietly. This was the first time he had killed someone so slowly.
Eh? Just as they were dying one by one, Wang Xian saw a white light flashing across a few corpses.
He looked at the white light, and his eyes were shining. This white light was somewhat familiar. The last time he killed a Universe Knight level 8 desolate beast, there was also a flash of white light on the body of that desolate beast. Other than that, when he killed the middle-aged man from the Deep Pool race after his death, there was a flash of earthy yellow light. This meant that the other party might not have died completely. Moreover, he had used a bunch of treasures to make his soul escape.
Could it be? He had some guesses in his heart as his eyes sparkled.
Whoosh! 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 Not long after the white glow disappeared, the mechas in the depths of the grotto heaven-blessed land flew over rapidly. In the middle, 3 mechas released terrifying attacks and attacked Wang Xian. Humph! Wang Xian looked at the mech with a cold look in his eyes. Last time, he was afraid of the power of the curse, so he didn't attack. However, this time he didn't have any scruples. Buzz! Wang Xian moved his body and the incipient saint wings appeared behind him. The Tai Chi dragon spun around. His palm turned into a dragon claw and attacked the 100 mechs directly.
Kill him. A cold and hateful voice came from the 3 level 8 Universe Knights in the middle of the mechs. Rays of terrifying light shot towards Wang Xian.
Wang Xian did not dodge the terrifying attack. Instead, he went straight for it. Boom! When the 3 terrifying attacks landed on Wang Xian, the Tai Chi Dragon Plate instantly blocked the attacks from the mechs. On the Tai Chi Dragon Plate, the black parts were emitting a strange luster. A black recoil force was directed at the 3 mecha. Dodge! The 3 mecha instantly calculated the strength and speed of the recoil force and immediately dodged to the side. Boom! Boom! Boom!
Boom!
At this moment, around the 3 mecha, hundreds of other mecha were attacking Wang Xian. Not good. There's only 1 Dragon King, but there are 3 level 8 Universe Knights in that group of mechas.
The experts of the Light Race's 9-Candle Demon Clan glanced at the group of mechas. Their expressions changed slightly as they spoke in a deep voice.
However, they did not dare to go over to help. If they rushed over, the ones who would die would be them. Humph! I'll kill all of you today.
Wang Xian's eyes were filled with coldness. With the Tai Chi Dragon Disc's defense, he did not have any scruples.
Facing the coverage of all kinds of energy, he flapped his incipient saint wings and attacked a level 8 mech of a Universe Knight.
Boom! When his speed was pushed to the extreme, the level 8 mech of a Universe Knight could not dodge at all.
Wang Xian rushed over. The dragon claw in his hand landed directly on the mech. The huge force caused the mech to tremble. What a strong defense! Wang Xian narrowed his eyes slightly. The 5 elements millstone appeared in the sky above him in an instant. Bang, bang, bang.
The 5 elements millstone collided directly with the mech. All kinds of energy crushed it.
Crack, crack, crack. The mech began to crack slowly and started to collapse.
Buzz!
Wang Xian moved his body and instantly turned around to attack another mech.
This is bad. We have calculated that the opponent's defense is very strong. Our mech can't break through the opponent's defense at all. Retreat, retreat.
One of the mechs calculated Wang Xian's terrifying defense and shouted with a face full of shock and anger.
Can we escape?
Wang Xian's eyes locked onto the mechas one by one. His eyes were filled with killing intent. The level 8 mech of a Universe Knight was different from other creatures. If they wanted to escape, they could only rely on flying.
They could not return directly to their own divine kingdom.
Wang Xian relied on his own speed and rushed to the front of another level 8 mech of a Universe Knight.
Holy Dragon Shadow, break for me.
A huge shadow of a divine dragon attacked the mech in front of him. At the same time, Wang Xian grabbed the mech with his dragon claws, not allowing him to escape. No matter how the mech attacked, he did not move at all. On the contrary, the counterattack force on the Tai Chi Dragon Disc caused the mech to collapse at an increasingly faster speed. Crack, crack, crack. Boom. Very soon, the second level 8 mech of a Universe Knight was destroyed. Hiss, this Dragon King's strength is terrifying. His speed is terrifying. And his defense is terrifying. He's too strong. His strength is close to a level 9 Universe Knight, right? At the back, the 9 powerhouses of the Light Race and the 9 Candle Demon Race were filled with shock when they saw the violent scene of Wuxia.
3 mechs of the same level were attacking at the same time. If it were them, they would have no choice but to flee.
However, that Dragon King managed to destroy 2 of them in just a few dozen seconds.
Especially the speed and defensive power that he displayed, it shocked them.
They could not help but suspect that even if the 9 of them joined forces, it would be very difficult to defeat this Dragon King. No wonder the Lich Kingdom would lower their heads. This strength is too strong. They sighed in their hearts. He was not afraid of the power of the curse, yet he was able to unleash such terrifying strength.
Such an enemy, too terrible.
Run, run. The enemy is very strong. Let's run. Retreat. Retreat immediately.
Within the Blessed Land, the mechs controlled by the Cursed Spirit Village let out panicked cries.
The Cursed Spirit Village was not weak at the moment. 3 level 8 Night mechs and their strange curse powers.
Their strength could be considered as a relatively strong existence at the edge of the heaven-opening primal continent.
However, Wuxia's strength was stronger and even stranger. When the 2 level 8 battle mechas of Universe Knights were destroyed by Wuxia, the rest of the powerhouses of the Cursed Spirit Village fled into the distance with terrified expressions.
8 dragon clones kill?
Wuxia growled in a low voice. Numerous dragon clones flew out from his body and attacked the group of Universe Knights. No, no.
The mechas sensed the energy behind them. They turned their heads and looked horrified. This is bad. With this mech around, we won't be able to escape back to our divine kingdom in an instant.
The group of people from Cursed Spirit Village looked at the terrifying attack from behind. Their faces were filled with despair.
Boom, boom, boom.
The sounds of mecha exploding rang out one after another. Wuxia narrowed his eyes slightly and locked onto the level 8 mech of a Universe Knight. He continued to attack.
No, no. The people of Cursed Spirit Village, run away immediately. Run away immediately. That Dragon King is too powerful. In the future, all of you must avenge me.
Avenge me. When the people of Cursed Spirit Village, who was driving the level 8 mech of a Universe Knight, saw Wuxia chasing after them, their faces were filled with blood-red color.
He was filled with unwillingness as he roared.
Their Cursed Spirit Village was about to rise up and even occupied this blessed land. However, they did not expect to encounter such a strong enemy. His eyes were filled with blood red as he reminded the people in the center of the blessed land. The strength of this Dragon King was not something that the Cursed Spirit Village could contend against. What?
Damn it, that Dragon King was able to resist our cursed power, and now even the Vice Clan leader and the others aren't his match. Run. An old man roared and ordered loudly.
Clan leader, are we going to give up this place? We paid a huge price to occupy this place. In the center of the blessed land, a group of people stood there with unwilling faces. To the people of Cursed Spirit Village, this was their holy land. In order to occupy this blessed land, they had made a huge deal with the Steel Union and paid a huge price. If they gave up this place now, all their efforts would be in vain. Leave immediately. If we don't give up this place, the Dragon King will kill us all. The Cursed Spirit Village leader roared with a stern expression. As he finished speaking, his figure started to flicker and slowly disappeared. Honk! At this moment, they saw the sound of an explosion outside. That powerful Universe Knight level 8 mech directly exploded. The third Universe Knight level 8 mech was destroyed. Run!
At this moment, all the people from the Cursed Spirit Village disappeared. However, as they relied on their own curses, their Cosmos God country did not hide too much. Instead, they were directly at their village.
When they had just left, Wuxia arrived at the center of the Grotto Heaven Blessed Land. His gaze swept across the surroundings as his eyes revealed a cold expression.
Many castles were built at the center of the entire Grotto Heaven Blessed Land.
At this moment, There were no longer any people from the cursed spirit village. Boom! Wang Xian waved his arm and a wave of energy swept across, turning the castles they had built into ashes. He landed at the center of the grotto heaven-blessed land and looked around. When he arrived at the center of the grotto heaven-blessed land, the white energy was even more powerful. It was estimated that even if his body was cut in half, he would be able to recover instantly. This was an exceptionally powerful grotto heaven paradise for any race. Just think about it. If he was severely injured, he could recover completely within a few years, even if he was here for tens of thousands of years. There should be more than this. Wang Xian narrowed his eyes slightly and scanned his surroundings with his dragon eyes. Buzz. At this moment, his gaze landed on a spot. His figure moved and he flew over immediately. This is really strange. Landing at the bottom of the spot, Wang Xian sized up the few things in front of him. His eyes were filled with astonishment. In his line of sight, there were 10 tombstones that were emitting light. This tombstone was emitting a holy white light. Wang Xian placed his hand on it and a stream of information was transmitted into his mind. The Holy Tablet of Resurrection. As expected, it's just as I predicted. There are things in this blessed land that can resurrect creatures. It's really heaven-defying. However, this resurrection shouldn't be unlimited. Wang Xian mumbled as he looked at the 10 holy tablets with a face full of astonishment. These 10 holy tablets represented the ability to resurrect 10 holy spirits. This was simply too important to erase. 10 experts from a race who possessed the ability to resurrect was equivalent to 20 experts. It was just that he didn't know if their combat ability would be weakened after resurrection or what price they would have to pay. However, Wang Xian felt that the price might not be too great. It should be more powerful than the soul returning would. Not bad, not bad. It's very good to be the paradise of the Dragon Palace. Furthermore, there's no need for the Dragon Palace to engage in battle during the landing battle this time. They can just transfer the Dragon Palace to this side. A satisfied smile appeared on Wang Xian's face. The landing battle was a battle for the Grotto Heaven-blessed land. If the Dragon Palace managed to find a new Grotto Heaven-blessed land without an owner, they would naturally not need to challenge other races. It was likely that the other factions in the heaven-splitting primordial land would be extremely excited when they received the news. After all, they would be able to heave a sigh of relief even if the Dragon Palace did not challenge them. Whoosh! 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 At this moment, 9 figures flew over. Wang Xian turned around and looked at them. He raised his head slightly and locked onto them. Dragon King, please don't misunderstand. We are only here to take a look at the situation here. Our 2 tribes will not compete with the Dragon Palace for this paradise. The old man who was the leader of the Light Tribe saw Wang Xian locking onto them and hurriedly cupped his hands. Yes, this Grotto Heaven paradise will be the domain of our Dragon Palace in the future. It will also be the place where our Dragon Palace will decide on the tribe. Wang Xian said directly to them. With your strength, Dragon King, this Grotto Heaven paradise should belong to your Dragon Palace. The Light Tribe and the 9-Candle Demon Tribe also congratulate you. We hope that our 3 tribes can live in peace too. The expert of the Light Tribe expressed his goodwill. All right. Our Dragon Palace is also willing to make friends. Wang Xian smiled and cupped his hands at them. Then we shall not disturb you. When the Dragon Palace enters the heaven-splitting chaotic land, we will invite you to visit us as a guest. The expert from the Light Tribe cupped his hands and said, Our 9-Candle Demon Tribe will soon open up the teleportation formation to this side. When the time comes, you can travel directly through the teleportation formation on our side. The 9-Candle Demons were also expressing their goodwill. Wang Xian nodded with a smile. Sky Formation set up a formation here. Don't let anyone enter. 8-limbed demonic black dragon, you guys stay here with the Sky Formation. After the 9 powerhouses of the Light race and the 9-Candle Demon race left, Wang Xian summoned Enlai and the rest over and ordered them to guard this blessed land. It's the Dragon King. The 4 of them replied immediately. In the current Dragon Palace, other than him, the 8-limbed demonic fiend of the Heaven Formation and the only black dragon in the Dragon Palace had all broken through to the combat strength of a level 8 Universe Knight. Before the Dragon Palace was relocated, Wang Xian and the rest had to guard this place. And lie, I'll mark a place for you. You go there and bring me there. Following that, Wang Xian sent the location of the cursed spirit village to Enlai, who was at the side. He wanted to go to the cursed spirit village to take a look at the situation and prevent the people from the cursed spirit village from making a comeback.
Wang Xian dared to kill them, but he couldn't kill them with the 8 heavens formation. If he killed them, they would still be cursed. Therefore, Wang Xian planned to make a trip to the cursed spirit village. It would be best if he could exterminate all of them.
Yes. Enlai nodded his head and took action immediately.
20 minutes later, Enlai returned and brought him to the front of the cursed spirit village.
Whoosh! Wang Xian moved and instantly arrived in front of the cursed spirit village. His dragon eyes scanned the area. Did they all run away?
He raised his eyebrows. The cursed spirit village was rather quiet. There were mountains and rivers around it. It was like a paradise.
Humph! Wang Xian snorted softly. He waved his arm and a gray energy swept across the entire mountain village.
Buzz! Buzz!
Buzz! When the energy passed, there was complete silence. All the buildings collapsed and the entire cursed spirit village was in ruins. He narrowed his eyes slightly and flew around for a while. However, he could not find any trace of the members of the cursed spirit village. Dragon King! Damn Dragon King!
At the same time, far away from the cursed spirit village, the cursed spirit village people were flying above the edge of the heaven-opening primal continent under the guidance of mechas.
At this time, the leader of the elders suddenly stopped. He saw that the cursed spirit village was destroyed under the detection of the technology. He saw that the scene was pitch black, and his face revealed an angry expression. Dragon King!
Around them, thousands of cursed spirit villages' clansmen were breathing rapidly and their eyes were blood red.
Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. At this moment, battleships flew over from the front. This search battleship was like a ghost, quickly arriving in front of the cursed spirit village's group.
In the middle, a battleship that was 10,000 meters wide stopped in the air and a robot walked out from it.
This robot had the face of a middle-aged man. He was smiling as he stared at the cursed spirit village.
Clan leader, have you thought about it?
Join our Steel Union. We won't treat you unfairly.
The middle-aged robot asked the cursed spirit village's clan leader calmly.
Joining the Steel Union is fine, but we want that blessed land. When the cursed spirit village's clan leader heard his words, his expression changed drastically. After more than 10 seconds, he gritted his teeth and replied. Their cursed spirit village was very special. Without these mechs, they would not even dare to move around in the heaven-opening primal continent.
Once they encountered a natural disaster, all of them would have to die.
They could only find a safe place to bring them. Joining the Steel Union was beneficial to them, but at the same time, they also needed to pay a lot of things. At the critical moment, it was their lives. Because what they were most useful for was their lives. The Iron and Steel Union also wanted to recruit them because of this point. Last time, they didn't succeed, but this time, their cursed spirit village had already reached a desperate situation. Yes, but not now. The middle-aged robot wasn't too surprised by their conditions and directly agreed. Then how long do we have to wait? The chief of Cursed Spirit Village said with an embarrassed expression.
Not long, don't worry. The middle-aged automaton said, his eyes shining. Only if you help us to occupy that blessed land will we be willing to work for you.
The chief of Cursed Spirit Village said with a gloomy face. Okay. The middle-aged automaton nodded with a smile and extended his hand to make an inviting gesture. Welcome to the Steel Union. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The people of Cursed Spirit Village moved and flew inside. Cursed Spirit Village joining the Iron and Steel Union was of great strategic significance to the Iron and Steel Union. It was like having a member of Cursed Spirit Village on a warship, and then the warship would attack a powerful enemy.
Once the enemy destroyed the warship, what awaited him would be the power of the curse.
With the addition of the Cursed Spirit Village, the Steel Union would be able to improve tremendously. The people from the Cursed Spirit Village entered and the battleship flew into the distance.
Time passed day by day. After Wang Xian left the Cursed Spirit Village, he returned directly to the Dragon Palace. It had been quite some time since Wang Xian left the Dragon Palace. Currently, the improvement in the Dragon Palace was basically over.
Currently, The total number of universe knights in the Dragon Palace had reached 100,000.
During this period of time, the number of disciples in the Dragon Palace had reached 1.8 million. The weakest among these 1.8 million had the combat strength of a Void God Emperor at level 7.
This was especially so for the old members of the Dragon Palace. The weakest among them had already reached the combat strength of a Void God Emperor at level 9. However, Aohe and the rest still needed some time to improve. It would take them at least a year.
Wuxia would be bringing them along in the Dragon Palace for the rest of the time.
At that blessed land, the Heaven Array Qi and the rest were guarding it. No creatures dared to approach it. The surrounding Lu Xingkong was also in a state of peace. Wang Xian and a group of girls were strolling around the various planets in the surrounding Lu Xingkong to have some fun.
Boom. Boom.
A year passed very quickly. On this day, a terrifying aura came from the Dragon Palace. Ha ha ha, I, Ao Crab, have finally made a breakthrough. I have finally made a breakthrough. Following that, an excited voice was heard. When the leaders of the Dragon Palace heard the voice, they immediately flew over. Ao Crab, you guys have finally made a breakthrough.
Prime Minister Gue flew over and swept his gaze across Ao Crab and the rest.
The Dragon Palaces of the Wind and Thunder Godly Dragon Clan and the Red Gold War Dragon Clan allowed Ao Crab and the other 3 devouring dragons to completely devour them. Now, the 4 of them had the combat strength of Universe Knights at level 9.
With such combat strength, they were almost invincible even on the edge of the heaven-opening primal continent.
Congratulations! The leaders of the Dragon Palaces congratulated them with smiles on their faces.
Ha, from now on, leave the matters of our brothers' breakthroughs to us, the devouring dragon.
Ao, he said loudly with a face full of joy. Currently, the bloodline of the devouring dragon was the strongest in the Dragon Palace. The 4 Universe Knights had level 9 combat strength and were invincible. They were even stronger than the Dragon King.
Buzz.
At the same time, Wang Xian, who had received the message, returned to the Dragon Palace. Sensing the strength of Aohe and the rest, he smiled. Greetings, Dragon King. Aohe and the rest bowed respectfully when they saw Wang Xian. Not bad, not bad. We are just waiting for you guys to break through. We can prepare to land now, Wang Xian said with a smile. The Dragon Palace had been preparing for the War of Disembarkation for more than a year.
Everything was waiting for Aohe's breakthrough.
Today, with Aohe's breakthrough, the Dragon Palace could directly carry out the War of Disembarkation. However, the War of Disembarkation of the Dragon Palace this time might be different from the War of Disembarkation of other races.
Prime Minister Gue announced that our Dragon Palace will be disembarkating in 5 days. We will not challenge any races. We have our own paradise.
In the Dragon King Palace, Wang Xian's gaze swept across the leaders of the Dragon Palace. They were all purebred godly dragons, and he gave the order with a smile on his face.
Currently, there were 4 Universe Knights with level 9 combat strength in the Dragon Palace, 5 Universe Knights with level 8 combat strength, and 30 Universe Knights with level 7 combat strength. The leaders of the Dragon Palace, the Golden Dragon, the Water God Dragon, the Fire God Dragon, the Thunder Dragon, the Wind God Dragon, and the Little Blue House all had the combat strength of a Universe Knight with level 7 combat strength. Now, the Dragon Palace was powerful enough.
It's the Dragon King, Prime Minister Gue replied immediately. In less than 10 minutes, the news of the Dragon Palace landing spread throughout the entire surrounding starry sky and the heaven-opening primal continent. Everyone had witnessed how powerful the Dragon Palace was. Every move of the Dragon Palace could cause a huge shock in the surrounding starry sky. Not to mention the landing battle this time. However, the announcement made by the Dragon Palace not only shocked the surrounding starry sky, but also the forces at the edge of the heaven-opening primeval continent. The landing battle usually required a force at the edge of the heaven-opening primeval continent to be challenged.
The Dragon Palace was so powerful that the landing battle of the Dragon Palace also made those forces at the edge panic.
However, when they saw the announcement of the Dragon Palace, they were both excited and shocked at the same time. The battle for the land of the Dragon Palace doesn't challenge any forces. The Dragon Palace has already occupied an ownerless blessed land. Oh my God!
Is this the Dragon Palace?
Is this the invincible Dragon Palace?
Isn't this battle for the land of the Dragon Palace too terrifying?
Other forces need to challenge them to land, but the Dragon Palace has already occupied a blessed land ahead of time. They don't need to challenge other races at all. Now, the forces at the edge of the heaven-opening desolate continent are also relieved. All of us are terrified that the Dragon Palace is going to land. Who would have thought that the Dragon Palace would be so powerful that it occupied a blessed land ahead of time? The Dragon Palace is too powerful. It has created history. It has occupied a blessed land before it even landed.
At this moment, everyone in the surrounding land and the heaven-opening desolate continent were discussing in shock.
The battle of the Dragon Palace's landing was unprecedented. If a race wanted to establish a clan in the heaven-opening desolate continent, they had to own their own blessed land. The importance of a grotto heaven-blessed land was clear to all races. If not, there would be no foothold, no place to stand.
This would greatly affect the development of a race. And the grotto heaven-blessed land at the edge of the heaven-opening desolate continent was limited. It was basically occupied by all races. Even if it was not occupied by some races, it would be occupied by powerful desolate beast races.
Therefore, if one wanted to occupy a grotto heaven-blessed land, they had to declare war on it. And the Dragon Palace had already occupied a grotto heaven-blessed land in advance. One could imagine how powerful they were. They had occupied a grotto heaven-blessed land before they even landed. Could be said that they had created history. Welcome to the heaven-opening desolate continent, Dragon Palace. If you have the time, Dragon King and guests of the Dragon Palace, you can come to our light race as guests.
Welcome Dragon Palace to the heaven-opening desolate continent. Our Nine-Candle Demon clan hopes to develop friendly relations with the Dragon Palace and become friendly neighbors. While the disciples of some forces at the edge of the heaven-opening desolate continent were discussing, the congratulatory statements made everyone excited again.
What the hell? What's going on?
The Light Clan and the Nine-Candle Demon clan welcome the Dragon Palace? It seems that the Dragon King has a good relationship with their two clans. The strength of these two clans is not weak at the edge of the heaven-opening desolate continent.
This is the card face. The powerful forces welcome the Dragon Palace directly. Awesome. Fuck. Is this the Dragon Palace?
This is the Dragon Palace's arrival. It's so domineering.
Looking at the statements of the two clans, countless people on the artificial intelligence system were discussing in awe.
Look, this is the Dragon Palace. It's so awesome.
The statements of the Light Clan and the Nine-Candle Demon clan seemed to have a beginning.
Soon after, some other races led by the Deep Pool race congratulated the Dragon Palace on their arrival in the heaven-opening desolate continent.
In less than a day, more than 20 races made statements. The experts of the forces surrounding Lu Xingkong could see that they were trying to curry favor with the Dragon Palace.
The Dragon Palace was so powerful that they wanted to get familiar with it. They hoped that they wouldn't have any conflicts with the Dragon Palace in the future.
Looking at the statements of the races, all the forces in the surrounding galaxy were extremely envious.
If one day they could reach the level of the Dragon Palace, they would have no regrets. Humph, Dragon Palace, Dragon King. While the AI was busy with the Dragon Palace in the Lich City of the Lich Kingdom.
The Lich King looked at the messages on the AI with anger on his face. The more glorious the Dragon Palace was, the angrier he became. It could be said that the Dragon Palace had risen up by stepping on the head of the Lich Kingdom. The Lich Kingdom had also suffered heavy losses because of them.
Do you think the landing battle will be so simple?
The Lich King looked at the information on the AI with a grim expression. He smiled coldly and his eyes were filled with violent killing intent. He did not expect that the Dragon Palace would not only offend them. Very soon they were going to take revenge.
General Jean, the Dragon Palace is already preparing to land on the heaven-opening desolate continent. This time, they will go directly to that blessed land. Once they occupy that place with the Dragon Palace's defensive power, it will be very difficult to chase them away. Other than that, if they occupy that place, they will definitely find the cursed pool not far away. When that time comes, it will have a great impact on the plans of the cursed creatures.
Located on the other side of the heaven-opening primal continent, this was a realm filled with sci-fi, with all sorts of mecha and war chariots flying in the sky. The places below were all filled with dreamlike buildings. This was the famous land of technology in the heaven-opening primal continent, the Steel Union. Inside a castle located under this technological area, the cursed spirit village chief stood in front of a middle-aged mecha expert with a somewhat ugly expression as he spoke. I know. That place will not be occupied by the Dragon Palace. You don't have to worry. Our Steel Association understands the importance of the cursed pool. General Jean slowly browsed through some information on the AI and said faintly, Then what should we do? The chief of Cursed Spirit Village could not help but ask. What should we do? Contact the Dragon Palace privately. If they don't know what's good for them, then don't blame me for being impolite.
The curse pool was very important to the Iron and Steel Union.
As for the other blessed land, in fact, the Iron and Steel Union didn't pay too much attention to it. Even that blessed land was abnormally powerful. The main reason why they didn't fight for that blessed land before was because of Cursed Spirit Village. They wanted to completely control the members of the Cursed Spirit Village.
After more than a year of preparation, they had completely controlled everyone in the Cursed Spirit Village.
Now, the Dragon Palace was going to launch a landing battle. They didn't care if the Dragon Palace launched a landing battle, but they wouldn't let the Dragon Palace take over the blessed land. This would affect some of the Iron and Steel Union's plans.
As for the Dragon Palace, they naturally wouldn't directly tell the Dragon Palace to scram.
They also understood the Dragon Palace's strength. The Lich Kingdom had already tested the Dragon Palace's defensive power.
Therefore, their Steel Union would inform the Dragon Palace privately.
As the strongest force in the heaven-opening and primeval continent, they could do this because they were giving face to the Dragon Palace.
Ha! The chief of Cursed Spirit Village frowned slightly when he heard General Jin's words. However, he did not say anything.
He did not have much authority to make the Steel Union do anything. Dragon King, we suddenly received a message from the Steel Union.
An hour later, just as all the members of the Dragon Palace were preparing to land, Prime Minister Gue suddenly came to the Dragon King's palace and reported to Wang Xian with an awkward expression.
Information from the Steel Union. Wang Xian was slightly taken aback. When he saw Prime Minister Gue's expression, he narrowed his eyes slightly and asked, What information? The Steel Union said that the Grotto Heaven Blessed Land is of great use to them and to the Cursed Spirit Village. They don't care about the matter regarding the Cursed Spirit Village, but the Grotto Heaven Blessed Land belongs to their Steel Union. They will not give up and let our Dragon Palace find another place. They also want the Dragon Palace to give them a reply within an hour. Prime Minister Gue said,
If they want the Grotto Heaven, give it to them?
Hee. Chu Xian smiled. Tell them to scram. If they dare to lay their hands on the Grotto Heaven, we'll fight them.
It's the Dragon King. Prime Minister Gue replied immediately.
Also,
at this moment, Wang Xian narrowed his eyes. Inform the Heavens Formation and tell them to come back. If anyone dares to touch our things this time, we will directly start a war with them.
Yes. Prime Minister Gue also narrowed his eyes and replied immediately.
Things were different now. Back then, when the Lich Kingdom touched the Dragon Palace's spoils of war, Wang Xian could only use sneak attacks to make the Lich Kingdom bow their heads.
But now, if anyone dared to touch the Dragon Palace's blessed land, they would immediately start a war with them.
With Ao Crab and the other 4 Universe Knights with level 9 combat strength, would the Dragon Palace be afraid of the Steel Union?
So what if they were the strongest force at the edge of the heaven-opening primal continent? Very soon, the technology field of the Steel Union in the heaven-opening primal continent. When the higher-ups of the Iron and Steel Union received the news from the Dragon Palace, their eyes turned cold. Release a statement directly. The blessed land occupied by the Dragon Palace belongs to the Iron and Steel Union. If they dare to come here, let the Dragon Palace have a landing battle.
The supreme leader of the Iron and Steel Union issued an order, and the generals immediately responded.
In less than 2 minutes, the statement about the Iron and Steel Union was released directly.
The Iron and Steel Union was the most powerful force in the primal chaos continent. It was one of the top technological forces in the entire universe. Their every move attracted the attention of countless experts from countless forces. When they made this statement, all the forces were stunned.
What does the Iron and Steel Union mean? The paradise occupied by the Dragon Palace belongs to the Iron and Steel Union? If the Dragon Palace dares to come, we will have a war with them? A war between the Dragon Palace and the Iron and Steel Union. Hiss, it can't be. What's going on? What's the grudge between the Dragon Palace and the Iron and Steel Union? The experts from the forces on the edge of the heaven-opening desolate continent widened their eyes and discussed in shock. The Iron and Steel Union had just announced that the Dragon Palace was going to land when they made such a declaration. Did this mean that they were going to start a war? The Iron and Steel Union was the strongest force on their side. The news quickly spread to the surrounding Lu Xingkong. When the surrounding Lu Xingkong received the news, he was also in an uproar. His face also revealed an extremely shocked expression. The strongest force on the edge of the heaven-opening desolate continent actually issued such a warning to the Dragon Palace? What was going on? Countless people's eyes focused on the Dragon Palace and the Iron and Steel Union, and they all swallowed their saliva. They really thought that the Dragon Palace's landing battle this time was not as simple as they had imagined. Facing the strongest force in the heaven-splitting chaotic continent, the Dragon Palace was probably all kinds of discussions and all kinds of astonishment. Ha ha ha. I really didn't expect that the Dragon Palace would actually provoke the Iron and Steel Union. At this moment, in the Great Hall of the Lich Kingdom, the Lich King heard the news and roared excitedly. Not long ago, when he received the news from the corpse-wrapping race, he was already very shocked. The two races had already contacted each other to prepare for their next move. However, he never expected that the Steel Union would also start a conflict with the Dragon Palace. This was simply God's help for them. They knew more about the Steel Union than the other forces. They knew how terrifying they were. It was no exaggeration to say that if the Iron and Steel Union's battleship landed on the sky of their Lich Kingdom would have no choice but to flee. They couldn't resist it at all. Now that the Iron and Steel Union had a conflict with the Dragon Palace, in addition to their Lich Kingdom and the Zombie Clan, if they could join hands, he was confident that he could completely suppress and seal the Dragon Palace. We can't be anxious, we can't be anxious. The Dragon Palace might not dare to provoke the Iron and Steel Union. Since the Iron and Steel Union has issued such a statement, the Dragon Palace might cower. If that's the case, they won't be able to fight. In the end, only the Zombie Clan will be left. Soon, the Lich King suppressed the excitement in his heart and murmured. Everything was not set in stone yet, so they couldn't be happy so early. However, at this time he saw a message on the AI and his eyes instantly lit up. Ha ha ha. I didn't expect that your Dragon Palace would be so arrogant. Are you relying on the Dragon Palace? You're courting death. The Lich King laughed loudly as he spoke, opening the dragon's mouth and could not help but laugh. The Dragon Palace sent another message on the universe AI. 5 days later, the Battle of the Landings. The Battle of the Landings. Different from the previous announcement was about the landings. The addition of the word battle also meant that if the Steel Union fought, the Dragon Palace would also fight. The Battle of Land. Hiss, the Dragon Palace has responded. Their statement has been changed. They are going to wage a war against the Iron and Steel Union in the Battle of Land in 5 days. The Iron and Steel Union is so powerful, but the Dragon Palace is still not retreating. Is the Dragon Palace relying on the powerful defense of the Dragon Palace? The Dragon Palace is still the same as before, but they must be relying on the defense of the Dragon Palace. Otherwise, how could they compete with the #1 force in the heaven-opening desolate continent? The Dragon Palace's defense is very strong. The Iron and Steel Union might not be able to break it. The response of the Dragon Palace shocked everyone. They thought that the Dragon Palace would give up the paradise, but they didn't expect that the Iron and Steel Union would be involved. The forces at the edge of the heaven-opening desolate continent were also surprised, their eyes shining. To be honest, they were not optimistic about the Dragon Palace. The Dragon Palace was not even as powerful as the Lich Kingdom. How could it compete with the Steel Union? The Steel Union was much more powerful than the Lich Kingdom. Even if the Dragon King and the others entered the heaven-opening desolate continent with the defense of the Dragon Palace, what would happen next? The Steel Union's surveillance system could completely monitor the entire Dragon Palace. Once the members of the Dragon Palace came out, they would definitely suffer a huge blow. I thought that the Dragon Palace would descend, but I didn't expect it to challenge the most powerful force. Some people sighed in their hearts, their eyes shining. At this time, no force at the edge of the heaven-opening desolate continent opened their mouths to welcome the Dragon Palace. They were afraid of offending the Steel Union. The entire edge of the heaven-opening desolate continent fell into a strange atmosphere. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. In the void in front of the Steel Union, four figures were flying toward the Sci-Fi territory. The Lich King with the dragon head of the Demon Dragon and another expert from the Lich Kingdom. Beside them were the experts of the corpse-wrapping race wrapped in a shroud. Just as they approached the Steel Union, drones flew over and locked onto their identities. Please state your intentions. The drone warned them with a mechanical voice. We are the leaders of the Lich Kingdom and the corpse-wrapped race. We wish to meet the leader of the Steel Union. If there's anything we can discuss, the Lich King immediately said. Please wait a moment. Please follow me. Soon, under the guidance of the drone, the Lich King and the others entered the territory of the Steel Union. The Sci-Fi buildings, weapons, and huge battleships docked in the void made their hearts palpitate. Ka. Soon, they flew to the front of a Sci-Fi building. The building opened an entrance, and the Lich King and the Zombie Clan experts entered. Inside was a large hall, and an old man sat on the iron throne in front. Lich King, chief of the corpse-wrapping race, what business do you have here personally? The old man looked at them and asked faintly. Steel Leader, you should have guessed that we are here for the Dragon Palace. The Lich King cupped his hands toward the chief of the Steel Union and said, Oh, you have a grudge against the Dragon Palace? The leader of the Iron and Steel Union looked at the leader of the Iron and Steel Union and asked in surprise. 2 Universe Knights of the Iron and Steel Union were killed by the Dragon King. Naturally, the Iron and Steel Union will take revenge. The leader of the Iron and Steel Union said, I want to hear your plans. If possible, the Iron and Steel Union will agree. The leader of the Steel Union's eyes sparkled. The arrival of the 2 great races, the Lich Kingdom and the corpse-wrapping race, had also exceeded his expectations. The strength of their 2 races was second only to the Steel Union at the edge of the heaven-opening desolate continent. For 2 great races to come at once, the Dragon Palace had really provoked a lot of powerful forces. Steel Spirit, our action is very simple. The Dragon Palace wants to go to the Grotto Heaven-blessed land that they currently occupy. We'll find a good place to ambush midway and directly suppress them there forever, so that they can never come out. The Lich King said directly. The paradise they are occupying belongs to us. Our Steel Union has already sent people to take it over. The leader of the Steel Union said and pondered for a few seconds. Then how strong is the defense of the Dragon Palace? I judge that unless they have the destructive power of a universe overlord, it will be very difficult to break through the defense of the Dragon Palace. Sealing and suppressing is the best way. Lich Emperor said solemnly, if it wasn't for the powerful defense of the Dragon Palace, our Lich Empire would have destroyed the Dragon Palace long ago. Sealing and suppressing. The leader of the Steel Union nodded slightly. This isn't difficult. Our Steel Union will come up with the plan for this matter. Your 2 races can just send all the strong disciples, no problem, right? Of course not. When the Lich King and the chief of the Wrapped Corpse clan heard this, they smiled. The Iron and Steel Union's plan was much more detailed than theirs. Their fighter jets and their smart technology could find the best place and find the best plan. When the time came, their Lich Kingdom and the Wrapped Corpse clan only needed to send people to attack. In 3 days, we will pass the plan to you, the leader of the Iron and Steel Union said directly. The Lich King and the leader of the corpse-wrapping race nodded and left. This time, the Dragon Palace will definitely die. When they heard that they had flown to the sky, their eyes were full of excitement. It's good to suppress the Dragon Palace, so that they won't take revenge in the future. In the territory of the Iron and Steel Union, the leader of the Iron and Steel Union muttered. He quickly checked the information of the Dragon Palace in his mind and was slightly shocked by the speed of the rise of the Dragon Palace. Such a force could either be suppressed directly or not offend them. Unfortunately, they had already offended them, so he would suppress them. He closed his eyes slightly, and a scene appeared in his mind. Battleships and spaceships had already arrived above that blessed land. In that blessed land, the formation was operating. Attack! A mechanical voice rang out, and terrifying attacks attacked the formation one after another. The formation slowly began to collapse, and the unmanned fighter jets scanned their surroundings, slowly landing in that blessed land. The members of Cursed Spirit Village came to the blessed land excitedly. At the same time, in the cursed pool not far from the blessed land, tens of millions of clones stood in front of the cursed people. They all jumped into the cursed pool and screamed in pain. Their chances of survival were 1 in 10,000. Now that the technology of the Steel Union had reached a critical point, they could only think of other ways to improve. Creating some cursed people was a relatively simple method for now. Dragon King, the formation that I set up in the Revival Wonderland, has been destroyed. A warship has arrived there. In the Dragon Palace, after the formation set up by the Heaven Formation had been destroyed, they came to report immediately. As expected, Wang Xian nodded his head faintly. The Cursed Spirit Village must have come to an agreement with the Steel Union, or perhaps the Cursed Spirit Village had joined the Steel Union. They would definitely send warships to occupy the Rebirth Wonderland. As for the name of this wonderland, it was Wang Xian and the rest who gave it to them. Dragon King, this is an opportunity for the Lich Kingdom. They hate us so much, so they will not let this opportunity slip away. Prime Minister Gue said to Wang Xian from the side, his eyes gleaming. The Lich Kingdom is not worth mentioning. How is the understanding of the Steel Union? Wang Xian smiled and asked Prime Minister Gue. According to the information on the universe's artificial intelligence and some information from the Light Tribe's 9-Candle Demon Tribe, there is a 70% chance that the Iron and Steel Union has a combat machine that can unleash the destructive power of a level 9 Universe Knight. Such a level of combat machine should be in existence of the Iron and Steel Union. It's just that I don't know if they will take it out when they deal with us. Prime Minister Turtle reported. At the edge of the heaven-opening primal continent, a Universe Knight level 8 was already the strongest fighting force. Even if the Steel Union had a war machine that could unleash a Universe Knight level 9, it would probably only be guarding the Steel Union's territory. With such a level of attack, the Steel Union could only have 2 at most. There's nothing to worry about. When he heard the news, he said confidently, I'll rely on you guys for this battle. Wang Xian smiled at him. Don't worry, Dragon King. If that's all they have, we'll kill as many dragons as they come. He said confidently. Wang Xian nodded his head lightly. Get all the members of the Dragon Palace to prepare to enter the heaven-splitting chaotic land. Yes. Prime Minister Gue replied immediately and left the Dragon King Hall. Now, the only one who can threaten the Dragon Palace in the heaven-splitting primordial land is probably the Cursed One. When the time comes, I will kill the Cursed Ones first. Wang Xian leaned on the dragon throne and muttered. However, on the branches of the ancestral tree, the soul-returning wood, there were dozens of black balls that were like soul-returning fruits. During the past half a year, Wang Xian had ordered Enlai to bring him to the Pool of Curses a few times. Currently, there were about 1,000 cursed dragons in the Dragon Palace. This was also a great killing tool when the other factions were unaware of it. Most importantly, after the Dragon Palace's cursed dragons were killed, they could be resurrected through the soul-returning tree. Time passed day by day, and 5 days passed in the blink of an eye. On the 5th day, Wang Xian was floating above the Dragon Palace, looking at the vast continent in front of him. On the left and right sides were the Water Dragon Palace of the Fire Dragon Palace and the Dark World of the Demon Dragon. The 4 Dragon Palaces were slowly heading towards the heaven-splitting chaotic land. The speed of the Dragon Palace was very fast, and they soon stepped into the sky above the heaven-splitting chaotic land. This scene was clearly seen by some of the experts who came to watch. The Dragon Palace is going to land. I heard that they are going to go to the deepest part of the heaven-opening primeval continent. It will take them half a year to reach their destination. Flying over the heaven-opening primeval continent for half a year is something only the Dragon Palace can do in the starry sky. However, even the Dragon Palace will be in great danger along the way. I wonder when the Iron and Steel Union will take action and if the Lich Kingdom will join in. The experts who surrounded Lu Xingkong discussed in low voices. They didn't dare to step into the heaven-splitting desolation continent. so they could only keep an eye on the Dragon Palace on their computers. The Dragon Palace is here. The forces at the edge of the heaven-splitting desolation continent were also watching the battle of the Dragon Palace. When he saw the Dragon Palace stepping into the sky above the heaven-splitting primordial land, he thought to himself.
The 4 dragon palaces were flying in the heaven-splitting primordial land. They were exuding a mighty aura. Some desolate beasts sensed it and hid far away.
The journey this time was very, very long. It would take at least half a year to travel.
Wuxia scanned his surroundings and waited quietly. In the dragon field of the Dragon Palace, the members of the Dragon Palace were entrenched there, ready for battle at any time.
The news of the Dragon Palace entering the heaven-splitting primordial land was quickly spread to every race. This time, the Dragon Palace would fly past the airspace of many races and forces.
It could be said that every action of the Dragon Palace was under the watchful eyes of many forces.
5 days passed quickly. The Dragon Palace flew in a straight line and didn't make any changes. According to the current route of the Dragon Palace, they will arrive at that blessed land by this route. The moment the Dragon Palace stepped into the sky above the heaven-splitting chaotic land, the Steel Union had already grasped all their movements. 5 days later, the Lich King and the experts of the corpse-wrapping race arrived at the Steel Union. The temporary place to suppress the Dragon Palace is here. They will arrive here in 3 months. This place is a deep pit called the Nine Origin Deep Pit. The deep pit exudes a deathly silent energy. The feng shui is not bad. It will be the burial place of the Dragon Palace. The leader of the Iron and Steel Union pointed at a map and continued to speak to them. Sure, this place is not bad. It can fit in for dragon palaces.
The Lich King looked over and smiled. You 2 clans should go and prepare. We need to get there 3 days ahead of time. Since the Dragon King dares to challenge our Iron and Steel Union, he must have some ability.
The leader of the Iron and Steel Union said faintly.
Okay.
The Lich King and the others also nodded. This time, the 3 forces joining hands didn't mean that they could easily crush the Dragon Palace. The Dragon Palace's Dragon King's strength and the Dragon Palace's defense were extremely terrifying. Therefore, even if the 3 factions joined forces, they had to be fully prepared. A lion would use its full strength to hunt a rabbit. Time passed day by day. For a month or 2, the Dragon Palace shuttled through the heaven-opening desolate continent and did not suffer any attacks. Some reckless desolate beasts were easily killed by the Dragon Palace disciples.
In the blink of an eye, 2 months had passed and everything was calm.
But all the members of the Dragon Palace knew that the war was getting closer and closer.
The other factions also knew that this was only the calm before the storm.
The Dragon Palace's route hasn't changed. Move out.
Around 3 months later, a message was sent to the Lich Kingdom and the corpse-wrapping race.
At this moment, the 2 forces immediately moved. The hatred between the Lich Kingdom and the Dragon Palace was as deep as the ocean. This time, almost all the peak experts had arrived. 70% of the experts from the remaining 9 cities had arrived.
Countless experts from the corpse-wrapping race also rushed into the sky.
The Steel Union also started to operate, and their target was the 9 Essences Deep Pit. The Liches were wreaking havoc in the sky above the heaven-opening primal continent. They gathered together and stood above a black cloud.
The leader of the Liches was riding on the body of a heaven-swallowing centipede. He flew toward the 9 Essences pit aggressively.
A white cloth covered the sky and covered more than half of the starry sky. Above the cloth, many experts of the Wrapped Corpse clan stood there quietly. They were filled with a cold aura. The leader of the Wrapped Corpse clan held a pyramid-like acquired supreme treasure in his hand and slightly raised his wrapped head. In the sky above the Iron and Steel Union, one terrifying battleship after another rose into the sky. Countless fighter jets whistled in the sky above the heaven-opening primal continent, and huge mecha glowed. In the center, on a starship that was more than 10,000 kilometers long, the leader of the Iron and Steel Union and 28 generals of the Iron and Steel Union stood there, their eyes filled with coldness. Behind them were thousands of members of the Cursed Spirit Village, their eyes filled with coldness. At this moment, the 3 great races moved at the same time. They had the same goal and the same direction. The 3 great races had mobilized all their experts and weapons, so they couldn't hide at all.
They weren't going to hide anything either. The Dragon Palace had completely entered the heaven-opening primeval continent. They couldn't escape.
The army of the Lich Kingdom is moving. There are at least a few million experts of the Lich Kingdom on the Black Cloud. Are they going to fight the Dragon Palace?
The warships of the Iron and Steel Union are roaring in the starry sky. The Iron and Steel Union is moving. They must be ready to attack.
Hiss! The corpse-wrapping race is also moving. The corpse-wrapping race has sent out a large number of experts. As one of the top 3 forces in the heaven-opening primal continent, each of their movements would cause the various forces to be shocked. When the Lich Kingdom moved, there were people who spread their speculations on the AI.
When the Steel Union moved, all the forces experts were basically certain. However, when someone revealed that the corpse-wrapping race had also moved, everyone was somewhat dumbfounded. What's going on?
The corpse-wrapped race is also involved? These 3 races are all going to attack the Dragon Palace? Can't be, right? It's actually so terrifying. Hiss, is this for real? These are the 3 most powerful forces in the heaven-opening desolate continent. At this moment, the entire edge of the heaven-opening desolate continent was in an uproar. Some people had already guessed that the army of the Lich Kingdom would move out, but the appearance of the corpse-wrapped race surprised everyone. They were extremely shocked.
As time passed, the forces at the edge of the heaven-opening desolation continent were shocked to find that the 3 races' destination was the same place. This caused all the experts to be in an uproar. The 3 most powerful forces of the heaven-opening desolation continent were attacking the Dragon Palace.
The Dragon Palace was going to be finished.
This was the first thought in everyone's mind. The Dragon Palace was going to be finished, 100% finished.
This was one of the top 3 forces of the heaven-opening desolate continent. The 3 forces besieged the Dragon Palace together. Even if the Dragon Palace had a heaven-defying defense, the 3 forces could still completely suppress the Dragon Palace.
On the side of the surrounding Lu Xingkong, all the powerful disciples of the surrounding Lu Xingkong were also paying attention to the landing battle of the Dragon Palace.
When they heard the news from the edge of the heaven-splitting chaotic land, their expressions changed drastically.
The Dragon Palace was very powerful, but under the siege of the 3 forces, the Dragon Palace couldn't resist at all.
Even if the members of the Dragon Palace came out, they would be destroyed. In this way, the other side could completely suppress the Dragon Palace forever.
The Dragon Palace was in danger.
This was the opinion of all the experts from the factions surrounding Lu Xingkong. They did not expect that the landing battle of the Dragon Palace would reach such a terrifying stage. All the factions did not understand the enmity between the Wrapped Corpse clan and the Dragon Palace. Dragon King, the Steel Union, has already made a move. The Lich Kingdom has also made a move. However, what we did not expect was that the Wrapped Corpse clan has also made a move.
At the same time, Prime Minister Gui, who was in the Dragon Palace, reported the news to Wuxia immediately. His eyes were sparkling. The corpse-binding race has also made a move? It's not surprising, right?
Back then, I killed 2 Universe Knight level 8 experts of the corpse-binding race.
Wuxia raised his eyebrows and said,
back then, in order to snatch the acquired supreme treasure, he had killed 2 corpse-binding race experts.
Universe Knight level 8 members were the best among the corpse-binding race. They were also the ones with the highest status. 2 of them had been killed by him. It was normal for the other party to want to take revenge.
The Light Race and the 9-Candle Demon Race have sent us news. They want us to escape and return to the Lu Galaxy to give up on the landing battle. Prime Minister Gui said with a smile. Oh, they are kind enough to remind us. After all, they are the 3 strongest forces in the heaven-opening primal continent.
Hee.
Wuxia smiled and his eyes were cold. Get the Sky Array and the others to prepare and set up the array. Also, call Aohe and the 8-headed demon fiend over. It's Dragon King.
Prime Minister Turtle replied immediately. Dragon King.
Very soon, Aohe and the 3 Universe Knight level 9 devouring dragons flew over.
Aohe, get in line to take you to the Lich Kingdom's Lich City and the old nest of the corpse-wrapping race. Leave 1 person at each place and some subordinates. The 8-headed devil fiend, bring the poisonous horned dragon along.
Sneak into the Lich City and the old nest of the corpse-wrapping race first and send a message to the devouring dragon. This time, I want to capture all the members of the Steel Union of the corpse-wrapping race in the Lich Kingdom in one go.
Wuxia immediately instructed them, his eyes shining brightly. It's the Dragon King.
Ao he, eight-limbed demonic fiend, and the rest nodded their heads and replied immediately.
3 races, this time I will completely annihilate all of you. Wuxia's eyes were filled with killing intent.
He sent 2 level 9 members of the devouring dragon along with the 8-limbed demonic fiend to the Lich City and the lair of the corpse-wrapping tribe. It was not for them to launch an attack immediately.
Instead, it was for them to wait.
To wait for the order to attack. This time, the 3 tribes had come to besiege the Dragon Palace. Wuxia was confident that he could defeat them completely. However, he was not confident that he could leave all of their experts behind. The Steel Union was still fine. They followed the path of technology. Without their own divine kingdom, they could not escape directly. However, the experts from the Lich Kingdom and the corpse-wrapping race could escape back to their own divine kingdom in an instant and into their nest.
At this moment, it was time for the devouring dragon to make its move.
Even if they managed to escape, they would still be attacked by the devouring dragon. Especially when the 8-limbed devil fiend and the others had figured out the trump cards of the 2 forces, it would be easier for them to attack from the inside. He wanted to completely destroy the 3 forces. As for whether there was any danger in sending out 2 Universe Knight level 9 swallowing dragons, there was no danger at all.
Even if the 3 races had true treasures that could unleash the power of 2 or 3 Universe Knight level 9 true treasures, the 2 swallowing dragons would be able to return to Dragon Palace in an instant.
The 3 races quickly flew toward the Dragon Palace. The Dragon Palace was also making preparations.
Time passed day by day.
Didn't the Dragon Palace get the news that the 3 races are attacking them? Why hasn't it stopped? Why hasn't it changed its route?
2 days later, the experts of the forces found that the Dragon Palace was still flying according to the usual route, as if it didn't know that the 3 races were attacking them.
This surprised the experts.
How could they not know?
Does the Dragon Palace have any trump cards? What trump cards can they have?
The only trump card they have against the 3 races is the defense of the Dragon Palace. If they really have a trump card, when the Lich Kingdom attacked the Dragon Palace, they had already destroyed the Lich Kingdom. They didn't need the Dragon King to launch a sneak attack.
That's true. In a real face-to-face fight, the Dragon Palace is not even a match for the Lich Kingdom, let alone the 3 forces. I think the 3 forces can destroy the Dragon Palace in 1 round of attack.
The experts of the various forces analyzed on the universal intelligence.
The Dragon Palace was very powerful in everyone's eyes, but it was only as strong as the forces surrounding the starry sky. Compared to the ordinary forces in the heaven-opening and prehistoric continent, there was a big gap between them and the forces like the Lich Kingdom. Not to mention the Steel Union.
Part of the strength of the Dragon Palace came from the defense of the Dragon Palace.
If the Dragon Palace went to challenge the other forces, it would be a piece of cake. However, they were besieged by the 3 forces. No one thought highly of them. Humph, you are courting death. This time, I will suppress you forever. In the sky above the edge of the heaven-opening desolate continent, the Lich King looked at the messages one by one, his eyes filled with killing intent.
The 3 forces were getting closer and closer to the 9 origin pit.
The Dragon Palace was also getting closer and closer to the 9 origin pit. The computational ability of the artificial intelligence of the Iron and Steel Union had accurately calculated the route and progress of the Dragon Palace to hundreds of millions of kilometers. This could be said to be extremely terrifying.
Dragon King, the 3 major forces should be at the front. They might be lying in wait for us. A day later, a huge deep pit appeared in the sky above the Dragon Palace.
This deep pit seemed to be emitting a deathly silent energy.
Lying in wait for us? Hee.
Wuxia smiled gently. His body moved, and he immediately arrived in front of the east gate of the Dragon Palace.
At this moment, at the east gate of the Dragon Palace, all the members of the Dragon Palace were gathered there. Their eyes were filled with violent killing intent.
Prepare for battle.
Wuxia squinted his eyes slightly. As the Dragon Palace moved forward, figures appeared on the screen one by one through the detection of the Dragon Palace. Those terrifying battleships, those powerful mechas, and those battle spaceships that looked like ghosts. In the center, there was an incomparably huge battleship. One could see many figures standing on it. And on the left and right sides, on the black clouds, were the powerful disciples of the Lich Kingdom. On the white cloth were the powerful disciples of the corpse-wrapping race. They floated in the air, waiting for the arrival of the Dragon Palace. Bzz. When the Dragon Palace slowly approached, above the Dragon Palace, a terrifying lightning net appeared. That densely packed lightning net slowly condensed into a huge lightning hammer. When the hammer of lightning descended, the entire Dragon Palace would be smashed into the deep pit below, but it would be sealed and suppressed. This Dragon Palace is really cowardly. Since they want to be cowardly, then they can cower here forever. The Lich King looked at the Dragon Palace in his line of sight with a grim expression. Die! Kill those guys from the Dragon Palace. On the warship tens of thousands of kilometers away, the people from the Cursed Spirit Village looked at this scene with excitement and malevolence. They still don't dare to come out. It seems that we have overestimated the Dragon Palace. On the warship tens of thousands of kilometers away, the leader of the Iron and Steel Union looked at the Dragon Palace that was about to be attacked with disdain. They thought that the Dragon Palace would dare to resist, but they didn't expect that it was still hiding in the Dragon Palace at this moment. The Dragon Palace is their support. If they come out, they will be courting death. The Dragon Palace is not stupid. Hehe. General Jean of the Iron and Steel Union said with a smile at the back. The thunder and lightning in the sky had long been prepared to slowly condense into a huge thunder hammer. The Dragon Palace continued to move forward at the same speed as before. They were getting closer and closer to the three major forces. At this distance, the members of the Dragon Palace could already see the experts of the three major forces clearly. When they flew out, the opponents were already within their attack range. When the thunder hammer dissipates, it will be the time for our Dragon Palace to attack. Wang Xian raised his head and looked at the thunder hammer that was about to descend. He gave an order calmly. Yes. All the members of the Dragon Palace replied immediately. Roar, roar, roar. I will defend against this thunder hammer. The Dragon Palace could defend against the attack of this thunder hammer. However, under the impact of the thunder hammer and the gravity, the Dragon Palace would fall downwards. Ao Crab let out a low roar. He transformed into a devouring dragon and swayed his huge body. Boom! At this moment, the thunder hammer fell from the sky and smashed toward the Dragon Palace with endless power of thunder and lightning. Once the Dragon Palace fell into the deep pit, the three forces would directly suppress the Dragon Palace. It won't end so soon, will it? This is too boring. The experts of the three forces said indifferently when they saw the scene. Roar! Roar! However, in the Dragon Palace that they couldn't see, Ao Crab directly rushed toward the sky. He stretched out his ferocious claws and the defensive power of the Dragon Palace automatically opened a hole. Ao Crab's dragon claws directly went toward the lightning hammer. When Ao Crab's dragon claws reached out, they immediately attracted the attention of the three forces. They narrowed their eyes, and their eyes were shining. Boom! The lightning hammer landed on the dragon claw, and the terrifying lightning struck the dragon claw. However, the black and gray energy interweaved on the dragon claw, and the dragon claw collided with it. Bang! In the next moment, another collision sounded. This time, the lightning hammer, which was condensed from lightning, flickered and flew up into the sky. As expected, the Dragon Palace is not that simple. They dared to come here because they relied on the special ability of the Dragon Palace. The three forces were not too surprised when they saw that the attack was blocked by the Dragon Palace. Kill! At this moment, a terrifying killing intent came from the Dragon Palace. A cold voice resounded across the entire sky. Wang Xian was the first to bear the brunt. He took the lead and flew out from the east gate of the Dragon Palace. His eyes were filled with killing intent. His gaze locked onto the group of figures on the huge battleship. The five elements millstone floated above his head while the Tai Chi dragon circled around him. Boom! 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 Wang Xian rushed out from the Dragon Palace. His eyes lit up as he sensed the people of Cursed Spirit Village. Perhaps it was due to the confidence of the Steel Union. The members of Cursed Spirit Village were all on the battleships in front of them. There were no cursed creatures in the other mechs. That's good. Kill. Roar. 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 Wang Xian's body trembled. He spread his incorporeal holy wings and flew toward the battleship in front of him. In the air, he transformed into the body of a divine dragon and stared at everyone with his cold dragon eyes. On the left and right sides, Aohe and another level 9 Universe Knight, the devouring dragon, swayed their huge bodies and charged forward as well. HMPH, you still dare to charge over? You don't know death. The leader of the Steel Union and the general's eyes were filled with coldness. Ha ha ha, good, good, good. If you all keep hiding in the Dragon Palace, then it'll be meaningless. The Lich King and the leader of the Wrapped Corpse clan were filled with terrifying killing intent. Get ready. Kill everyone in the Dragon Palace. Leave no one alive. They roared and gave the order to attack, their eyes filled with excitement. Roar, roar, roar. The next moment, a roar was heard. All the powerful liches and their disciples let out violent sounds. The members of the corpse-wrapping race on the right were silent. They were like ghosts as they charged straight towards the Dragon Palace. Fire! Whoosh! 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 The upper echelons of the Steel Union in the middle raised their heads slightly and stared at Wang Xian and the rest who were flying towards them. The corners of their lips curled up slightly as they let out a soft voice. With a command, countless cannonballs condensed from energy laws were fired directly at Wang Xian and the rest. The terrifying cannonballs completely covered Wang Xian and the rest. The power of these cannonballs was sufficient to kill a level 8 Universe Knight. Wang Xian sensed the attack of these concentrated cannonballs. His gaze focused and the Tai Chi dragon spiraled around him, forming a huge Tai Chi pattern in the void space. Boom! 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 The next moment, countless explosions rang out. All the cannonballs landed on the Tai Chi dragon disc and were blocked. Ha! Seeing that the first round of cannonballs were completely blocked, the leader of the Steel Union narrowed his eyes slightly. A powerful defensive treasure. A general said with a focused gaze. Whoosh! 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 At this moment, the first round of the Dragon Palace's attack began at the Dragon Palace's gate. A group of arrow dragon species shot out arrows with bows and arrows in their hands. Their targets were the experts of the corpse-wrapping race and the Lich Kingdom on the left and right sides. Muzison and some of the arrow dragon species looked a bit strange. After the arrows were shot out, they condensed into the shape of a wind dragon. In the center of the wind dragon, there was a blurry figure. These arrows' attack power was around Universe Knight level 5. It wasn't high, but it wasn't low either. They were all targeting Universe Knight level 8 great beings from the Lich Kingdom and the Wrapped Corpse race. Little Dragon Palace, you still dare to compete with the bright moon? Die! The group of Universe Knight level 8 great beings from the Lich King and the Wrapped Corpse race were at the forefront. Seeing these attacks, their eyes revealed a cold expression. The sky-swallowing centipede sitting on the Lich King spat out black poisonous needles. The surrounding Lich King waved his arm and swept towards the arrows. On the other side, the wrapping cloth on the Wrapped Corpse race great being rolled up. All the arrows were wrapped up and instantly shattered. Hee, it's starting. Mao Zedong and the others smiled when they saw that all the arrows were destroyed. Ayo, 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 ayo. Ah! The strange curse power came very quickly. The sky-swallowing centipede under the Lich King and the 3 level 8 Universe Knights suddenly screamed. Strange dark tattoos appeared on their bodies. The dark tattoos invaded his body. Death engulfed their hearts instantly. What's going on? The Lich King felt the sky-swallowing centipede rolling violently, and his expression changed. Seeing its life force fading away, his pupils contracted, and he was shocked. Ah! On both sides, the bodies of 3 Universe Knights and level 8 Liches fell down. What's going on? A shocked and angry voice came out of his mouth. What's going on? The collision had just started, yet 4 Universe Knights and level 8 great beings had died mysteriously? What was going on? Ah! On the side, 2 Universe Knights and level 8 great beings of the Wrapped Corpse race were screaming. However, after they died, a great being of the Wrapped Corpse race died mysteriously behind them.
The dark tattoo landed on his wrapping cloth and drilled into their bodies. This time, not only did 2 Universe Knight level 8 great beings of the wrapped corpse race die, but tens of thousands of great beings of the wrapped corpse race who were related to these 2 great beings died instantly. The strange way of death caused the wrapped race and the Lich Kingdom to instantly become restless. This is the power of the curse. There are cursed creatures among the Dragon Palace. In the center, the leader of the Steel Union saw the deaths of the great beings of the 2 great races on both sides, and his expression changed slightly. Why were there cursed creatures in the Dragon Palace? Be careful, those arrows contain cursed creatures. If you kill them, they will be attacked by the curse. General Jean of the Iron and Steel Union immediately warned the Lich Kingdom and the corpse-wrapping race. Be careful of those creatures covered in dark tattoos. General Jean added. Cursed creatures? Hearing this, the faces of the Lich King and the others instantly turned ugly. Of course, they knew that cursed creatures could never be killed. No wonder the Dragon Palace dared to fight us. It turns out that they have such a trump card. Be careful of the members of the Dragon Palace who are covered in dark tattoos. The Lich King warned loudly with a gloomy face. Yes. The other experts of the Lich Kingdom responded with changing expressions. Their attacks became more cautious. Kill! Roar! 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 At this time, Aohe and the others let out a roar and charged towards the Lich Kingdom and the Wrapped Corpse clan. Aohe and the others' huge bodies were filled with flames as they locked onto the warriors of the Lich King and the Wrapped Corpse clan leader. Kill! The Lich King saw Aohe and the others charging over and scanned the surroundings. When he realized that there was no cursed dragon, he also charged forward. Hong! 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 However, the moment they came up to meet them, Ao Crab and another level 9 Universe Knight, the Devouring Dragon, suddenly unleashed their strongest attacks. Their terrifying claws tore through the void space and attacked the group of Universe Knights and level 8 great beings. This time, there were 11 Universe Knights and level 8 great beings that came from the Lich Kingdom. After 3 of them died, there were only 8. 8 Lich level 8 Knights were no match for Ao Crab. The same was true for the Wrapped Corpse race. This time, there were 15 Universe Knights and level 8 great beings from the Wrapped Corpse race. 2 of them died, but there were still 13. However, when Aoca and the other 2 Devouring Dragons unleashed all their power, the leader and the others were stunned. What was going on? How could their power be so terrifying? Roar, roar, roar. Aohe and the others let out a furious roar as their dragon claws tore forward. Not good. The Dragon Palace has a Knight level 9 fighter. At this moment, the warriors of the Lich Kingdom and the corpse race couldn't help but roar, their bodies shaking violently. The Dragon Palace actually had a Knight level 9 fighter. How is this possible? A year ago, the Lich Kingdom had directly attacked the Dragon Palace and the Dragon Palace hadn't resisted at all. If the Dragon Palace had such combat strength, the Lich Kingdom would have been destroyed long ago. But now, the Dragon Palace had suddenly erupted with such terrifying strength. 2 Knight level 9 warriors, this. Poo poo poo. Ao Crab and the others suddenly erupted with the power of a Universe Knight level 9, catching both the Lich Kingdom and the Wrapped Corpse race off guard. Even the eyes of the Lich Emperor and the others turned blood red instantly. They looked at the dragon claws that were attacking them and their expressions changed drastically. Dodge! The Lich Emperor roared and hurriedly dodged to the side. Ah! However, within the Lich Kingdom, 3 Universe Knights and level 8 Liches who were proficient in arrays let out miserable shrieks. When they flew over, their bodies were already covered in a powerful defensive barrier. However, they didn't expect the Dragon Palace to have a Universe Knight and level 9 warrior. The 3 Liches who were proficient in arrays died instantly. At the same time, Ao Crab and the others carried their power and headed straight for the other disciples of the Lich Kingdom. Roar! Just the 3 races want to destroy our Dragon Palace and die. He roared and his huge dragon tail swept toward them with the heavy earth and darkness attributes. Not good. Dodge, dodge. The millions of great beings from the Lich Kingdom roared in fear when they saw the terrifying dragon tail. This time, when the 3 forces joined forces, the number of Universe Knights sent by the Liches and the corpse-wrapping race alone reached over 700,000. The Steel Union couldn't even count the number of Universe Knights. The power of the three forces could sweep across half of the edge of the splitting heaven primal continent.
However, there was still a huge gap between these 700,000 Universe Knights and one Level 9 Universe Knight and 1 million Universe Knights from the Dragon Palace.
Especially Ao Crab's power. One Level 9 Universe Knight was enough to make them pay a heavy price. Roar, 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 kill, kill, kill. Ao Crab and the other devouring dragon raged, locking onto all Level 8 Universe Knights and even Level 7 Universe Knights from the Lich Kingdom and the Corpse Clan. They were all covered by Ao Crab and the others' attacks.
At this time, the Berserk Dragon, Imperial Dragon, Sky Thunder, Earth Fire, Dragon, and Phoenix that were following closely behind had already rushed up. Behind them, the Arrow Dragon, Charm Dragon, and Dragon Wizard were also launching long-range attacks. Without their peak combat strength to block them, the few Universe Knight Level 8 warriors of the Dragon Palace and the group of Universe Knight Level 7 warriors were wreaking havoc.
Ao Chi-Yin, Ao Chi, and the others rushed over, their bodies exuding a violent aura. No Lich or the corpse-wrapping race could stop them.
Not good, Steel Leader, request for reinforcements. There are Level 9 Knights in the Dragon Palace.
The eyes of the Lich Emperor and the others were bloodshot as they roared.
At this moment, they were terrified.
They had never thought that the power of the Dragon Palace would be so terrifying. If they had known, they wouldn't have attacked the Dragon Palace even if they were beaten to death. They could already foresee that even if they escaped this time, they would suffer the revenge of the Dragon Palace. At that time, the corpse race of the Lich Kingdom would have to flee. Damn it! How can there be such a powerful being in the Dragon Palace?
The leader of the Steel Union and the generals all had a huge change in expression at this moment. Their eyes revealed a trace of fear.
Cursed Spirit Village members, immediately enter your armor and attack those 2 Universe Knight Level 9 Dragon Palace members. The leader of the Iron and Steel Union immediately ordered loudly, his expression extremely gloomy.
Yes.
Behind them, all the Cursed Spirit Village members' expressions were also extremely unsightly. They had not expected that the power of the Dragon Palace was actually so terrifying. This time it was the combined attack of the 3 great powers. They were actually suppressed by the other party in an instant. Hee, don't worry. I'll play with you guys. Wang Xian stared at them with a violent look in his eyes. Roar, roar, roar. He let out a wild roar and 8 divine dragon clones appeared around him. They attacked the various battleships, mechs, and spaceships in front of him. Bomb!
A general moved his body and flew into the sky. His mech covered him.
All kinds of attacks were aimed at Wang Xian.
Boom!
Boom! Boom!
Countless attacks landed on the 8 divine dragon clones. The divine dragon clones slowly collapsed.
Boom! 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 However, Wang Xian had already rushed over at this moment. His gigantic body extended his dragon claws and grabbed at the battleships and mechs one by one. In an instant, sparks flew in all directions. The battleships and mechs fell to the ground one after another. Self-destructing mechs. Kill this Dragon King. The leader of the Steel Union roared coldly. At this moment, their bodies were covered in golden metal, and they were about 100 meters in size. Although their bodies were not very big, the sophisticated weapons on them were emitting a terrifying golden glow. Whoosh! Whoosh! Whoosh!
As soon as he gave the order, hundreds of self-destructing mechs attacked Wang Xian. These self-destructing mechs were enough to turn a Level 8 Universe Knight into ashes.
Bang, bang, bang! Wang Xian saw the self-destructing mechs one after another. With a wave of his dragon claws, the 5 Elements millstone appeared above his head.
On the 5 Elements millstone, the 5 divine dragons stuck their heads out and spat out attacks.
Boom, boom, boom. When the attacks landed on the self-destructing mechs, the mechs immediately exploded. The terrifying aftershock of the explosion swept across the surroundings.
Wang Xian did not retreat at all. Instead, he flew straight ahead. His target was the battleship that was over 10,000 kilometers long.
Damn it! This Dragon King has so many treasures on him. Attack! The leader of the Steel Union saw it and ordered with a cold expression. Whoosh! 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 At this moment, the 28 generals rose into the air. The special mech weapons on their bodies covered them as they attacked Wang Xian directly.
The combined strength of the 28 generals was sufficient to fight against a level 9 Universe Knight.
Wang Xian narrowed his eyes slightly. An ancient oil lamp appeared at the position of his dragon's head and horn.
Kill! Wang Xian was fearless and charged forward.
Annihilate the Dragon King, this reckless fellow.
Attack! The 28 Steel Union's generals were all wearing armor. The bullet holes began to condense a terrifying attack power. They locked onto Wang Xian, who was attacking the battleships one after another, and launched an attack.
Whoosh! 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 The next moment, the attacks of the 28 generals instantly covered Wang Xian completely.
Wang Xian seemed to have not seen these attacks as he flew toward the battleships one after another.
Boom! 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 In the next moment, all kinds of terrifying attacks landed on the sky above him. The entire void underwent a terrifying transformation. A dead zone was formed around Wang Xian.
A large number of battleships from the Steel Union were affected by the impact. They collapsed under the terrifying impact.
Is he dead?
All the generals from the Steel Union stared at him with sparkling eyes.
The Dragon King was indeed very strong. However, the combined strength of the 28 of them was sufficient to fight against a level 9 Universe Knight.
Even a level 9 Universe Knight would find it difficult to withstand their attacks head-on.
What? Damn it! Is the defensive treasure on the Dragon King an innate spiritual treasure? However, soon, the generals of the Iron and Steel Union looked embarrassed.
Roar, roar, roar!
In the next moment, a huge divine dragon flew out from the center of the explosion and attacked the surrounding battleships. On his body, the collapsed Tai Chi dragon disc was slowly recovering. A red light surrounded it. Wang Xian smiled faintly. After the attacks of the 28 generals had destroyed the Taiji Dragon Plate's defense, only 1/3 of the attack was left. This attack was easily blocked by the ancient oil lamp on his body. It was very easy. Wang Xian was not injured at all. Haha! Die!
He swayed his huge body and clawed at the battleships. Bang, bang, bang! The terrifying destructive force and almost invincible defense made Wang Xian feel as though he had entered an uninhabited land. All kinds of battleships were destroyed by him and turned into flames as they fell towards the ground.
Are they moving?
At this moment, Wang Xian sensed that the mechs were flying towards the left and right sides. Their eyes were locked onto Ao Crab and the rest.
Humph!
Wang Xian moved his body. He flapped his incipient saint wings and charged towards them. Oh no, Sir Leader, help us block this Dragon King.
When the powerhouses from Cursed Spirit Village who were wearing mechs saw Wang Xian charging towards them, their expressions changed drastically. They immediately shouted loudly.
Humph!
The leader of the Steel Association looked at this scene with a gloomy expression. His body moved and his golden body landed directly in the middle of the battleship that was over 10,000 kilometers in size. A throne appeared below him, and he landed directly on it. On the throne, there was a red transmitter. The leader of the Iron and Steel Union's palm landed on the red transmitter.
Layers of identity scans were performed and the red transmitter rose. At this moment, a cannon hole that was over 10,000 meters in size rose from the enormous battleship.
The dark and eerie cannon hole seemed as though it was going to destroy everything in front of it. The cannon hole locked onto Wang Xian, and terrifying energy began to accumulate inside.
Ha! When Wang Xian was locked onto by the terrifying cannon hole, his expression changed slightly.
Leader of the Cursed Dragon, you guys go and take care of these guys from the Cursed Spirit Village. Wang Xian immediately transmitted his voice to the direction of the Dragon Palace. In order to prevent those guys from Cursed Spirit Village, the Dragon Palace had established a new species of dragon, the Cursed Dragon. Among the Cursed Dragons, the strongest one had already reached the level of a level 6 Universe Knight. Together with the large amount of treasures they had, it was enough to deal with the people from Cursed Spirit Village.
Furthermore, the strongest one that rushed out was only a level 6 Universe Knight.
Now that the Cursed Spirit Village had completely submitted to the Steel Union, the Steel Union would not allow them to bring their level 7 or even level 8 Universe Knight armors to their deaths. It's the Dragon King.
In the Dragon Palace, the leader of the Cursed Dragon and the rest moved and charged over immediately.
Crash. After Wang Xian gave the order, Wang Xian flapped his Primalist sacred wings and charged towards the terrifying cannon hole at a terrifying speed. The Tai Chi dragon disc floated around him and a red light enveloped it. Wang Xian squinted his eyes slightly and checked the energy in the ancient oil lamp. He revealed a wanton smile on his face. The energy in the ancient oil lamp was enough for him to withstand a powerful attack. Moreover, Wang Xian really didn't believe that this attack from the Steel Union could have the destructive power of a peak universe knight. Die, damn Dragon King! The leader of the Steel Union roared furiously. The terrifying energy beam that was accumulated charged directly at Wang Xian. Boom! At this moment, it was as if the entire sky had turned into an extremely dazzling day. Buzz! The terrifying energy charged at Wang Xian. Wang Xian opened his mouth and a powerful defense was formed in front of him. However, the defense that he released was instantly destroyed and continued to charge at him. The attack landed on the Tai Chi dragon plate. The Tai Chi dragon plate's defense slowly collapsed and continued to land on the light shield of the ancient oil lamp. Around Wang Xian, the red light was flourishing. The vitality fluid in the ancient oil lamp was rapidly depleting. However, this terrifying attack was completely blocked. Wang Xian revealed a smile. He only needed to hold on for a while more and everything would be over. Ah! Just as he was entangled with the experts from the Steel Union, screams of agony began to ring out from both sides. He and the other two Universe Knights had level 9 combat strength, the Devouring Dragon. They had completely suppressed the top-notch experts of the corpse-wrapping race in the Lich Kingdom. And next was the stage for the great beings of the Dragon Palace. Although the combined strength of the great beings of the Dragon Palace was much less than that of the two races, there was Enlai in the Dragon Palace. Enlai now had the level of a level 5 Universe Knight, and he had all kinds of treasures on him. There was a 50% chance that he could kill a level 6 Universe Knight in an instant. He traveled at a strange speed between the great beings of the Lich Kingdom and the Zombie Clan. The moment he appeared, a level 4 or 5 Universe Knight was killed. With Enlai's strange and terrifying speed, he could kill dozens of Universe Knights in a second. This was a very terrifying number. Since the beginning of the war, tens of thousands of Universe Knights had died in his hands. At that moment, the two forces were jittery. They were afraid that this strange figure would appear at their side. It was as if death would choose them and they would die. Who wouldn't be afraid? Under such circumstances, the Arrow Dragon from the Dragon Palace, the Strange Charm Dragon, and the over 10,000 Universe Knight level 4 Dragon Wizards all unleashed terrifying long-range attacks, causing the disciples of the Lich Kingdom and the Wrapped Corpse race to be terrified. Not good, Lord Lich King. We are no match for the Dragon Palace. There are too many strange experts among them. Clan leader, we can't hold on anymore. We can't hold on anymore. The Dragon Palace is too terrifying. At this moment, the terrified voices of the disciples from both sides of the Lich Kingdom and the corpse-wrapping race suddenly came. The battle had been going on for 5 minutes, but during these 5 minutes, a large number of their companions were killed, and many disciples died every second. They were a little afraid that they would be the ones to die in the next moment. Damn it, the Steel Union hasn't even taken care of a single Dragon King. How can we fight? The bodies of the Lich King and the Wrapped Corpse race leader trembled violently, and they roared with an extremely unsightly expression. They had relied on the true treasures in their hands to barely resist this Universe Knight level 9 Devouring Dragon. Even so, it wouldn't be long before they were defeated. However, they had been waiting for the Steel Union's reinforcements. But up until now, they hadn't even taken care of a single Dragon King. This caused them to feel slightly terrified. They were clear about the strength of the Steel Union, but they hadn't killed the Dragon King yet. That Dragon King's strength was definitely not simple. Hearing the screams of their subordinates, their expressions kept changing. If this continued, they would all die here. Run immediately, run back to your god country. The Lich King gritted his teeth and ordered loudly. They had lost, completely lost. When the Dragon Palace erupted with the strength of 2 Universe Knights at level 9, they wouldn't be able to win this battle. It would be impossible to destroy the Dragon Palace. Furthermore, the members of the Dragon Palace had erupted with terrifying and strange attacks. They weren't a match for the Dragon Palace at all.
Flee. Let's not talk about the consequences as long as they could flee now.
Run, run, run.
Upon hearing the order of the Lich King, all the powerful disciples of the Lich Kingdom heaved a sigh of relief and immediately roared loudly.
Kill. Don't let them escape so easily. At the forefront position, the berserk dragon species violently attacked in front of them. The powerful disciples of the Lich Kingdom fled back to their divine kingdoms.
Every minute they dragged on, tens of thousands more of the experts and disciples of the Lich Kingdom would die.
Corpse-wrapping race disciples. Flee immediately. On the other side, the corpse-wrapping race patriarch heard the orders of the Lich King. He swept his gaze across the battlefield and ordered while gritting his teeth.
The Lich Kingdom had fled. If they did not flee, their losses would be even more severe.
Flee, flee, flee. Immediately, experts from the corpse-wrapping race fled back to their god countries. Ha ha ha, if you want to flee, you have to stay here for at least half of it. Ao Crab and the others roared, and their attacks became even fiercer. When the clan leader of the Lich King corpse-wrapping race saw this, his expression sank. Fleeing back to his cosmos god country in an instant required some time to prepare.
Especially on such a battlefield where all sorts of energies were wreaking havoc, it was very easy to be interrupted.
And if a portion of the disciples managed to escape, the other portion would have to suffer double the number of attacks. Under such circumstances, at least 1/3 of the disciples would have to stay here forever. However, this was something that they had no choice but to do. What? This did not break through his defense. At the same time, the leader of the Iron and Steel Union on the huge warship in the center stared at the spot in front of him.
He stared at the Dragon King who was covered by the energy of the warship.
However, when he saw that the Dragon King appeared in good condition, his expression changed drastically. This time, they didn't take the Dragon Palace too seriously.
With the three forces working together, the Dragon Palace wouldn't be able to resist at all.
But now he knew that he was wrong. Just the Dragon King in front of them was enough to make the Iron and Steel Union extremely difficult to deal with.
At this moment, they saw the experts of the Lich Kingdom and the corpse-wrapping race running away, and their expressions changed again.
The Lich Kingdom and the corpse-wrapping race actually ran away. Oh no! The expression of the leader of the Iron and Steel Union changed slightly.
They couldn't escape back to their god country like the Lich Kingdom and the Corpse Clan. They had already become one with the machines. If they wanted to escape, they could only fly. The moment both races escaped, the two Universe Knight level 9 warriors from the Dragon Palace would face the Steel Union directly. This time, the strongest attack they sent out was only this one strategic level battleship. There were even more powerful weapons. They were at the base and couldn't move at will.
I'm afraid there's going to be big trouble, the leader of the Steel Union muttered, his expression constantly changing.
Howl, die.
At this time, over at the Lich Kingdom, the figure of the Lich Emperor flashed and strangely left the battlefield hundreds of millions of kilometers away. Ao Crab ignored the Lich Emperor and charged towards the rest of the Lich Kingdom Knights with level 8 combat strength. No, no, no! Run! Screams sounded. Without the Lich Emperor's strength, the other level 8 Knights were no match for Ao Crab.
They quickly fled. However, it was impossible for all of them to escape. In an instant, level 8 Knights were swept away by Ao Crab's dragon claws. The terrifying attack instantly killed them.
Other than that, almost none of the Universe Knights and level 7 Great Beings were able to escape. They were all easily killed by Ao Crab. On the other side, it was the same for the corpse-wrapping race. If they wanted to escape the devouring dragon's attack, they had to pay a heavy price. This price was the lives of a few Universe Knights and level 8 Great Beings, as well as the lives of a group of Universe Knights and level 7 Great Beings. Roar! After the Lich King and the rest escaped, Ao Crab and the rest turned their gaze to the Steel Union. Kill! They roared, and Ao Crab and another devouring dragon flew toward Wuxia. There was no need for them to destroy the Lich Kingdom and the corpse-wrapping race. There was another wave of attacks waiting for them. Oh no!
At this moment, all the experts and disciples of the Iron and Steel Union saw Ao Crab and the others flying over. Their faces changed drastically and their eyes revealed fear. The 28 generals' faces were gloomy. They immediately released one attack after another,
covering AO Crab and the others. Roar! Roar! Roar!
However, in the face of these attacks, AO Crab and the others directly waved their ferocious dragon claws to meet them. Boom! 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 The sound of explosions rang out. The 28 generals posed no threat to AO Crab and the others. Destroy the Steel Union, leave no one alive.
Wang Xian's eerie voice resounded throughout the starry sky. This time, the first one to be destroyed was the Steel Union. With the speed of him, AO Crab and the other Universe Knights at level 9, he wanted to see where they could escape to. They wanted to destroy the Dragon Palace? Suppress the Dragon Palace? Now let's see who would be the one to destroy who. Roar! Roar! Roar!
The divine dragon swayed and let out a series of roars.
Woo 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 woo! In the sky, the little blue house also let out a terrifying howl that reverberated in the sky. Wang Xian stared at everyone in the Steel Union with a cold gaze.
Beside him, he and the other devouring dragons swayed their huge bodies and attacked the battleships one after another. They attacked the battleships that were more than 10,000 kilometers in size. This is bad. When the leader of the Steel Union saw this scene, his heart pounded violently.
Crack! Crack!
He moved his arm and pressed the red button in front of him. The position of the cannon hole was aimed at Wang Xian, AO Crab, and the others. His expression was abnormally ugly.
Die! He pressed the attack button consecutively. The terrifying energy began to condense again. Roar! 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 AO Crab and the devouring dragon looked over, their eyes filled with disdain.
They raised their heads and dark quicksand immediately spewed out from the dragon's mouth. The dark quicksand directly met the attack.
Boom! Boom! Boom!
A terrifying collision sound rang out and the pillar of light was destroyed by the dark quicksand. There was still a terrifying dark quicksand that attacked the battleship that was over 10,000 meters away.
Block it!
The leader of the Steel Union immediately roared.
Block it! The attack released by the battleship under him just now was comparable to the destructive power of a Universe Knight at level 9. However, this battleship did not mean that it could contend with a Universe Knight at level 9.
Every attack of this level required energy storage, not to mention the difference in mobility. The 2 Knight level 9 warriors could easily break through the battleship's attack. Defend! The 28 generals looked at the dark quicksand and roared gloomily.
Curse Spirit Village! Attack the 2 from Dragon Palace. Quick! General Jean looked to the side and roared.
Now they could only rely on Curse Spirit Village and the 2 from Dragon Palace to die together.
General Jean, we're being held back. The Dragon Palace has cursed creatures too. Their strength is terrifying. The Curse Spirit Village leader roared ferociously. He controlled his Knight level 6 mech, facing the black cursed dragon in front of him. His expression was extremely ugly.
This was the first time he had seen a cursed creature with such strength.
This was simply unbelievable to them. Damn it!
General Jean was furious when he heard this.
At the same time, he was terrified. The Cursed Spirit Village had been suppressed and killed by the same cursed being from the Dragon Palace. Now they were facing the powerful defense of the Dragon King and the 2 level 9 knights from the Dragon Palace. How could they fight? How could they fight?
They were no match for them at all. Boom!
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 At this time, the sound of battleships exploding could be heard from the surroundings, and one ship after another fell to the ground. Retreat! All the disciples of the Steel Union. Retreat immediately. On the battleship, the leader of the Steel Union stood up immediately and ordered loudly with a gloomy expression. Retreat! They had lost. The siege on the Dragon Palace had been completely defeated.
The strong disciples of the Lich Kingdom and the zombie clan who had escaped were killed.
If they continued to fight, the Iron and Steel Union would be completely finished. The order to retreat was still a disaster for the Iron and Steel Union,
because they could only fly if they wanted to escape.
Whoosh! 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 Fortunately, their orders were given and carried out with great force. When the Iron and Steel Union issued the order to retreat, all the warships and spaceships quickly prepared to leave the battlefield. Boom!
Boom! Boom!
The battleships that were more than 10,000 meters in size also let out a special roar as they charged up their energy and began to run at full speed. Is it possible to escape?
Even if we manage to catch up to your iron and steel union's lair this time around, we will destroy all of you.
Wang Xian's eyes were filled with a violent killing intent.
Chase after them. Don't let any of them go.
He immediately ordered loudly. Arrow Dragon, Charm Dragon, Dragon Wizard, Starwood Dragon, climb onto the body of the little blue house immediately and chase after them.
Prime Minister Gui immediately ordered from behind.
Yes.
A group of dragon species that were good at long-range attacks and containment immediately flew onto the body of the little blue house.
They stood above the little blue house and continued to launch long-range attacks.
Bang, bang, bang.
Attacks were launched one after another. All kinds of explosions were heard, and the spaceship's warframe and warframe fell to the ground. Roar, roar, roar. AO Crab and the others swayed their huge bodies and flew directly toward the battleship in the center. Intercept! The leader of the Steel Union roared in a low voice. The 28 generals immediately released all kinds of attacks and attacked AO Crab and the others. At the same time, the battleship, which was over 10,000 kilometers in size, poked out countless densely packed gun holes. The attacks of all kinds of attributes covered the rear, preventing AO Crab and the others from rushing over. Many battleship mecha and spaceships were also hovering above the main battleship. As they retreated, they launched fierce attacks at AO Crab and the others.
These densely packed attacks were indeed very useful, greatly disturbing AO Crab and the others.
Roar, roar, roar.
AO He and the others swept their draconic tails, and a draconic tail condensed from laws directly attacked the largest battleship.
Boom, boom, boom. In the next moment, countless cannonballs flew towards their draconic tails.
The sound of collision was incessant.
Leader, all of our energy is not enough to support us to return to Steel City like this. A general came to the front of the leader of the Steel Union and growled in a low voice with an extremely embarrassed expression.
The expression of the leader of the Steel Union kept changing.
The experts of the Dragon Palace chased after them and suppressed them with huge shells. They could only last for a few days at most. However, after a few days after the shells were exhausted, it was time for the experts of the Dragon Palace to wreak havoc on them. At that time, they would have no way to resist. Hold on for as long as you can. Get ready to abandon the warship and escape.
The leader of the Steel Union said with a gloomy face, as long as we return to Steel City, the Dragon Palace won't be able to do anything to us.
Yes. The general's face changed as he replied in a deep voice. The situation of the battle had changed drastically. At first, they thought that Dragon Palace was hiding in Dragon Palace, but they didn't expect that they would be the ones running back to the base in the end.
With the defense of the Steel Union's base, 2 Universe Knight level 9 warriors wouldn't be able to break through.
However, this battle could be said to be a great defeat for them. In the future, they wouldn't have a good time after becoming enemies with Dragon Palace.
In the sky above the edge of the vast heaven-opening primeval continent, the battleships of the Steel Union were defending and escaping at the same time.
Countless battleships, spaceships, and mechs accompanied them. From time to time, they would explode and fall downwards. Behind them, the experts of the Dragon Palace were constantly chasing after them. The Dragon Palace landed on the heaven-opening desolate continent.
The Lich Kingdom joined hands with the corpse-wrapping race and the Iron and Steel Union, and the 3 forces besieged the Dragon Palace in the 9 Origin Deep Pit.
This matter was the most important thing for all the forces surrounding Lu Xingkong and the edge of the heaven-opening desolate continent. However, no one dared to come and watch the battle between the 4 forces. It was too vast and terrifying. Only on the AI
chip countless people were discussing.
2 hours after the war broke out, the AI chip had already guessed that the war might have ended. Some people guessed that the Dragon Palace had been completely suppressed. Some people guessed that the Dragon Palace had already been broken through and that the Dragon Palace had been massacred.
Some people guessed that the Dragon Palace might have escaped. There were all kinds of guesses and discussions. But no one thought that the Dragon Palace was a match for the 3 forces.
The reason was that the 3 forces were too strong. The strength displayed by the Dragon Palace was weaker than any one of the 3 forces. With such strength, how could they fight against the 3 forces?
However, in the 3rd hour of the discussion between the strong disciples of the 3 forces, something happened that shocked everyone.
The Phoenix Vein clan was a force at the edge of the heaven-opening primal continent. They weren't far from the Nine Origin Pit, only a few hours away. More than 10 hours ago, the battleships of the Steel Union had flown over the territory of their race. However, at this moment, a warning sound came from the clan, and the defensive fire covered their nest. The sound of explosions came from the front. What happened? The Phoenix Vein clan's strong disciples flew to the sky. At this moment, they saw the battleships of the Steel Union in front of them flying at a terrifying speed. Behind them, the battleships fell down with sparks. The powerful dragons swayed their huge bodies and attacked from behind. The Phone clansmen's jaws dropped when they saw this, their faces filled with disbelief. What's happening? The Steel Union's battleships are escaping, and the dragons are chasing after them. Oh my God! Look at those two dragons. Their auras are terrifying. Are they knights at level 9? The Dragon Palace is chasing after the ship of the Iron and Steel Union. The Dragon Palace is chasing after them. A shocked voice came from the Phone clansmen. They watched with their mouths agape as the Iron and Steel Union fled into the distance. Behind them, the experts of the Dragon Palace continued to attack and chase. Along the way, all kinds of fighter airships fell. Not long after, they saw 4 huge Dragon Palaces following closely behind them, collecting some of the fallen fighter airships. The Phoenix Patterns clan widened their eyes in shock. Soon, this news was transmitted to the AI of the universe. Not only were there oral messages, but there were also videos and images. When the disciples of the races surrounding Lu Xingkong and the edge of the land saw this result, their faces were filled with disbelief. This is unbelievable. The Dragon Palace is actually chasing after the Steel Union. Doesn't that mean that the Dragon Palace has won this battle? The 3 powers besieged the Dragon Palace, but they were chased by the Dragon Palace. If not for the videos, I wouldn't have believed it. How could the Dragon Palace have such terrifying power? The Dragon Palace actually has a Knight level 9 warrior, this. For more than a year, the Dragon Palace still couldn't do anything to the Lich Kingdom. Now, after a year, they are chasing after the Steel Union to kill them. How did they improve so quickly? Countless disciple warriors were in an uproar, discussing among themselves. No one had expected this outcome. No one had expected that the 3 powers would lose. No one had expected that the Steel Union would be hunted down by the Destruction Dragon Palace. The Dragon Palace was too terrifying. Even the Steel Union was being hunted down. What about the 2 powers, the Lich Kingdom and the Corpse Clan? Did they escape, or were they destroyed? On the AI, all the living beings were guessing again. The battle at the Dragon Palace shocked all the powers. 2 Universe Knights with level 9 battle power. Damn it. How can there be such a great being in Dragon Palace? This is simply unreasonable. At the same time, in the Lich City of the Lich Kingdom, after the Lich Emperor escaped back to his god country, he came to the throne in the main palace. The great beings of the Lich Kingdom who had escaped also rushed over one by one. When they saw the information on the Universe AI, their expressions were extremely unsightly. At this moment, the Lich King's breathing was a little hurried. 2 Universe Knights with level 9 combat strength were already enough to annihilate their Lich Kingdom. Even if they escaped this time, they would face the Dragon Palace's revenge in the future. What could they use to defend against it? What was even more unbelievable was, why did 2 Universe Knights with level 9 combat strength suddenly appear from the Dragon Palace? A year ago, they had gone to besiege the Dragon Palace. If there had been such a strong warrior in the Dragon Palace, their Lich Kingdom would have been finished long ago. Back then, there hadn't been one. How could they believe that 2 Universe Knights and level 9 warriors had appeared in the past year? How many have we lost this time? Lich Emperor asked with a gloomy face. Reporting to Lord Lich Emperor, only 5 Universe Knights and level 8 warriors have returned. About 40 level 7 warriors have died, and 1/3 of the disciples of the other warriors have been killed or injured, close to 2 million. A Lich reported in a low voice. Lord Lich King, now. What do we do now? Once that Dragon Palace warrior attacks, we won't be able to defend. A Lich said with a dark expression. Now that they had become enemies with the Dragon Palace, once the Dragon Palace warrior attacks, their Lich Kingdom would be unable to defend. Now, they had to find a way out for themselves. Hearing his subordinate's words, the Lich King's face kept changing. Huff! Huff! He took a deep breath, and there was a trace of powerlessness in his calm face. Let's talk about it. Then, let's find a place to hide. Now, they could only find a secret place to hide. Like stray dogs. Within the main hall, the warriors of the Lich Kingdom were silent, and they started to discuss. And amongst the group of Lich warriors, a Universe Knight level 7 warrior's eyes gleamed, quietly waiting for the best time. Gather all the remaining elite disciples of the city, get them here immediately. Half an hour later, the Lich Emperor gave an order. Next, they had to start their escape plan. They had to find a secret place and hide. After the order was given, the elites of the other 8 cities in the Lich Kingdom quickly gathered. At this moment, in a corner of the Lich City, a figure was watching everything with a smile on his face. They could attack immediately. Those who violated the Dragon Palace would die. Lord Lich King, all the powerhouses and elite disciples from the 8 cities have arrived. In the Lich Kingdom's Lich City, there were 9 more cities after 3 of them were destroyed by Wuxia. Under the order of the Lich King, all the elite powerhouses had gathered in the Lich City. At this moment, more than 10 million liches had gathered in front of the main city's grotto heaven-blessed land. All kinds of liches were giving off powerful killing intent. However, at this moment, their eyes were filled with fear. Their lich's country and the 3 great powers of the Iron and Steel Union of the Wrapped Corpse clan had joined forces to attack the Dragon Palace. Yet they were defeated by the Dragon Palace. They had already heard this news, especially after knowing that the Dragon Palace had a Universe Knight level 9 great being. They knew that the Lich Kingdom had been completely defeated. They also knew that the Lich Emperor had summoned them over and they were probably going to escape. As for where they were going to escape to, they didn't know. So. Right at this time, they saw the great beings of the Lich Kingdom flying over. Seeing the great beings beside the Lich Emperor, their hearts sank. Once, the Lich Kingdom had more than 10 Universe Knights and level 8 great beings. However, there were only 5 of them now. This was a huge blow to the Lich Kingdom. All members of the Lich Kingdom, listen up. We have encountered an unprecedented enemy. Next, we have to avoid the hunting of the powerful enemies. I have found the place where we are hiding. All disciples, follow behind. The Lich King was floating in front of them. He was no longer as high-spirited as before. He stood there with a gloomy expression and said in a deep voice, "Yes, Lord Lich King." The disciples of the Lich Kingdom replied with a heavy heart. "Get ready, let's go." The Lich King's face was gloomy as his voice once again entered the minds of all his subordinates. Boom. However, at this moment, an extremely terrifying gigantic dragon claw suddenly attacked the Lich King and the Lich experts around him. What? At this moment, all the cells in the Lich King's body exploded. The dragon eyes on the demonic dragon's head widened, filled with disbelief and shock. He quickly turned his body, and a gigantic shield appeared in front of him. Honk! A terrifying sound was heard, followed by a terrifying dark quicksand that covered the surroundings. Not good. There's a great being attacking. This is a terrifying being from the Dragon Palace. Why are they here? At this moment, everyone in the Lich Kingdom opened their eyes wide, filled with fear. Especially the Lich Emperor, who was enveloped by the Swallowing Dragon, and the other 4 Universe Knights, level 8 Liches. They were filled with fear. Why was that terrifying Swallowing Dragon in their Lich City? How was that possible? However, facing the attack of a Universe Knight, they let out a final roar. Pum. However, under the attack of the Swallowing Dragon, the Lich Emperor was still heavily injured. The other 4 Universe Knights were killed. The terrifying dark quicksand covered an area of hundreds of millions of kilometers. In front of them were all the elite disciples of the Lich Kingdom. Because of the gathering of the Lich Emperor, they were all gathered together. Under such circumstances, many of them had no time to escape, especially those below Universe Knight level 7. With their speed, how could they avoid the attack of a Universe Knight level 9 great being? When the dark quicksand rushed over, countless liches let out screams. Facing such a terrifying attack, they couldn't resist at all. No. Seeing the scene, Lich Emperor howled with despair.
Why did you suddenly come to our Lich City? How could it be?
You want to destroy our dragon palace, die. The devouring dragon's eyes were filled with a sinister malevolence as it attacked the Lich King with its dragon claws. The Lich King, who had already been severely injured, turned pale when he saw this attack.
A shadow of a devil dragon appeared on his dragon head and blocked the devouring dragon's attack. Boom!
A terrifying collision sound was heard as the Lich King's body sank 10,000 meters into the ground.
Eh?
The devouring dragon looked at him in surprise, somewhat surprised that he wasn't dead yet. Kiki. Leave it to me. At this moment, a black shadow instantly attacked the Lich King.
In just an instant, the black shadow directly entered the Lich King's body. The badly injured Lich King's body trembled violently as his pupils slowly turned pitch black, gradually giving up on resisting.
Roar! Roar! Roar!
When the devouring dragon saw this scene, it raised its head and swept its gaze across the surroundings. It swayed its huge body and directly charged towards the surrounding liches.
Boom!
The terrifying dragon tail violently attacked. In an instant, this place turned into a lich's hell. Run! Run! Our Lich Kingdom is about to be destroyed.
Lord Lich King has been killed.
Run!
Run! Run!
The terrified and desperate voices resounded throughout the entire Lich City, and all the liches fled in fear.
They opened their blood-red eyes wide, wanting to escape.
Hong hong hong.
However, faced with the Universe Night Level 9 devouring dragon's rampage and the terrifying attacks, large numbers of liches were killed. Out of 10,000, it was already good enough for one to escape. The difference was too great.
In less than 5 minutes, the entire Lich City fell into doomsday.
The swallowing dragon was wreaking havoc and slaughtering. The destruction of the Lich main city also meant the complete destruction of the Lich Kingdom. However, at this time, it wasn't just the Lich Kingdom, it was located in a distant place in the old dynasty of the Wrapped Corpse race.
The lair of the corpse-wrapping race was located in the territory of a desert. Numerous incomparably huge pyramids stood erect on the ground.
However, at this time, an incomparably terrifying devouring dragon directly caused a pyramid to collapse with a single claw. Countless corpse-wrapping race expert disciples fled in all directions in terror. Suddenly, the surrounding sand rose into the air, condensing into an incomparably huge divine dragon that attacked the surrounding corpse-wrapping race disciples. The golden sand filled the sky, and endless terror descended on the Wrapped Corpse clan. The miserable screams were incessant. The chief of the Wrapped Corpse clan looked at this scene with despair on his face, and his whole body trembled violently.
No, Dragon Palace, you will die a horrible death.
They let out miserable and despairing roars and uttered useless curses. The devouring dragon, which had been hidden in advance in the two forces, had completely become a nightmare for the two forces. No one could escape from destroying the Dragon Palace. On this day, the Lich Kingdom was destroyed. The corpse-wrapping race was destroyed. The Steel Union was still on the run. Boom! 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 The destruction of the Lich Kingdom and the corpse-wrapping race had yet to be known by the experts of the other forces. Meanwhile, on the side of the Steel Union, a huge battleship was fleeing in the sky above the heaven-opening primeval continent. The occasional explosion caused a commotion in the surroundings. They flew over the sky above the various forces, causing a huge commotion.
More and more videos of the Iron and Steel Union escaping in a sorry state appeared. When everyone saw this information on the AI, their faces were filled with shock and astonishment.
Wang Xian chased after them from the rear. His gaze was cold as he locked onto them.
He wanted to see how long the Iron and Steel Union could last. The chase continued and time passed little by little.
Ha! At this moment, Wang Xian received a message from the eight-limbed demonic fiend and the other two devouring dragons. When he saw this message, a smile appeared on his face. The Lich Kingdom and the corpse-wrapping race had been annihilated. Only a small number of experts had escaped.
Heaven Array, get in line to bring you and the Dragon Shaman to the corpse-wrapping race and the Lich Kingdom to find all the treasures and divine kingdoms.
Also, Enlai, bring the two devouring dragons over.
Wang Xian immediately ordered through voice transmission. It's the Dragon King. Enlai and the others immediately replied. With the Lich Kingdom and the corpse-wrapping race destroyed, the resources and treasures of the two races were extremely terrifying. This time, Wuxia should have enough resources for his breakthrough. The Steel Union is still flying towards their base. They must be relying on the defense within the base. As the strongest force at the edge of the heaven-opening primal continent, they should be able to withstand the attacks of a level 9 Universe Knight. They might even be able to withstand one or two of them. In that case, we can't let the other two devouring dragons take action to prevent them from escaping. Let's wait until we reach the Steel Union base. Wuxia looked at the Steel Union as they fled desperately. He was deep in thought. Time passed day by day. A large number of spaceships, battleships, and mechs were destroyed by Wuxia, Crab, and the rest. The number of spaceships in the Steel Union was decreasing. Their attack power was also getting weaker. On the fourth day, Wuxia saw some spaceships flying to the main battleship of the Steel Union. The speed of these spaceships was terrifying, comparable to the flying speed of a Universe Knight at level 8. Some members of the Steel Union entered the spaceships and evacuated quickly. Dragon King, their firepower is not enough. We will be able to destroy that huge battleship very soon. From the side, Crab transmitted his voice to Wuxia. Okay. Wuxia squinted his eyes slightly. The other party might give up on this warship. We don't care about anything else. We will follow closely behind them. Roar. The divine dragon's roar was heard. Damn the Dragon Palace. If you dare to come to our Steel Union base, I will make you suffer. One day later, on the main battleship of the Steel Union, the leader of the Steel Union glared at the divine dragons in front of him with a face full of hatred. His eyes were filled with fury. Leader, all the energy will be used up soon. Let's retreat quickly, a general said to the leader of the Steel Union. Let's go. The leader of the Steel Union gritted his teeth and growled in a low voice. Boom, boom, boom. Their bodies moved and they flew forward rapidly. At the back, all the spaceships and battleships seemed to have activated their berserk mode. Not only did they not continue to fly, but they went straight for Wuxia and the rest. This included the terrifying battleships that were tens of thousands of kilometers away. They contained a terrifying force and released all kinds of terrifying energy attacks. The leader of the Steel Union has escaped. Destroy all these battleships. Wuxia's dragon eyes swept across the area in front of him as he gave an order to Crab and the rest. Roar! 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 Crab and the rest roared as they resisted the attacks of these battleships that were about to be destroyed. A radius of more than 1 billion kilometers was covered by all sorts of terrifying attacks. Even Crab and the rest were unable to finish them off immediately. After holding back Wuxia and the rest for a full hour, a large number of battleships were turned into ruins. Let's go. We have to rush over immediately. We can't let them know that the Lich Kingdom and the corpse-wrapping race have been exterminated. Once they know about it, they will be on guard. The wreckage of the spaceship was handled by the members of the Dragon Palace. Wuxia stared at the front and ordered immediately. Woo-woo! Roar! 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 Shaolan's small house roared. Wuxia and the rest continued to fly towards the direction of the Steel Union. The Steel Union had used the battleship to obstruct Wuxia and the rest for an hour. However, Wuxia and the rest were slightly faster than the other party. Although they could not catch up to the other party within a short period of time, they were able to close in quickly. The speed of both parties was extremely terrifying. That damn Dragon Palace! Damn Dragon King! How dare he continue to pursue us from behind? At the front, the leader of the Steel Union and the group of generals could see that Wuxia and the rest were still pursuing them through some detection methods. A cold, murderous intent could be seen in their eyes. It won't be long before they arrive at our Steel Union base. When the time comes, let them know our firepower. A general said with a gloomy face. Activate the base's SSS-grade defense system. Activate the base's SSS-grade attack system. Prepare to fire at the air. Data flashed in the eyes of the Steel Union leader. He gave long-range orders with a cold expression. Boom, boom, boom. As they flew towards the base, the entire Steel Union base emitted a rumbling sound. All kinds of machines poked out terrifying dark cannon holes. All kinds of energy weapons began to charge.
In the center of a huge building, a black cannon hole that was thousands of kilometers wide poked out.
This cannon hole connected to the depths of the ground, and the palpitating energy began to spread out in all directions. In addition to this cannon hole, there was also something that looked like a golden sawtooth that slowly drilled out from the ground.
The entire sawtooth was tens of thousands of kilometers in size. It stood motionless between heaven and earth like a sleeping tiger. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. At this moment, in the Steel Union's base, a large number of battleships and mechs flew to the sky.
When the entire Steel Union's weapons started to move, all the Steel Union's citizens also entered a battle state.
Compared to the Iron and Steel Union's forces, the forces left in the base were stronger and more terrifying. There were more than 1 billion different types of armor, densely covering the entire sky. The power of science fiction looked equally magnificent from afar.
Although our Iron and Steel Union was defeated this time, it's wishful thinking to destroy us.
The Iron and Steel Union has been standing on the heaven-splitting primeval continent for so long. How could we be destroyed so easily?
Seeing that all the war weapons in the base had been activated, the leader of the Iron and Steel Union looked cold. Anyone who wants to destroy our force will have to pay a heavy price, including the Dragon Palace.
Any force that wants to destroy us will pay a heavy price, including the Dragon Palace. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. In front of the territory of the Iron and Steel Union, the leaders and generals of the Iron and Steel Union quickly flew toward them. Their eyes were filled with coldness. It's our territory. The generals looked at the battleships that rose into the sky. There were more than 1 billion armors and countless terrifying cannon holes. Their eyes revealed a sinister expression. All the Steel Union disciples, get ready to fight. Let the enemy never return. A general roared with a face full of fury.
This was their base. This place had already been forged into an iron wall.
Anyone who entered the base of the Iron and Steel Union would be attacked with extreme terror. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. The leader of the Iron and Steel Union and the 28 generals immediately came to the front of the powerful warships and weapons. Their eyes were full of killing intent as they looked at the rear.
The terrifying golden sawtooth that stood in the base of the Iron and Steel Union.
The terrifying cannon hole in the center of the Iron and Steel Union.
All kinds of terrifying weapons were aimed at the rear, waiting for the arrival of the powerful warriors of the Dragon Palace. Dragon King, the territory of the Steel Union, is right in front of us. Above their base, there are already countless battleship weapons. And Lai's figure appeared beside Wuxia and reported. The Steel Union had been fleeing to their base. They must be confident that they could withstand the attack of 2 Universe Knights, level 9 devouring dragons.
Therefore, Wuxia and Enlai had investigated in advance. Are you ready to welcome us?
It seems that the other party has the ability to fight Aohe and the rest.
Wuxia's eyes flickered slightly, and a sinister look appeared on his face. Attack and destroy the Steel Union.
Wuxia growled.
Roar, roar, roar.
Roars came from both sides.
Battle intent surged from Aohe and the rest.
At the back, Xiaolan's small house accompanied them on both sides. Above them, the Dragon Clan's dragon species that specialized in long-range attacks followed them.
In the middle, 2 devouring dragons in human form stood there quietly, waiting for orders. We're here. More than 10 minutes later, a magnificent and technological domain appeared in their line of sight.
However, at this moment, there were countless armored spaceships in the sky above this magnificent technological domain.
A formidable aura rushed over.
It's here. Everyone in the Steel Union also stared at the divine dragon flying over. Dragon King of the Dragon Palace, withdraw from our Steel Union's domain. The enmity between us will be put to rest. We will never invade each other in the future.
The voice of the leader of the Iron and Steel Union was transmitted forward. He looked at the majestic divine dragon with a gloomy expression. Now that the Dragon Palace had displayed such a powerful strength, the Iron and Steel Union no longer wanted to be enemies with it. Hee. Wuxia's eyes were filled with mockery when he heard the voice from the Iron and Steel Union's base. Attack when you want to attack the Dragon Palace. If you want to make peace, make peace. How can there be such a good thing in the world?
Today, the Dragon Palace will turn your Steel Union into ruins. Wuxia shouted with a cold face.
You don't know what's good for you. Attack and destroy those guys from the Dragon Palace. The leader of the Steel Union roared furiously. Buzz! Whoosh! 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 The next moment, countless mecha battleships let out rumbling sounds. Densely packed attacks that blotted out the sky and covered the sun headed towards Wuxia and the rest. HMPH, you think you can get rid of us just by relying on 2 Universe Knights and a level 9 powerhouse? Wishful thinking. The leader of the Steel Union snorted coldly. He stood in front of the gigantic cannon hole and squinted his eyes slightly. Buzz. The terrifying energy in the hole began to condense. A missile-like warhead charged towards Aocrab. The sawtooth-like golden weapon in front of him started to revolve and attacked another Universe Knight level 9 devouring dragon. The terrifying attack instantly covered Wuxia and the rest. Attack! Wuxia growled and swayed his huge body. With a wave of his dragon claws, the Tai Chi dragon disc covered the entire area. Roar! He and the rest moved and went straight for the terrifying bullet and the golden sawtooth that made their hearts palpitate. Kill! On Xiao Lan's body, the 2 devouring dragons also started to move. They welcomed the densely packed attacks and flew towards the mecha battleships in the air above the Steel Union base. Boom! 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 Very soon, the sound of explosions rang out. The details of all sorts of shells and the terrifying attacks caused the front to sink into a gray world. Nothing could be seen. Whoosh! 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 Right at this moment, the 2 figures took the lead to rush out of the gray world of cannon fire and continue flying towards the sky above the Steel Union. The 2 figures rushed over, slightly surprising all the generals of the Iron and Steel Union. Lock onto those 2 guys from the Dragon Palace and destroy them. Immediately, a general ordered loudly, while at the same time, he shot out attacks one after another. Roar! 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 However, at the moment when they attacked, the 2 devouring dragons let out violent roars. They instantly turned into 100,000 huge bodies, their terrifying aura spreading out in all directions. They opened their mouths and a dark quicksand rushed forward. Boom, boom, boom. In an instant, the cannons that attacked them were shattered. Countless quicksand landed on the battleships and mechs, making a loud explosion. The attack of the 2 swallowing dragons caused tens of millions of battleships and mechs to instantly collapse. This sudden scene stunned everyone in the Steel Union. What? How is this possible? Weren't the 2 Knight level 9 Dragon Palace members held back? A general swept his gaze over, his expression changing as he roared. Roar, roar, roar. However, what awaited them was another attack from the 2 swallowing dragons. So. Hong, hong, hong. They swayed their huge bodies and charged into the fleet of battleships and mechas. They waved their 18 dragon claws, and their terrifying dark claws covered an area of over 100 million square meters. Their dragon tails swept out and caused the battleships to explode one after another, falling downwards. They were wreaking havoc, completely wreaking havoc. How is this possible? The Dragon Palace actually has a Universe Knight level 9 fighter hidden. A voice filled with disbelief and anger came from the leader of the Steel Union. His blood-red eyes stared at the 2 devouring dragons that had already charged into the sky. Just now, their attacks had already locked onto Immortal, Crab, and the others. However, he had never expected that the Dragon Palace still had a Universe Knight level 9 fighter. They have been hiding their strength all this time. They want to completely destroy us. Damn it! The leader of the Steel Union trembled violently. He quickly turned the cannon hole beside him and attacked the devouring dragon that had already charged in. Whoosh! A terrifying bullet headed towards the 2 devouring dragons. One of the devouring dragons looked over and suddenly opened its huge mouth. A black hole-like energy shot towards the bullet. Wang! His body shook and numerous Earth attribute devouring dragons surrounded the black hole and attacked the bullet as well. Roar, roar! Another devouring dragon continued to attack the surrounding mecha battleships. Every strike destroyed a large number of mecha battleships, causing them to fall to the ground. Roar, roar, roar. With your strength, you still want to destroy our Dragon Palace. Right at this moment, after Crab blocked the terrifying bullet, the follow-up attack did not arrive. He moved his body and charged into the sky above the Steel Union. Roar! He opened his mouth and streams of demonic flames descended.
Boom! The terrifying demonic flames destroyed a large number of weapons.
Whoosh! At this moment, Wang Xian made use of his powerful defensive strength and speed to charge out from the flames of war. His gaze was locked onto a general of the Steel Union. He flapped his incipient saint wings. Crash! He pushed his speed to the limit and attacked the general directly.
Attack him! The general sensed Wang Xian's attack and roared loudly.
Roar! Roar!
Roar!
Dense shells covered Wang Xian. A taiji pattern appeared around him. Wang Xian passed through the attacks of the shells directly. Oh no! His speed is too fast.
When the general saw that all the attacks were ineffective against Wang Xian and saw his terrifying speed, he revealed a look of astonishment.
Die! Wang Xian came to the front of the general and waved his dragon claws.
Boom! 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 The general shot out streams of terrifying energy, but it had no effect on the dragon claws.
The dragon claw landed and the general fell into Wang Xian's dragon claw. Boom! The sound of an explosion came from his dragon claw. Wang Xian scanned his surroundings coldly.
Not good. That Dragon King's strength is also extremely terrifying. We are not his match.
A general is dead. A general was killed by Wang Xian. Everyone in the surroundings was filled with fear.
This was a general of their Steel Union. He was practically an immortal existence.
Warning! Warning! The enemy is too powerful. The base is unable to fight back. The base is unable to fight back. At this moment, the voice of the AI sounded in the minds of the generals in the cockpit of the huge battleships. Upon hearing this voice, the faces of everyone in the Steel Union changed drastically. Damn it! How can there be 4 Universe Knight level 9 warriors in the Dragon Palace? How is this possible?
The leader of the Iron and Steel Union roared indignantly.
Leader, we are not their match. Activate the absolute defense.
A general saw all the warriors of the Dragon Palace rushing into the area of their base and roared ferociously. Activate the absolute defense.
The leader of the Steel Union shouted and gave the order.
Boom!
Boom! Boom!
At this moment, a light shield rose around him and spread in all directions.
All the disciples of the Steel Union retreat into the core circle.
Fire at the experts of the Dragon Palace.
The generals immediately gave the order loudly.
Boom! Boom!
Boom!
The self-destructing mech spaceships charged at Wang Xian and AO Crab without any regard for their lives. The sound of explosions kept ringing out. The light shield began to envelop and form a golden defensive space.
This golden glow was not the power of technology, but the defense of the Grotto Heaven Paradise in their base.
Boss, help me destroy this golden sawtooth first. At this time, the swallowing dragon that had been fighting with the golden sawtooth roared at AO Crab and the others. The golden sawtooth was very powerful and it seemed to have intelligence as it kept rotating.
The terrifying golden sawtooth cut through all the energy. It made the swallowing dragon, a level 9 knight, have to avoid it. This was the strongest weapon of the Steel Union.
It was made of metal from a blessed land and a brain.
Even though it had a single attack, it couldn't kill a level 9 knight. However, when a level 9 knight was entangled, it would be a headache.
Suppress this golden sawtooth.
AO Crab roared and turned to attack the golden sawtooth. There was only a level 9 Universe Knight devouring dragon accompanying Wang Xian. He stared at the shield in front of him and waved his dragon claws. Boom! Boom!
Boom!
Terrifying waves landed on the shield, but it didn't budge at all. This caused the devouring dragon to frown slightly. Dragon King. The defense of this shield is extremely terrifying. He immediately transmitted his voice.
Shield, hee.
Wang Xian smiled faintly. He did not mind it and looked to the side. Boom! 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 The golden sawtooth was moving slower and slower under the attacks of AO Crab and the other devouring dragons. Oh no, Sawtooth is about to be suppressed. Within the Steel Union's protective shield, the general saw Sawtooth being suppressed by AO Crab and the others, and their expressions were extremely ugly. This Sawtooth could be said to be the Steel Union's biggest trump card. And now it was being suppressed by the Dragon Palace.
This dragon palace is too powerful. Luckily, we still have the protection of this blessed land.
A general's forehead broke out in cold sweat, and his expression was extremely ugly as he said, "For Universe Knights and Level 9 warriors were not something the Iron and Steel Union could fight against."
The leader of the Iron and Steel Union stood in the center, his expression changing constantly.
"Look at the AI. The AI has sent news that the Lich Kingdom and the Wrapped Corpse race have been destroyed. Completely destroyed."
At this time, a general exclaimed,
"What?" Everyone was shocked. "It should be the two knights from the Dragon Palace. They were ready to destroy us when we were about to attack."
The generals trembled, their expressions dark.
When they were about to destroy the Dragon Palace was also preparing to destroy them.
Sawtooth has been stopped by them. Phew, the Dragon Palace is too powerful.
At this moment, a general looked at the area in front of him. Sawtooth's energy had almost been consumed. "Fortunately, our paradise is strong enough and has a terrifying defensive barrier." At this moment, all the senior disciples of the Iron and Steel Union felt lucky. Beep, beep, beep. Enemy invasion, enemy invasion. At this moment, an unusually urgent voice suddenly resounded throughout the entire space. Figures slowly appeared behind the Iron and Steel Union base that covered half of the base.
"There's an enemy invasion. How can there be an enemy invasion? How is this possible?"
"Our paradise has a strong defense. How can it be invaded?" When the voice of the artificial intelligence sounded, all the strong disciples of the Iron and Steel Union looked around in shock.
The defense of this paradise was their last shelter. If it was invaded, the consequences would be unimaginable.
The leader of the Iron and Steel Union and more than 20 generals were also shocked. "Roar! Roar! Roar!"
At this moment, a roar came from behind them. A huge wave of dragon power rushed toward them.
"What?"
At this moment, all the upper-level disciples of the Iron and Steel Union trembled. They quickly looked back.
When they saw the Dragon King and the 4 devouring dragons, their eyes widened. "How is this possible? How did they enter this place?
How is this possible?"
An incredulous voice came from the mouth of a general. This was their final defense. "Kill. Today is the day your Steel Union will be destroyed." Wang Xian stared straight ahead. His eyes were filled with a violent aura. He swayed his huge dragon body and waved his dragon claws. All kinds of energy weapons of the 5 elements were thrown forward. The terrifying ice arrows, the blazing sun, the pagoda that was emitting flames, and the fan that was fanning the hurricane. All kinds of elemental laws and energies were wreaking havoc in the surroundings.
"Roar, roar, roar, die!"
Ao Crab and the others roared and moved, directly rushing towards the center. Their gazes locked onto the Steel Union leader and the generals, filled with awe.
"Huff, huff, 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 resist. Even if I die, I won't let them have it easy."
The Steel Union leader's breathing was somewhat hurried, and his eyes were filled with death and madness.
He roared crazily.
The golden battleship's body glowed, and beams of sharp golden light met Ao Crab and the others' attacks. Boom! 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 The sounds of collision rang out, but the combined strength of the Iron and Steel Union could at most fight 2 or 3 Universe Knights with level 9 combat strength.
Now that Sawtooth was suppressed, their resistance was greatly reduced.
Furthermore, in the defense of this paradise, they could not withstand the ravages of the 4 devouring dragons. Roar! 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 Terrifying dark quicksand swept down in all directions. Bang! 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 A large number of mecha battleships collapsed and fell down. There were more than 1 billion mecha battleships of the Steel Union. Now that they were hiding in this defense, they could only attack from the front row. Their attacks were not of much use to Wang Xian and Ao Crab. With every attack, more than 10 million mech battleships were shot down. The area below instantly turned into a huge sea of fire. "Kill, kill, kill!" The generals of the Steel Union roared with blood-red eyes. They activated their mechas and launched countless attacks at Ao Crab and Wang Xian. Die!
Wang Xian was surrounded by the Tai Chi dragon. In an instant, he came to the side of one of the generals and waved his dragon claws.
Bang! The terrifying attacks caused sparks to fly all over his body as he fell heavily towards the ground. Die!
At this moment, more than 10 generals immediately attacked Wang Xian. Humph! Wang Xian snorted and flew backwards rapidly. Roar! 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 At this moment, 2 devouring dragons appeared at Wang Xian's left and right. They attacked the dozen or so generals. Awe! They let out a final roar when they saw the devouring dragons charging at them. Boom! 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 Soon, the sounds of explosions and collapse could be heard. It's over, it's completely over. The dozen or so generals were killed. The rest of the people from the Steel Union were on the verge of collapse. They looked at this scene with despair on their faces. This wasn't just a failure, it was destruction. After today, the Steel Union would probably no longer exist in the universe. The Steel Union was completely powerless in the following battle. Facing the 4 devouring dragons of the Dragon Palace, the Steel Union was rapidly dying. Even the leader of the Steel Union could only watch as they died. The battle and destruction continued. On the Universal AI, everyone was talking about this battle. Especially when the news of the Lich Kingdom and the zombie clan being exterminated spread out, the AI on the edge of the land was talking in shock. They were talking about how powerful the Dragon Palace was. The Lich Kingdom and the Wrapped Corpse race had fled to their old dynasty after being defeated. Yet, they were destroyed so quickly under such circumstances. The Dragon Palace was too terrifying. The Dragon Palace must have been prepared to destroy the 2 races. They had already set up a terrifying force around their nest. One of my brothers from the Lich Kingdom who escaped said that they were attacked by a Universe Knight level 9 Great Being. When they were preparing to escape, they destroyed all their Great Beings. Those who entered the nest of the Wrapped Corpse race and killed them must be Universe Knight level 9 Great Beings. This Dragon Palace actually displayed 4 Universe Knight level 9 Great Beings. This power is too terrifying. I wonder what's going on over at the Steel Union? Will the Steel Union be destroyed? On the Universe AI, from the beginning, all the great beings from all the powers thought that the Dragon Palace would be suppressed. Until now, the 2 powers had been destroyed. Now, all the powerhouses were discussing whether the Steel Union was going to be destroyed or not. Regarding the power that the Dragon Palace displayed, everyone was extremely shocked. This power, if placed on the edge of the continent, was already an invincible existence. At the edge of the sky-splitting continent, a Universe Knight level 8 was the pinnacle. The Steel Union was slightly special due to technology, but it couldn't reach the level of a true Universe Knight level 9. Now that the Dragon Palace had just landed from the surrounding starry skies, they were invincible. This made the powers of the heaven-opening primal continent extremely dazed. The power of the Dragon Palace was too strong. There were over 100,000 powers at the edge of the entire heaven-opening primal continent, and they were all waiting for the result of this battle. Hong Hong. An hour later, in the inner part of the Iron and Steel Union's Grotto Heaven defense, the final explosion ended, and the entire world seemed to calm down instantly. Dragon King, everything is settled. Ao Crab grabbed the head of the leader of the Steel Union with his claw and said with a smile, "Very good. Settle it and search for the Steel Union's treasure. Also, send the Heaven Formation over to prevent these guys from escaping by cloning and directly carry out the curse." Wang Xian swept his gaze across the surroundings and revealed a smile. The 3 major forces were annihilated. Now that the 3 forces had been destroyed, it was time for the Dragon Palace to harvest. The treasures of the corpse-wrapping race and the Steel Union were being collected. Most of the treasures had been collected. Now it was the Steel Union's turn. As the most powerful Steel Union in the heaven-opening desolate continent, they had been standing on this piece of land for a long, long time. The treasures they possessed would definitely reach a terrifying level. Let's look for the treasures of the Steel Union. Wang Xian gave an order to Ao Crab and the rest before he transformed into his human form and flew towards the area below. Although the area below had turned into ruins, there were still many buildings that were in good condition. This was especially so for the underground base buildings. These metals can give the devouring dragon a significant upgrade. Wang Xian scanned his surroundings and said with a smile, "Pang!" He landed on the ground and scanned his surroundings with his dragon eyes. Sensing the source of the tremendous energy, he moved and immediately arrived at an entrance. Please conduct a test. The voice of the AI was heard. With a wave of his arm, Wuxia destroyed it. Below him was a huge underground palace. The entire palace did not have the same technological feeling as the one above. Instead, it was filled with a natural aura. There were universe night-level trees, flowers, and plants growing. There was also an artificial river. The river contained a huge amount of spiritual energy. The entire palace was made of green bricks and tiles. It was exceptionally beautiful. This should be the place where the upper echelons of the Steel Union live. Wuxia scanned his surroundings. His eyes were sparkling. The surrounding trees, flowers, and grass were all at least level 5 universe knights. Such a place to live was absolutely terrifying. Even the Dragon Palace did not have so many divine trees and grass. There were also some fruits on some of the trees that were emitting dense spiritual energy. As the Steel Union was developing technology, these divine herbs of the Divine Kingdom might not be as useful as the huge divine stones in their eyes. This also resulted in this extremely luxurious place to live in. The entire palace complex took up an area of about 100 kilometers. It was not very big, but it was very beautiful. Wuxia flew in the sky. With a glance, he could see all kinds of generals' residences. There were 28 generals' residences. The central location was the leader's residence. Wuxia arrived above the leader's residence. The leader's residence was located above the blessed land of the Grotto Heaven. There was only one effect of this blessed land. It could produce a powerful protective shield. Wuxia landed in the leader's residence. His gaze swept across the blessed land of the Grotto Heaven located in the backyard. There was a robot standing there motionlessly. Clearly, it was controlling this defensive barrier. Wuxia studied it for a moment. A wave of energy covered the Grotto Heaven blessed land. In an instant, the defensive barrier outside slowly disappeared. This defensive barrier can withstand the destructive power of a peak universe knight. If it wasn't for Inflate, it would be impossible to destroy the Steel Union. Wuxia muttered and scanned the area with his dragon eyes. Here. He moved and arrived at a palace in the center of the leader's residence. This palace was emitting all kinds of powerful abilities. He came to this palace with an excited look in his eyes. On the walls around the palace, there were many treasures hanging in crystal boxes. With a glance, there were more than 40 acquired supreme treasures. These were acquired supreme treasures. For treasures of this level, even universe knights of level 8 or level 9 would fight for them with all their might. Other than these acquired supreme treasures, there were also other mystical treasures. This is. Wuxia glanced around and kept the acquired supreme treasure. His gaze landed at the center. There was a piece of metal there. The silver-white metal was squirming inside the crystal box. Wuxia could sense the strange energy coming from it. What kind of treasure is this? To be placed in the center, it must be extraordinary. He mumbled and did not study it in detail. He kept all the treasures in his bag. A large number of big elixirs should have been obtained by killing other powerhouses. There were also various other treasures. Just the Steel Union's collection alone could allow Wuxia to achieve a breakthrough in his strength. Dragon King. The Dragon Palace has arrived. While Wuxia was searching, Prime Minister Gui's voice was heard. Wuxia looked at the sky. The Dragon Palace had already rushed over. Gather all the treasures in the Steel Union. Also, announce that the 3 major forces have been destroyed by the Dragon Palace. Wuxia replied immediately. It's the Dragon King. Prime Minister Gui replied immediately. Whoosh. He moved and entered the other generals' residences to search for all sorts of treasures. This time, it can be said to be a huge boost. The strength of the Dragon Palace can be increased tremendously. Wuxia muttered. The Dragon Palace already had 1 million universe knights. After this, it could increase by at least 800,000 to 900,000 or even 1 million. After all, this was all the resources of the 3 most powerful forces at the edge of the land. When Prime Minister Turtle issued a statement in the name of the Dragon Palace, all the great beings who were watching the war immediately became excited. The Steel Union has also been destroyed. It's unprecedented to destroy 3 forces at once. As expected,
The Steel Union was unable to withstand the attack of the Dragon Palace. The three forces are all existences that have been standing here for billions of years. The Dragon Palace is too powerful. With such terrifying strength, they are powerful enough to enter the deep part of the heaven-opening desolate continent, let alone land there. After this battle, the Dragon Palace will be the king on the edge of the heaven-opening desolate continent. The forces surrounding the starry sky and the forces on the edge of the heaven-opening desolate continent were all shocked. The Dragon Palace was the king on the edge of the continent. No powerhouse dared to object to this statement. The Dragon Palace was built with great strength and terrifying battle records. Once they landed, they would be invincible. Some of the forces surrounding Lu Xingkong were already considering whether they should pay a visit to the Dragon Palace after the Dragon Palace was completely stabilized. Please. A battle had attracted everyone's attention. For a long period of time, they might be discussing this matter. Just as the AI was boiling with excitement, Wang Xian and the rest emptied the entire Steel Union. Other than the blessed lands that could not be taken away, the rest were taken away. The group of palaces were also taken away. Their target was the revival wonderland at the Horn of the Sea. The zombies in the Lich Kingdom and the blessed lands occupied by the Steel Union were very powerful. However, the most suitable place for the Dragon Palace was still the revival wonderland at the Horn of the Sea. That place was the largest ocean in the heaven-splitting prehistoric land. It was more suitable for the future development of the Dragon Palace. However, this time, the Dragon Palace needs to settle down and stabilize. Wang Xian mumbled to himself as he thought about the future development of the Dragon Palace. Boom! Boom! Above the Cape of the Sea Revival Wonderland, the Dragon Palace slowly descended into the ocean and stood tall above the Wonderland. A white light slowly enveloped the Dragon Palace. In the sky above the Dragon Palace, Wang Xian and the experts of the Dragon Palace scanned their surroundings with a faint smile on their faces. Now, the Dragon Palace could be considered to have truly established itself in the heaven-splitting chaotic land. The energy from the Grotto Heaven-blessed land entered the Dragon Palace, causing all the disciples of the Dragon Palace to feel that their recovery abilities had improved tremendously. All the disciples of the Dragon Palace, raise your abilities for the time being and train hard. After your abilities have improved, explore the surrounding sea areas. Wang Xian's voice entered the ears of every disciple of the Dragon Palace. It's the Dragon King. All the members of the Dragon Palace replied immediately. Currently, there were less than 2 million disciples in the Dragon Palace. The resources this time were sufficient to allow all the members of the Dragon Palace to step into the combat strength of a Universe Knight. You guys take charge of the surroundings. The rest of the leaders of the Dragon Palace have also gone through the upgrade, right? Prime Minister Gue, place all the treasures in the Dragon King Palace and arrange for the upgrade of the disciples. Wang Xian scanned his surroundings and said with a smile on his face, "It's the Dragon King." The leaders immediately responded. Wang Xian moved and arrived at the Dragon King Palace. Soon, a large number of treasures were placed in the middle of the Dragon King Palace. These treasures were all obtained from the corpse-wrapping race and the Lich Kingdom. In the middle of the palace, there was a huge demonic dragon head. It was the head of the Lich King. The Lich King had accidentally obtained a dragon head of a demon dragon and transferred it to his head. There were countless medicinal pills, divine herbs, and divine trees. The treasures obtained this time were extremely terrifying. The countless experts of the three great races, the accumulation of their divine kingdoms, and the treasures they had stored were mostly obtained by the Dragon Palace. One could imagine how huge this number was. It's easy for me to upgrade myself this time. Furthermore, the 5 elements millstone can also be upgraded. Wang Xian looked at the large number of treasures and muttered. He hesitated for a moment and decided to upgrade himself first before seeing what treasures were here. His body moved and immediately transformed into the body of a divine dragon. With a wave of his arm, the 5 elements millstone appeared at the side. One by one, the acquired treasures were devoured by the 5 elements millstone. Roar, roar! Wang Xian growled and all kinds of pills flew into his mouth. The moment the pills entered his mouth, they turned into thick dragon chi. He crouched in the Dragon King Palace below and was improving rapidly. Crack, crack, crack. The terrifying dragon chi started to rise on Wang Xian's body. On his dragon scales, the shadows of the divine dragons were flickering. Buzz. Ding. Congratulations on your upgrade to a level 3 universe knight. Ding. Congratulations on your breakthrough to comprehend the law form. Towering dragon horn. 2 days later, the system's voice was heard. Wang Xian's aura was also elevated to its peak. 8 dazzling rays of light filled the entire Dragon King Palace. Wang Xian slowly opened his eyes. He spat out a colorful ball of air and a smile appeared on his face. Name, Wang Xian. Race. Yin-Yang 5 elements Divine Dragon. Mandragon Unity. Level. Universe Knight Level 3. Divine Dragon Transformation. 9th Transformation. Origin, 1%, 99% needed for the next breakthrough. Supernatural ability. Ruling the Water Tribe. Ruling the Water Tribe below one's level. Devouring creatures. Devouring creatures to extract the origin. Cultivation method. Divine Dragon Transformation. Supernatural ability, soul absorbing, spirit attaching. Law technique. Dragon Eye Lock, 5 elements Dragon Claw. Yin-Yang Break Realm. 8 Luminaries Dragon Scale. Sacred Dragon Shadow. Heavenly Dragon 8 Tribes. Dragon Tomb. Cloud Dragon Rise. True Dragon Body. Law form. 8 Dragon Pillars. 8 Dragon Bodies. Towering Dragon Horns. Control law, metal, wood, water, fire, earth, light, dark wind. God Country. Dragon Palace. Dragon Palace. Acquired. Dragon Palace members. 1934450. Universe Knight Level 3 Realm. Combat strength of a Universe Knight Level 9. Wang Xian smiled. With his current strength, he was not weak in the universe. Let's see if there are any treasures that can increase my strength. His gaze swept across the entire Dragon King Palace. Sensing it, he waved his dragon claw and 3 items flew to his side. These 3 treasures emitted a strange energy. They were even more mysterious and powerful than acquired treasures. One was the silver-white metal from the Iron and Steel Union, and the other was a green fruit. However, it didn't look like a fruit either. The fruit would make a thumping sound, like a heart. Apart from these 2 items, there was also a blood-red cloth. The cloth contained a terrifying bloodthirsty energy. If the weak got close, they would go crazy. These 3 treasures are each stranger than the last. What are their uses? Wang Xian mumbled. These treasures were not innate spiritual treasures. They were just very special treasures. Wang Xian did not even know what their uses were. Let the enchantress take a look at this blood-red cloth. As he spoke, he immediately transmitted his voice to the enchantress. The enchantress was also the current leader of the Charming Dragon. Her full name was Ao Mimi. The enchantress controlled the black spider lilies and the mysterious dark energy. Dragon King. Very soon, the enchantress flew over and bowed to Wang Xian. Take a look at what treasure this is. Wang Xian handed the blood-red cloth to her and said, The enchantress took it and examined it. Her eyes were sparkling. Some of them look like the treasures of the Netherworld race. The enchantress guessed, however, I still need to study their exact uses. You can take this first, Wang Xian said to her. The enchantress nodded her head. What's the use of this silver-white metal? Wang Xian's gaze was fixed on the metal in the crystal box. His eyes were sparkling. He opened it. The metal did not corrode and did not have any offensive power. Similarly, this metal seemed to have a life of its own as it kept moving. Wang Xian used his hand to sense it and discovered that he could control it. Buzz. With a thought, the silvery white metal transformed into various forms. Slowly, it transformed into a silvery white glove. After Wang Xian put it on, he held it tightly and narrowed his eyes slightly. He discovered a characteristic of this metal. Isolation. When he put on this glove with his dragon claw, the energy in the external world seemed to be completely isolated. It didn't touch any of the energy in the outside world. If it's only this kind of energy, it would be too useless. Wang Xian mumbled to himself. By isolating all the energy in the outside world, it was equivalent to a very powerful treasure used to deal with curses. However, there were too many restrictions and it wasn't of much use.
Putting it aside, Wuxia landed on the green fruit. It was a very strange fruit that emitted a surging wood attribute like a living creature. Let's give it a try. Wuxia was looking forward to the treasures related to plants. With the ancestral tree, wood attribute treasures could be easily detected. He transformed into his human form and came to the front of the ancestral tree. He took the fruit and placed it on the trunk of the ancestral tree. Buzz. At this moment, what surprised Wuxia was that the green fruit landed directly on the ancestral tree. Then a message appeared in his mind. Support elf. Not yet born. When the green fruit was hanging on the main trunk of the ancestral tree, a message was transmitted to Wuxia's mind. When he saw this message, he was slightly stunned. Elf? This fruit is actually an elf? His mouth was slightly agape and his face was filled with astonishment. The elf race was one of the top races in the universe. The ancient lake Moon Bay was a treasure belonging to the elf race. Compared to the ancient lake Moon Bay, the elves were undoubtedly a precious treasure. There were two kinds of elves. One was born with maternal instinct, and the other was born with the tree of life. Compared to maternal instinct, the elves born with the tree of life were nobles among the elves. The tree of life was an innate treasure belonging to the elves. It was said to be the treasure closest to the heavenly creation level. The tree of life of the elf race could not only give birth to powerful elves, but also had other mystical abilities. According to the records of the Dragon Palace, there was one among the few existences that were above the masters in the universe. That person was the heaven's origin creation of the wood life, one of the strongest beings in the universe. The elf race had cultivated the wood attribute to the peak. What surprised Wuxia was that he actually obtained a support elf. Elves had both combat and support. There were very few support elites. Usually, only the royal family of the elves had them. Ordinary divine trees could not give birth to elves. But the ancestral tree was different. Moreover, the potential of the elves nurtured by the ancestral tree was even stronger than the elites nurtured by the tree of life. It was even more magical. The support elves are also known as the companion elves. Every support elf possesses powerful abilities. I wonder how strong they will be. Wuxia mumbled. Thump. 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 At this moment, he felt his heart trembling. He felt something and some blood flowed into the ancestral tree. Following that, the blood flowed into the interior of the support elf. Wuxia's eyes flickered as he looked at it. A smile appeared on his face. After looking at it for a while, he looked at the other treasures. There were many kinds of acquired spiritual treasures and many acquired supreme treasures. Wuxia placed the Tai Chi dragon plate on two acquired supreme treasures of darkness attribute for them to absorb. He checked once and did not find any treasures in his eyes. In the Dragon Palace, the rest of the disciples of the Dragon Palace were improving their strength in the dragon transformation pool. The devouring dragon was devouring a large amount of metal. The various battleships and spaceships of the Steel Union were able to improve significantly after being devoured by the devouring dragon. This time around, Wuxia was prepared to settle down at the edge of the heaven-opening primal continent. At the very least, he had to understand the heaven-opening primal continent better before proceeding with the development. Time passed day by day. This time, it took 2 months for all the members of the Dragon Palace to upgrade. 2 months later, the last batch of disciples had completed the upgrade. Since then, over 1.9 million members of the Dragon Palace all had the combat strength of a Universe Knight. Apart from Wuxia, Aoxia, and the other 5 Universe Knights who had the combat strength of level 9, Xiaolan, the other 3, and the 2 devouring dragons had also advanced to level 9. The rest of the leaders and the group of purebred dragons had the combat strength of level 8 Universe Knights. The number of level 9 Universe Knights in the Dragon Palace had reached 10. 2 months later, the 5 Elements Millstone underwent a transformation, and its strength rose by another level. After all the members of the Dragon Palace rose, Prime Minister Turtle ordered a group of civil officials to teach the members of the Dragon Palace all sorts of knowledge. During this period, every day, other races from the heaven-opening primal continent would come to visit the Dragon Palace and give them valuable treasures. There were even a few races that weren't weak, and they took out many treasures and bought the Steel Union, the Wrapped Corpse clan, and the Grotto Heaven they occupied from the Dragon Palace.
These resources allowed the Dragon Palace to add 2 Universe Knight level 9 powerhouses.
Other Grotto Heaven-blessed lands aside, the Steel Union's Grotto Heaven-blessed land was definitely a very powerful existence.
This was a pleasant surprise to the Dragon Palace.
5 years passed very quickly. During these 5 years, Wuxia stayed in the Dragon Palace and played with a group of girls. He didn't find it boring.
Xiao Xian. Look, the elf is about to be born. On this day, Hu Yen-er's voice was heard. Ha! Wang Xian, who was in front of the Dragon Palace, was slightly stunned. His figure instantly arrived at the Dragon King's palace. It had been 5 years since he obtained the support elf on the ancestral tree. During these 5 years, he would occasionally suck some of Wang Xian's dragon blood. From the shape of a fruit, he slowly transformed into a human shape. However, the size of the support elf did not change at all. It was still only the size of 2 fists.
The female elf had a fiery red dress and a purple hat on her head.
She was holding a gray branch in her hand. On the head of the branch, there was the flame of a fire phoenix. It looked a little mystical. In addition, she had wings made of leaves. She looked very cute. However, today, the little elf opened her eyes and looked around curiously. Daddy! When she saw Wang Xian, her eyes lit up. Crack!
Crack! The part of the ancestral tree that was connected to the back was broken. She flapped her wings and flew toward Wang Xian immediately.
Ha! Wang Xian smiled when he saw the palm-sized elf calling him daddy. How cute! I'll call you Wang Lingling from now on. Wang Xian looked at her and reached out his palm to let her land on it. He said with a smile on his face. Sure, sure. Wang Lingling waved the magic wand in her hand. Wow, she's so cute. Come. Let mommy take a look. The girls who were attracted came over with shining eyes. Hee, Daddy? Why do I have so many moms? Wang Lingling smiled and looked at the girls around her and asked in confusion.
Because your father is a scumbag. Guan Shuqin and the others said with a smile.
What is a scumbag? Wang Lingling continued to ask curiously.
Come here, mommy will explain it to you. The group of girls stretched out their palms, their faces filled with love.
The group of girls was no longer young considering their age on Earth. They also wanted to have a child. However, if the dragon god wanted to have a child, it would require a long period of time.
Moreover, the purer the bloodline of both parents, the stronger the dragon god would be.
After hesitating for a while, they still did not want to have a child for the time being. Now that they saw such a cute little elf, the girls treated her like a child too. Initiation education is very important. You can't teach her like that. Wang Xian was at the side and said to them with a speechless expression. The appearance of the support elves made the Dragon Palace a little livelier. The girls, Hua Kai Xiaoyu, and the others also loved this little elf that was born.
However, Wang Lingling, who was born on the ancestral tree, had terrifying abilities.
As a support elf, she was like her name, a combat support elf.
Her main purpose was to release buff energy to heal her injuries and even slow down her opponent's speed to create some interference. As for the support elf that was nurtured by the ancestral tree, she currently had 5 abilities, one of which was extremely heaven-defying.
The first ability was healing, a powerful healing technique that was comparable to pouring life force liquid directly into one's body. The second ability was the power of lightning, which could speed up and paralyze the enemy. The third ability was the immunity to fire attribute law damage. It could help her target to be immune to a portion of the damage. The fourth ability was spiritual interference, spiritual protection, interference with the enemy, and protection against mysterious attacks.
The last ability, which was also the most powerful ability, was resurrection. It was a very heaven-defying ability.
If Wang Xian was killed, Wang Lingling could instantly resurrect him. All of her abilities came from the branches of the ancestral tree. The ability to revive came from the soul-returning tree branches. Wang Lingling and the other supporting elves also had an extremely powerful ability. The other supporting elves would not die no matter how they attacked. As long as the tree of life existed, they would exist forever. It was the same for Wang Lingling. As long as the ancestral tree existed, she would not die. There is a reason why the ELF race is able to stand at the peak of the race. Wang Xian could not help but sigh after witnessing the strength of the supporting elves. Time passed day by day. 5 years later, after all the members of the Dragon Palace had made up their minds about various knowledge, they began to move around the Dragon Palace. The Dragon Palace was now standing in the Horn of the Sea. As the Horn of the Mountain and Sea, a corner of the largest ocean of the heaven-opening primal continent, there were countless desolate beasts in it. Even in their current location, they could still encounter some Universe Night Level 7 or Level 8 desolate beasts. The Dragon Palace also had to send some experts to clean up these desolate beasts. In the blink of an eye, the Dragon Palace had been in the heaven-opening primal continent for 10 years. During these 10 years, Wang Xian and the rest also went to visit other races. It was relaxing and relaxing. The only thing was that the competition at the edge of the heaven-splitting primordial land was too intense. Many places were the territories of some desolate beasts. The laws of the jungle were fully displayed. It was as if they were in a primitive world with each and every faction occupying a part of the world. The factions at the edge of the heaven-splitting primordial land are like barbaric tribes. They are completely different from the inner parts of the heaven-splitting primordial land. Wang Xian looked through some information regarding the inner regions of the heaven-opening primal continent. If they were said to be backward ancient villages, further into the inner regions would be city-states and countries. It was an interesting thing. The position at the edge of the continent was very important to the race and their bloodline. However, it was not so important in the inner regions. Although it was still a race that dominated a region, this race was also willing to absorb the experts of other races and the elites of other forces. Compared to the edge, the inner area valued a person's strength more. Strength was king. In the depths of the heaven-opening desolate continent, many people who could enter were experts who could surpass 2 levels, and there were many who could surpass 3 levels. In this place, geniuses roamed unhindered and experts roamed unhindered. If a faction wanted to be prosperous and never decline, it needed an endless stream of experts. It was still fine for those peak races. They controlled the core treasures and there was an endless stream of experts. Basically, there wouldn't be any gaps. As for the other factions, they no longer had the ability of peak races. Gradually, they were willing to accept other experts to join them. There were even some races that, in order to give birth to new powerful bloodlines, entered into marriage with other powerful bloodlines. Countless years had passed, and this had resulted in countless connections between the various races. This also caused internal competition and race wars to be much less than those on the fringes. Of course, there was another reason. The factions that could enter the inner regions were not simple. Under the circumstances where they were not confident of destroying all of them, they would not rush over and kill them wantonly. That was because this would cause the latter to take revenge crazily. A level 9 Universe Knight killing a level 1 or level 2 Universe Knight of your race crazily. Which race would be able to stand it? The city-state, country, school, sect, chamber of commerce, and the inner circle of the heaven-opening primal continent are more like a civilized society. Wang Xian looked at the documents one by one and revealed a smile on his face. Things will always turn against each other when they reach their limits. 100 schools of thought were contending. The heaven-splitting primordial land was more like a prosperous planet that had developed to its peak. It was unlike the borderlands where all the races were fighting each other for resources, just like the ancient tribes. Within the heaven-splitting primordial land, the competition was not only for ordinary resources, but also for talents and experts. It was impossible for all the clansmen of a single race to be united. It was impossible for them to not have differences, and it was impossible for them not to encounter injustice. If you encountered injustice, you could leave your own race and join some city-states, countries, schools, and even sects. Many city-states, countries, schools, and sects were established by experts who had suffered injustice or left their races for other reasons. As time passed, they grew stronger. In places like this, the racial awareness of some powerhouses weakened and became a bustling place for business. Of course, there were also some races that established their own schools to attract disciples from other races to join them and brainwash them for their own use. The interior of the heaven-splitting and primal continent was more prosperous and prosperous. That's right. If that's the case, it's much better than the edge. Wang Xian mumbled to himself. There was no powerful strength at the edge. There was a high possibility of death if he went out. In the interior, there were rules and restrictions that increased the safety of the place by a lot.
I've been here for 10 years. It's time to go out and take a look. I'll look for the remaining layu and check out the interior situation.
Wang Xian sat on the dragon throne and made his plan.
He had checked out a lot of information about the internal situation of the heaven-opening primal continent. However, he still needed to check out more information by himself.
Furthermore, he had to get his hands on the last 27 layu of the incipient holy wings.
Prime Minister Gui, I'm going out to take a look in a few days. You can handle the matters of the Dragon Palace. Wang Xian gave a light shout and instructed Prime Minister Gui. Since he was mentally prepared, he would act immediately.
The stage of the heaven-splitting primordial land was located in the inner part of the continent. The number of resources and treasures of the powerhouses there was far beyond what this place could compare to.
Most importantly, the place was prosperous enough with many powerhouses.
It was the most resplendent place in the universe.